So how is it that we can best hope to know ourselves as individuals? We live short lives with fallible minds prone to delusion. It's so easy to deceive ourselves with regards to our true nature. We can come to identify ourselves with the things we possess, or ephemeral beliefs we hold, or arbitrary lines drawn on a map, or our man-made political or cultural labels. At the end of the day, none of this is deeply real, because none of it is innate, coming from the inside out. The blood flowing through our veins is real. The genetic code that informs every cell in our body how to best express itself is something we inherit, something within us. When seeking to understand oneself, looking back at one's life can be informative. But this is a short period of time, replete with personal errors and missteps, and even more importantly, liable to be misunderstood or misinterpreted. But what if we'd lived 1,000 lives before, in slightly different manifestations and projections, amidst countless environments and conditions across the span of time? This is the power of history. The blood that flows through your veins has lived before, countless times before. An understanding of our roots helps inform us of who we are and how to best be and grow. Cut off from this understanding, we can't help but live in confusion and anxiety. It's a state of true ignorance. There's nothing more informative than an accurate picture of history. It's not only a record of our own personal journey, but of the intersection and intertwining of all journeys in a multitude of unique circumstances. Obtaining a totality of perfect context here, if such a thing were possible, would lead to an unprecedented level of understanding of ourselves and our reality. Historical context is crucial, and without it, we're very much unmoored beings. We live in the age of the atomized individual, an age in which we're taught that we're all blank slates and fresh starts, entirely shaped by our environmental impulses. And it's true that your every external impulse does shape the expression of the true you within, but at our deepest levels, the blood flowing through our veins and the genes we were gifted with still remain the central pillar around which all else rotates. The pillar that contains all possible expressions within it. Understanding this central pillar is profoundly important. I've begun this video series to help counteract what I see as an attempt at obfuscating, mischaracterizing, or destroying our understanding of our collective central pillar. The subversion of our conception of history and of our historical roots. What scant history we're now taught is often dull and lifeless, a recitation of dry facts and figures by professors who feel no connection to the subject matter. A tedious sermon, often delivered in a nasal monotone. But it's more than just poorly delivered. It's often wildly dishonest, misinformative, robbing us of that power that comes from true understanding. One can't properly orient and direct their future unless they understand their past. And a true understanding isn't communicated by the clinical and detached memorization of trivia and pointless details, but in the deeper understanding and feeling the collective experiences of their ancestors. This will be the most important video I've made thus far, as well as the most daunting, difficult, controversial, and dangerous to my channel. I've long asked myself the question, how should one best act when they come to know important truths against which the majority of the population has been deeply prejudiced, programmed to not only reject, but to misunderstand the intent behind their voicing? We're now in such dire straits that the best path forward is clear. Regardless of the cost of doing so, these truths must be told. We need to realize our hand has been forced, and if we don't drop our pathological and suicidal altruism and begin to courageously speak truths once again, it's our own future generations that'll pay the price for our cowardice and dishonesty. Over time, I'll certainly receive a backlash from several subsets of people, and I fully understand it. For years, they've been exposed to the most backward pseudoscience, wearing the mask of legitimate thought, on the topics of race, human history, genetics, human migrations. They've been subjected to the most intellectually lazy lumping together of race realism with racial hatred. Most of us recognize the subversion of our financial and political systems, our media and entertainment. When I began to see similar red flags with regards to the teaching of history, I became a skeptic overnight. I should clarify, I became a true skeptic in the proper definition of the word, which meant I became the polar opposite of those who call themselves skeptics today, the type who've never met a conventional narrative pushed by the status quo that they didn't unthinkingly embrace and seek to defend with dogmatic fervor. Over time, I felt unable to trust any source of information implicitly, because even those with genuine intent can be hoodwinked by reading the materials of those with less genuine intent. So I instead sought to immerse myself only in root historical sources, meaning the older the better, and the more first-hand the better. To this day, I believe this to be the best approach to a landscape so rife with subversion and sloppy thinking. I've always found it amusing how many conventional thinkers approach conspiracies or any nefarious actions behind the scenes as a virtual impossibility. They basically trust our system and our media, and make the argument that in any significant conspiracy, someone would have to talk, and thus the entire house of cards would fall. This is an idea so absurd it deserves its own video, but to briefly summarize, not only does our controlled press routinely ignore whistleblowers or inconvenient truth-tellers of every stripe to avoid biting the hand that feeds them, but this whistleblower conception isn't how such things actually transpire in the real world. The vast majority of people involved in any conspiracy are completely oblivious to the role they play within it. I believe this holds true for most of those currently working together to subvert our understanding of history. There was a quote I recently posted to Twitter that I haven't been able to stop thinking about since, as it so perfectly illustrates how most conspiratorial subversion actually takes place over time. Quote, "The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum, even encourage the more critical and dissident views. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate." Think about this quote in the context of race. We no longer allow positive things to be said about those of an Indo-European background as a group. And simultaneously, we not only allow but encourage negative things. The opposite is true for every other group. And these are the guidelines within which all related discussions are currently carried out. The same holds true for all relevant publications, and even all research and analysis, because these are all, at the end of the day, controlled by money. If we start out with the foundational premise that there are no differences between peoples in any innate ability or skill set, this means any piece of the historical record that seems to highlight these differences must be misinformed or a product of racism, and must be reinterpreted accordingly to allow for a more just and equitable narrative. Additionally, those best suited to this new religion and its morality, meaning those most, quote, anti-racist, end quote, in their outlook, will most swiftly rise through the ranks in their respective fields into positions of ever greater influence and reach. In other words, no vast conspiracy was needed to completely toss out everything we knew about race and history prior to World War II, and replace it with a speculative hodgepodge of nonsense, This happened organically, as useful idiots and willing tools pursued their own best interests. If you want a promotion, regurgitate Jared Diamond's offensively stupid ideas. If you'd like to be fired, ally yourself with the consensus opinion of practically every major thinker prior to 1945. So which is more likely? Were all of these great pre-World War II thinkers from nations all across the world vicious racists driven by hatred, who simply wanted to feel better about themselves, causing them to pen book after book of misinformation? Or is our current politically correct atmosphere preventing honest discussion on controversial topics? The answer to this question is obvious, and yet most of us have no idea of just how bad things have become on this front. Nationalists in places like India and Egypt, to give just two examples of many, have taken over their own academic fields, with help of the usual subversives, and are largely promoted on the basis of just how effectively they're able to dismiss the contributions of the Indo-European element, and attribute all former greatness of their regions to themselves. Various organizations have been created to lock down important sites and control archaeological research, and the processing of all artifacts. Back in America, the Smithsonian has a nasty habit of misplacing countless artifacts that don't cleanly fit the conventional model of history, never to be seen again. And the youth are taught that it's practically heroic to tear down statues of white historical figures of old. In Sweden, the new Minister for Culture, of African descent, has ordered Viking artifacts to be melted down and recycled. On every front, from every angle, history is being destroyed and rewritten. This has been maddening to watch, and I've not even scratched the surface with what I just laid out. It's clear to me why this is happening. Since I began the process of immersion in the most trustworthy historical records I've been able to find over the years, I kept coming back to the thought that a truly honest and objective historical account, if written in our age, would appear as the single most racist book ever authored, assuming one defines the word racist to be referring to a belief in differences in ability or achievement, as opposed to racial hatred. The same forces that so effectively hijacked academia post-World War II did so to impose a new worldview, a new framework. One could even call it a religion. And nothing threatens this construct more than hard historical truths. These topics are so subverted, so deeply muddied and confused, that to find our way out of this mess we need to engage in efficient detective work, and only present those ideas and concepts we're most confident in, to improve the signal-to-noise ratio. So my first goal is to provide the broad strokes, and then work to fill in the finer points over time. I feel like I know much more than I'm voicing just yet, and I expect this will be the first in a series of videos on the topic, but always I'll be striving to only speak where I have a great deal of confidence. We live in an age of information overload, and we desperately need quality, not quantity. So here's my attempt at that. Those currently dominating the historical narrative are isolationist, as opposed to diffusionist in their perspective, meaning they believe most nations and cultures, especially those separated by large bodies of water, to have been incapable of contact and interchange with one another. This foundational premise has helped to sabotage our understanding of our past, and is provably false. We find traces of tobacco and cocaine and cannabis in the fair-haired mummies of the pharaohs and Scythians, materials that would have been impossible to come by without overseas connections. We find similar architecture in these supposedly completely disconnected civilizations, such as pyramids and mound graves. We find numerous stories, especially in South America, of bearded and fair-skinned men coming across the water to bestow knowledge and civilizational gifts. And we find the swastika everywhere, a symbol sacred to the Indo-Europeans and used more prominently than any other, it's now fallen victim to our politically correct rewrite of world history. And like so many similar things, can't be discussed with intellectual honesty any longer. Earliest depictions stretch back to at least 4000 BC, and seem to be a hallmark of a relatively singular people and culture, with traces left on every continent, as a testament to their reach. This isolationist perspective was one of the forks in the road where our understanding of the past started to go so far astray. It's difficult to overstate just how interconnected history indicates that nations and empires actually were. From the dawn of the historical record in approximately 3000 BC onward. Viewing Egypt and Sumer and ancient India and Greece and Persia as completely unique and separate entities, supposedly emerging completely independently, with virtually no genetic or cultural or trade connections, has caused us to build our picture of history on a foundation of sand, destined to never quite add up or make sense. Our collective understanding of history is now so poor that many believe things like the Germanic peoples having just sort of milled around in the forests for millennia, that the Vikings were savages, and that the Italic and Celtic and Germanic peoples are not only fundamentally separate and distinct from one another, but have little connection to the mounted Aryan element that roamed and subjugated large swaths of the Middle East, the steppes, and moved down into Greece and India and into East Asia. These were all actions of a single larger family, and we fail to recognize this at our own peril, becoming prey to divide and conquer nonsense, costly infighting between brothers and cousins. Thor Heyerdahl is an example of a man who refused to do anything but follow the evidence wherever it led, undaunted by those critics taught to search only for evidence supporting conventional theories.
I think that from personal experience, and I have a good deal of experience when it comes to traveling on the ocean with primitive craft, we do a tremendous error by closing our eyes to the fact that there is no distance from Africa to America, no distance from America to Polynesia, if you travel the correct way. And in the Indian Ocean, you can travel one way half the year, the other way the other half the year. So there too, from the time man had a boat that would float, the ocean is a convener and not an iceberg.
Exactly. Well, I often point that out in my books. Oceans are highways, not barriers to travel. Right. And the easiest way to get from one continent to another is not to walk, all over the place, but just to go in.
The barriers are the deserts and the jungles and the mountains.
And the hostile tribes who are going to attack you.
Exactly.
The credentialed, quote, experts, end quote, in the field continued to insist travel across large bodies of water before relatively recent times was an impossibility, despite the massive evidence indicating otherwise. Being the epitome of a courageous Norseman, he finally grew tired of the armchair speculators claiming a crossing from South Africa to Polynesia couldn't be done, and with 5 fellow Norsemen as crew, they simply built a raft using indigenous materials and methods of the ancient era, and set off.
The expedition's secretary, Gerd Vold, was given a bouquet of sunflowers as a reminder that Kon-Tiki was the name of the sun god in the ancient Inca legends. According to Peruvian tradition, a nation with a white king was said to have ruled the land before the Incas took over. His head is hewn in prehistoric stone statues high up in the Andes. One of these provided a model for the head on our sail. The last we hear of Kon-Tiki in these ancient legends is that he was banished from Peru and disappeared with his people across the Pacific. In the Polynesian islands too, people speak of the great Tiki, who brought their ancestors to the islands. We were now going to follow in his footsteps. On April the 28th, 1947, the Pelicans, for the first time for hundreds of years, were startled at the sight of a balsa raft heading for the open sea.
And 101 days later, arrived at their destination, safe and sound, having crossed an entire ocean. We also have evidence of tobacco and cocaine in the red and blonde-haired mummies of the pharaohs discovered over recent decades, materials that wouldn't have been available without long-distance trade networks. Though status quo academics circled the wagons and loudly proclaimed the tests to be mistakes or outright frauds, and after completely destroying the career of the poor woman who made the initial discoveries, the results have since been confirmed and reconfirmed. In North America, there were countless stories of American colonists unearthing bodies of a Caucasoid skull shape, many extremely tall, and several having natural red hair remaining intact. Despite hundreds of pictures, journal entries, and newspaper articles, little evidence exists today, as the vast majority of these finds were shipped to the Smithsonian, who managed to, quote, misplace or lose track of them. In South America, we have the cloud people of the Chachapoyas culture, as well as the Paracas skull finds, both of which show fair hair of a thinner type than the Native Americans, and an obviously Caucasoid skull shape. In fact, the Paracas skulls have since become famous everywhere but academic circles, who avoid them like the plague, due to their elongated shape. Conventional academics attempted to claim this was a result of head binding, which seems to be their go-to excuse in such cases. But this is obviously false. Not only do they lack what's called a parietal suture, and have a much bigger foramen magnum than traditional skulls, but binding can only alter the shape of a skull. It can't increase the size and internal volume, not to mention it leaves several telltale signs. Genetic testing also has linked them to haplogroups found in Europe today. And interestingly, these same academics that so brazenly attempt to claim all elongated skulls are the result of binding rarely give an opinion on why any people would engage in this behavior in the first place, as we know some natives did in South America. Might the simplest explanation be the correct one, and that they did so for the same reasons many wealthy ancient Greeks and many modern Europeans and Americans of just a few hundred years ago would apply cosmetics to make their skin appear more white, or for the same reason many dye their hair blonde or wear colored contacts, or the same reason cosmetic surgery to produce a rounder eye shape is so popular across Asia today. Cosmetic changes of almost any type are usually done to emulate our ideal of the moment. The only frame through which head binding makes sense to me is if it were to emulate this ruling caste, with a different skull shape to the native population. A conquistador named Cieza de Leon remarked that among the indigenous Peruvians, the Chachapoyas were unusually fair-skinned and famously beautiful. Quote, "They are the whitest and most handsome of all the people that I have seen in the Indies, and their wives were of unrivaled beauty." End quote. The Chachapoyas were buried in sarcophagi sculpted with obvious European features, which bear an intriguing resemblance to those of another location with legends of a fair-skinned people in ancient times, Easter Island. For further evidence that true history is not how it's being currently portrayed, I introduce you to the Oseberg Buddha, found in Sweden, determined to have been placed in a Viking burial around 830 AD. Interestingly, this item wasn't imported, but rather created locally. So, might Buddhism and the Buddha himself be traced to Indo-European peoples? The answer is a resounding yes, and this is yet another topic worthy of its own video someday. Here we have the first visual depiction of the Buddha ever discovered. Look closely at the facial features, the clothing and hairstyles, and the artistic style itself.
Stitched clothing, the draped clothing on the lower body and the upper body. He has his hair up in a top knot, and he's also carrying a small water pot in his hand there. On the other side, you have Indra, and he's dressed in the clothing of a prince. He's wearing a turban, he has his draped clothing on again, and he has armbands, bracelets, and he is praying to the Buddha there. It's really not clear who this figure is. It's generally assumed that he's a bodhisattva, and possibly Maitreya, which is the bodhisattva of the future. But who knows, one day we might be able to identify him.
to quote one of my favorite creators in our community, very Indo-European. The Buddha was from the Shakya clan, also called the Sakya or Sakai, which most intellectually honest scholars tie to the linguistic root from which Scythian and ultimately Saxon is derived. Even before the time of the Buddha, an Indo-European people we now call the Tocharians had pushed all the way to China, at minimum, leaving traces and mummified remains in the Tarim Basin, among other locations, which China doesn't allow outsiders to explore, just as they deny the existence of what seems to be ancient pyramidal structures, and have planted trees over them in attempts to hide their outlines. These mummies were found with tartan print clothing, similar to the type you might find in Scotland. A specialist in ancient DNA, Victor Mayer, states, quote, "The new finds are also forcing a re-examination of the old Chinese books that describe historical or legendary figures of great height, with deep-set blue or green eyes, long noses, full beards, and red or blonde hair. Scholars have traditionally scoffed at these accounts, but it now seems they may be accurate." End quote. Genghis Khan and his successor sons were also spoken of as having red hair and blue or gray eyes. According to the Persian historian Abul Ghazi, the tribal clan to which Temujin belonged were known as the Borchakon, or the gray-eyed men. There's growing evidence that an Indo-European element may have even pushed into Japan and the Koreas, inspiring Bushido culture. This subsumed genetic remnant may explain the differences in facial features between the classes that still exist in these nations today, including the increased prevalence of thick beards, narrow-bridged noses, and fairer skin amongst the daimyo class in Japan. The Aryan invaders that swept into India in earnest in approximately 1500 to 1700 BC and established that hallmark Indo-European tradition of the caste system worshipped Indra as their highest god, whom historians long thought to be equivalent to the Norse Thor. The Rig Veda, one of the earliest written documents in the world, repeatedly refers to Indra's yellow hair and beard, and speaks of him fighting what are called the dark and swarthy adversaries to force them to bow to law and order, and, quote, preserve the Aryan color, among several other passages that'd be deemed so racist in the modern atmosphere that this video might be removed if I quoted them verbatim. As India began its decline, the Bhagavad Gita was penned, stating, "Out of the corruption of women proceeds the confusion of castes. Out of the confusion of castes proceeds the loss of memory. Out of the loss of memory proceeds the loss of understanding. And out of this, all evil." King Darius, of the Achaemenid ruling family in Persia, went out of his way to claim to be an Aryan of the Aryan race. And like the surrounding Thracians, Scythians, Cimmerians, and others, most of whom would later migrate northwest into Europe, these were Aryan peoples of the Indo-European cultural and linguistic root. So where was the home base of this lineage, is the all-important question asked by so many over the past several decades. I do have some theories on this front, theories I hope to share as soon as I'm able to be more definitive. But I'd like to share an equally important theory, a key or meta-level understanding that causes so much of history to begin to make sense. Two related truths I've encountered time and time again in my research. The first is that there seems to be an obvious tradition in Indo-European cultures of sending off the fittest portion of the surplus population to settle or conquer new lands, as hinted at in the opening stanzas of Kipling's White Man's Burden. I believe it's exactly this tradition, which seems to be a mainstay of nearly all Western peoples throughout recorded history, which has caused the radiating outwards of the linguistic, cultural, and genetic element to the furthest lands and shores. They often brought horses, chariots, swastikas or sun wheels, the caste system, and similar religious pantheons and cultural traditions in their wake. In every case, they seem to have formed the ruling or governing class. The second key truth is the gradual and inevitable mixing of peoples in these nations over time, especially as the firmly defined caste system was relaxed or broken down completely. These two factors, when considered in concert, provide the only sensible lens through which history suddenly springs to life and makes comprehensible sense. The mental gymnastics modern academics engage in to try to paint each empire and people as entirely distinct and separate is extremely misleading.
Well, it seems that most scientists, it's like the status quo, and nobody wants to rewrite the history books. You know what I mean? And the way they are taught by their professors, this lineage, it's difficult for them to somehow change and embrace new theories.
There is one great problem with modern science, which seems to be diminishing, but it has ruled the civilized world for half a century. And that is that they discard all evidence one by one, as long as there is no solid proof, one by one. And in that way, they are very often, I think, throwing the baby out with the water, instead of considering the possibility that when you have these many evidences, is it possible that it is a coincidence or is it not?
I've long followed several alternative historians and researchers and archaeologists, such as Graham Hancock or Brian Forrester, for example, and many do great work. But failing to grasp the extent of the subversion of academia causes them to try hard to force-fit their discoveries into flawed models of the past. And it's important to mention the point of this video isn't to proclaim the greatness of Indo-European peoples, or illustrate their history of achievement. And it's certainly not to put down other groups, or insult them or cause them to feel inferior. The goal here is to attempt to piece together an accurate and honest portrait of history, in an age in which misinformation is completely subverting and rewriting the record. Because this truth matters, and I happen to believe it matters immensely, more so now than ever, and it's difficult to imagine a greater crime than the wholesale rewriting of history. And I want to leave you all with this, and I hope you take it to heart, as it's difficult to overemphasize its importance. Authoring an honest and accurate history is now a responsibility that falls squarely on our shoulders. And please understand what I'm saying here. This really is on us. Modern science and academia filters all historical understanding through a prism of political correctness, stemming from this new cult of diversity and tolerance and globalism, which virtually every last one of them now belong to. And those that don't, well, they're dominated or marginalized by those that do. Moneyed interests finance every archaeological dig, genetic study, every major analysis and research paper on relevant topics. The universities that give grant money for such things only do so when and where the conclusions fit into our present cultural whims. This precludes even the possibility of honest historical research and discussion. As we speak, historical truth is being buried and obfuscated, mischaracterized and misrepresented.
Here is the large Buddha. The large Buddha is 175 feet high, probably the biggest in all of the world, and here's what remains of it. The face was cut away many centuries ago when the Muslims took over this area, but there are Huddle and David at the bottom there to give you an idea of size, and you're looking up 175 feet. And above its head, above the head of this statue, we could see very unusual paintings, and we were told it might be possible to go up there and see the paintings at close range.
We see the red beard and red hair. It's a shame that these figures have all been defaced by people of other faiths at some time in the past. But it's still, it's very easy to see what they looked like, and we can tell who they were. He's got the red beard, red hair, parted in the middle.
The statues that you've seen, the caves themselves, are 1,500 or more years old. And this is a secret way to get to the top of the Buddha that they only recently discovered. The regular way to go up there was long since destroyed, but they're able to get in sort of a back way. Well, we climbed down again, all the way down this way, and had one last look at that magnificent big Buddha, 175 feet high, carved in these cliffs 1,500 years ago.
And a great deal of it is being literally disappeared, as artifacts challenging the worldview they seek to impose on us all are either mysteriously misplaced or are destroyed. For those with time and interest, I'm asking you to join the fight here. Explore, research, seek to put the pieces together. I believe our time window is closing, and that time is of the essence. Technology is a double-edged sword here, and can allow for the more efficient uncovering and understanding of our past, or the more efficient burying and obfuscating. Countless websites and videos I'd saved in my notes through these years on these topics are no longer accessible. Several of the most important older books on these topics are now out of print and can cost several $100s on Amazon. The past is disappearing, and the quote, history, end quote, they're offering up in its place is largely an invention out of whole cloth. It's fraudulent, and aggressively so. Again, history is informative on the deepest levels. It informs us of who we were, who we are, and who we might someday be. The memory of all those who came before us needs to be honored and preserved. A tree can't survive without its roots. And to best chart our future, we must first understand our past. Let's get to work. It's always struck me that there seems to be something of a black hole in historical record, as if much has been left out or danced around, and when dealt with at all, framed incorrectly and grossly mischaracterized. On that note, the Scythians seem to be the most appropriate starting point for our journey. In a very real sense, we'll be starting in the middle, as the Scythians seem to be the happy little center with respect to the Indo-European people, the tie that binds. With regards to the span of time, historians and cultural anthropologists often like to place them at the center point between the dawn of recorded history in approximately 3000 BC and the present day. Geographically, they're situated roughly in the center of nearly all major activity until Rome hits her stride and Europe begins to take shape. This centrality is appropriate because they're not only occupying a central role in time and space, but in nearly every other respect as well. It's difficult to overstate their importance and relevance to the history of the Indo-European peoples, which is why it always seems strange how little attention conventional historical accounts have paid to them. You'll find this to be a recurring theme as this series continues. This subject is incredibly tricky to cover properly, because the label Scythian has been so elastic and flexible, stretching back to their very first mention. If we picture the Proto-Indo-European people as a tree trunk, splitting off into 2 or 3 similar trunks, before splitting off into ever smaller branches, the steppe people known as the Scythians and their kindred could best be thought of as the largest and most centrally placed of these 2 or 3 smaller trunks, and the one that produces far and away the most branches over time. Genetically, culturally, and linguistically, it's difficult to think of any nation or empire across the Middle East, Europe, or Asia that wasn't either founded or deeply shaped by this large family, within which the Scythian element is centrally placed. I'm forced to phrase it in such a way because labels and language begin to fail us a bit here. Instead of speaking of them as one people that began to radiate outwards from the Caucasus across most of the known world, conventional theory has instead treated each subgroup as if they were a distinct people, with a different culture and way of life, emerging relatively independently from one another. And of course, we give each of these a separate name, causing them to appear even more distinct. One group moves into India and suddenly becomes Indians, another into Persia and becomes Persians, another into Bactria and Parthia and become Bactrians and Parthians. In many ways, this isn't the most helpful or efficient frame through which to view history, and it was bound to cause great confusion. For example, if you look up Scythian in Wikipedia, or any similarly conventional source, you'll hear them spoken of as if they simply emerged out of nowhere around the 9th or 10th century BC. Yet, intriguingly, the historian Marcus Justinus states, "The nation of the Scythians was always regarded as very ancient, though there was a long dispute between them and the Egyptians concerning the antiquity of their respective races. The Egyptians being confounded by these arguments, the Scythians were always accounted as the more ancient." End quote. This is quite the explosive statement, as our age tends to consider the Egyptians as the oldest of peoples and empires, supposedly in full swing long before conventional historians claim the Scythians even entered the picture. But it gets even more intriguing, and I relate the following accounts not to agree or disagree with them just yet, but because they were stated by reputable and sober minds of their age, and certainly deserve consideration. The 17th century Irish historian Geoffrey Keating outright claims the Scythians were of Noah and his progeny, and claims that the Sumerians, with an S, were descended from them. Epiphanius of Salamis states that the Scythians were the ones who built the Tower of Babel, and that the ancient Sumerians themselves were their descendants, and goes on to state the Scythian monarchy began soon after the flood, and continued to the captivity of Babylon. He further states, quote, that the laws, customs, and manners of the Scythians were received by other nations as the standard of policy, civility, and polite learning, and that they were the first after the flood who attempted to reform mankind into the notions of courtesy, into the art of government, and the practice of good government, end quote. And herein lies one of the most intriguing mysteries of this people. Not only were they extremely capable warriors on the battlefield, credited with the invention of metallurgy and bronze, longboats and galleys, even silk, and responsible for some of the greatest thinkers of the age, such as Anacharsis, one of the 7 sages of Greece, as well as being brilliant artists and craftsmen, who used the massive amounts of precious metals they acquired over time to produce pieces that would stand up to any created today. But they also seem to have been universally respected and well liked. The Greeks, very much their genetic and cultural kinfolk, seemed to view them as their more wild and less domesticated cousins. Homer called them both the most just of all peoples as well as proud, and according to Strabo, they were men who, quote, by no means spend their lives on contracts and money acquisition, but actually possess all things in common, except sword and drinking cup. Aeschylus, the Greek poet, calls them the law-abiding eaters of cheese made of mare's milk, and tells us, the Sakai were noted for their good laws, and were preeminently a righteous people. A writer in the 1st century BCE, by the name of Pompeius Tragus, gives the following account. Quote, justice is observed among them more from the temper of the people than the influence of the laws. No crime, in their opinion, is more heinous than theft. Gold and silver they despise as much as other men covet them. They live on milk and honey, end quote. He goes on to further praise their seeming complete ignorance of greed and covetousness, and vice of every sort, in a manner deeply reminiscent of Tacitus's later portrayal of the ancient Germans. Geoffrey Keating refers to them as a brave and generous people, and Strabo states, we regard the Scythians the most straightforward of men, and the least prone to mischief, and also far more frugal and independent of others than we are. So who were these enigmatic people? As I mentioned previously, it can be difficult to tell where Scythian ends and Greek or Indian or Persian or any other group begins. Such was the interconnection between these peoples and cultures in the times prior to the birth of Christ, but I'll be doing my best to unravel this story. A topic which will almost certainly require at least 2 videos within this larger series. They called themselves the Skolatoi, and although they were to spread over much of the known world, they seem to emerge into recorded history from the region stretching from Azerbaijan to Ukraine, around the Black Sea. I think it's fitting to begin our description by calling them fiercely independent. Not only refusing to be cowed by foreign nations and cultures, but also nurturing deeply held customs and traditions that ensured they remain free from materialistic desires and the lure of the marketplace. Calling to mind that now well-known Nietzschean maxim, quote, "He who possesses little is possessed that much less. Blessed be a little poverty," end quote. They would routinely bury their dead, especially royals, with several pounds of gold and precious metals and materials, in their now famous Kurgan mound graves, of which over 100,000 still exist in Ukraine alone, that reached up to 70 feet high, using means and methods and funerary rites deeply reminiscent of those practiced in ancient Sumeria and Egypt. They were masters of the horse and wheel, allowing for great speed and mobility, and the flexibility to move anywhere at any moment, and faster than any of their peers. Their skillful breeding of horses and cattle is the reason for the size, stature, and variety of type we enjoy today. And their mastery of riding and archery technique caused them to be virtually unassailable by even the largest empires and armies of their day, routinely making fools of kings and pharaohs that chose to try their luck. The ancient Persian Aryan custom of all youth learning 3 things, to ride, shoot straight, and always speak the truth, sprung from their cultural root. The chivalric and aristocratic knightly tradition in Europe, in which powerful nobles so often preferred cavalry service, is also almost certainly an outgrowth of Scythian customs. They could move their homes with them on wagons, and seemed undaunted by even the most difficult terrain. This mobility was used to masterful effect against several much larger armies sent to destroy them. They'd lead the enemy deep into their territory while implementing a scorched earth policy behind them, causing impossible strain on their supply lines, threatening starvation and encirclement, choosing to fight only when the odds were strongly in their favor. Pioneers of the recurved bow and its mounted usage that'd later be copied by both Mongol and Hun, Darius himself employed Scythians, no doubt extremely well paid, in the most important and central place in his force, as he waged war with Alexander the Great, who was so impressed with their performance he immediately sought an alliance with the Scythians after the dust settled. Alexander made the peace, but was to make the same mistake so many others would later make with the Germans, Goths, and Vikings. He failed to realize that this was not a unified empire he was dealing with, but something more akin to feudal chieftains. Making an alliance with one doesn't guarantee he doesn't have a brother or a cousin with just as large a force. And soon, Alexander found himself staring down a large force of Scythians across the river Tanai, reportedly stating with defiance that he'd never dare lay a finger on men such as them. Yet if he did, he'd soon discover the difference between men like themselves and Asiatic savages. As I mentioned in the previous video, I think it's most helpful to picture the Indo-European route as spreading out in successive waves, with these waves often conquering or establishing new nations, only to have newer and older waves crash into one another. At the center of this ocean were those who Herodotus calls the true Scyths, or the royal Scyths, their aristocracy residing at the heart of their territory to which all other Scythians seem to willingly serve, and which Herodotus refers to as the largest and bravest of the Scythian tribes, which look upon all other tribes in the light of servants. These royal Scyths prohibited the enslavement of foreign peoples, and it said they were served only by true-born Scyths of pure blood. There were also extremely rowdy elements, which one might think of as the bodyguard on the front lines. These warriors at the outskirts and borders, especially, were known to drink unmixed wine, with the rest of the world at the time cutting it heavily with water, a habit that caused more than one Greek to go half mad when visiting and attempting to take up the habit for themselves, including the famous story of the Spartan king Cleomenes. They were well acquainted with several drugs, and in what was possibly a ceremonial ritual, used to set up a teepee-like structure with a fire in the middle, on which they'd toss cannabis on the hot stones and imbibe the smoke. Though they seemed to place the highest values on nobility and justice, and were spoken of with praise by all who dealt or warred with them, these were not soft men. Again, much like the later Goths and Germanic peoples, war seemed to be viewed as almost a religious sacrament of sorts, not merely a source of pain and suffering and sadness, but rather something approaching a spiritual experience, and a chance to test one another's mettle, to earn glory through the display of great courage and heroic deeds, a chance to flex both mental and physical muscle in the highest stakes contest known to man. There's a fascinating story about the Scythians being pushed by one brother people from the east, the Massagatai, into another brother people to the west, the Cimmerians, and being forced to attack the latter to avoid the former. The royal element among the Cimmerians, who again were essentially Scythians, now known by a different name, refused to leave the graves of their fathers and flee, and chose instead to divide into two camps and fight one another to the last man as a final hurrah. And when the Scythians arrived, they took possession of an empty land. It's said that some outer tribes had the custom of drinking the blood of the first man they killed as a rite of passage, and would keep trophies as reminders of their victories. It's said that the heads of all slain foes in major battles would be brought to the king to obtain their just share of the winnings. They'd often make drinking cups out of the skulls of their especially respected foes, which they would bring out for important gatherings and major events, and discuss the events behind the obtainment of these grisly souvenirs as they dined. Herodotus tells us that once per year, the governor of each district would mix a large bowl of wine, perhaps in those famous cauldrons of the type we seem to find across every ancient Indo-European culture, and that only those who had killed a foe had the right to drink. The accounts of their dominance during long stretches of time are almost unbelievable. A passage from the works of Pompeius Tragus reads, and I quote, "They thrice aspired to the supreme command in Asia, while they themselves remained always either unmolested or unconquered by any foreign power. Darius, king of the Persians, they forced to quit Scythia in disgraceful flight. They slew Cyrus with his whole army. They cut off, in like manner, Zoparion, a general of Alexander the Great, with all his forces. Of the arms of the Romans they have heard, but have never felt them. They founded the Parthian and Bactrian powers. They are a nation hardy in toils and warfare. Their strength of body is extraordinary. They take possession of nothing of which they fear to lose, and covet, when they are conquerors, nothing but glory. The first that proclaimed war against the Scythians was Sesostris, king of Egypt, previously sending messengers to announce conditions on which they might become his subjects. But the Scythians, who were already apprised by their neighbors of the king's approach, made answer to the deputies, that the prince of so rich a people had been foolish in commencing a war with a poor one, for war was more to be dreaded by himself at home. As the result of the contest was uncertain, prizes of victory there were none, and the ill consequences of defeat were apparent, and that the Scythians, therefore, would not wait till he came to them, since there was so much more to be desired in the hands of the enemy, but would proceed of their own accord to seek the spoil. Nor were their deeds slower than their words, and the king, hearing that they were advancing with such speed, took to flight, and leaving behind him his army and all his military stores, returned in consternation to his own kingdom. Now it's said that the marshlands prevented the Scythians from invading Egypt, in their retreat from which they subdued Asia and made it tributary, imposing, however, only a moderate tribute, rather as a token of their power over it than as a recompense for their victory. After spending 15 years in the reduction of Asia, they were called home by the importunity of their wives, who sent them word that, unless their husbands returned, they would seek issue from their neighbors, and not suffer the race of the Scythians to fall of posterity through the fault of their women. Asia was tributary to them for 1,500 years, and it was Ninus, king of Assyria, that put a stop to the payment of this tribute." End quote. And it's important to note here that Sesostris reigned in approximately 1900 BC. So already we're seeing evidence of the Scythians not only existing, but dominating, long before Wikipedia and conventional academia claim they arrived on the scene. In a story that well illustrates their insistence on honesty and direct dealing, in the early friction between Persia and Cyrus, the Scythians faced one of their only significant defeats, by what they would come to see as a deceitful trap. A large army of Scythians, unaccustomed to wine, found an empty Persian camp, purposefully stocked with the drink, and almost immediately got very drunk. The Persians attacked at the key moment, routing the Scythians, and capturing and subsequently killing their general Spargapises, son of the queen Tamarsis. She promptly led a force out to challenge Cyrus herself, and, to quote Herodotus, "The greater part of the army of the Persians was destroyed, and Cyrus himself fell, after reigning 29 years. Search was made among the slain by order of the queen for the body of Cyrus, and when it was found, she took a skin, and filling it full of human blood, she dipped the head of Cyrus in the gore, saying, as she thus insulted the corpse, 'I live and have conquered you in fight, and yet by you I am ruined, for you took my son with guile. But thus I make good my threat, and give you your fill of blood.' Of the many different accounts which are given for the death of Cyrus, this which I have followed appears to me most worthy of credit." End quote. And my favorite story, illustrating their martial dominance and willingness to toy with foes, is the instance in which a large Persian army under Darius, somberly organized in battle array and awaiting a signal, began to hear playful cries from the Scythian army. Darius is said to have asked what the clamor was, only to find out that they were passing the time by sportingly chasing a hare. He's said to have stated, quote, "These men have very slight regard for us, and I perceive now that Gobryas spoke rightly about Scythian gifts. Seeing then that, now I myself too think that things are so, we have need of good counsel, in order that retreat homewards may safely be made." It's said that Gobryas replied, "O king, even by report I was almost assured of the difficulty of dealing with these men, and when I came I learnt it still more thoroughly, since I saw that they were mocking us. Now therefore my opinion is that as soon as night comes on, we kindle the campfires, as we are wont to do at other times also, and deceive with a false tale those of our men who are weakest to endure hardships, and tie up all the asses and get us away." There's also the story of 2 Scythian youths of royal birth being driven from their country and founding a settlement near Cappadocia to engage in Viking-like raids for many years with great success, until finally several surrounding peoples banded together to set a massive ambush and cut them to pieces. Quote, "Their wives, when they found that exile was added to the loss of their husbands, took arms themselves, and maintained their position, repelling the attacks of their enemies at first, and afterwards assailing them in return. They relinquished all thoughts of marrying with their neighbors, saying that it would be slavery, not matrimony. They also took revenge for their husbands that were killed in war, by a great slaughter of their neighbors." There's an interesting anecdote that speaks of a Scythian skirmish with the mythical Amazons, who it seems were likely very real, and ironically were likely the genetic kin of the Scyths, that may have come to be in a manner very much like the situation just described. It was only after the battle, upon viewing the dead, that they realized their defeated foes were actually women. After some discussion, it was decided these Amazons were a worthy people, and thus the Scythians sought them out. Finding their location, they sent a contingent of men to set up camp near them, with orders to flee if attacked. Drawing a bit closer with each passing day, while signaling their peaceful intent, after some time a Scythian and Amazon finally met face to face. The two managed to clumsily communicate, and the two groups soon followed suit. And as each man paired off with a woman, a new tribe was born. And this is illustrative of a larger point mentioned previously, one that bears repeating. the Scythians left a trail of their genetics and culture across most of the known world. To this day, most historically literate peoples from a wide variety of nations can trace themselves back to the Scyths. In fact, recent finds seem to show their influence extended all the way into modern Korea, with the so-called Silla royal burial mounds in Gwangju closely resembling those of the Scyths, and containing remarkably similar goods. In the previous video, we spoke of India and the Sakya tribe, from which Buddha was born into the warrior caste. Interestingly, the Jats in western India, favored by the colonizing Brits as a martial race, claim descent from this tribe. The Persian Empire, as well as the Median, Bactrian, and Parthian, were essentially direct outgrowths of the Scythians. What I find even more interesting is the wealth of connections to the Spartans, with regards to appearance, customs, traditions, culture, and mindset, and I've included a link in the description to an impressive article discussing this topic. Though slavery was prohibited among the royal Scythians, it was practiced in many of the surrounding tribes, using a structure similar to that of the Spartans and their helots. Both were well respected, intelligent but abhorring pretentiousness, disciplined, unrivaled on the battlefield. Both seemed to honor simplicity and the shunning of wealth and the marketplace as a virtue. They also seem to share origin stories, among so many other things. It's a virtual certainty that these two peoples were genetic kin. It's a depressing fact that the great majority of their magnificent art has no doubt been lost forever due to the activities of grave robbers, who not only steal the gold artworks but often melt them down, activities which continue to some extent to this very day. In fact, if it wasn't for the Russian Tsar Peter the Great's decree of 1718, which ordered the collection of these antiquities and established brutal punishments for thieves, we'd be left with virtually no traces of their existence. So what did they look like? Modern historians seem intent on portraying them as an Indo-European and Mongoloid mixture, though none of the hard evidence seems to point in this direction, especially the further back one moves through time. And this seems to be the all-too-common error brought about by associating them with the peoples existing today in the regions they roamed so long ago. Thankfully, we've been left with several first-hand descriptions and a wealth of art created by themselves and surrounding nations, depicting their style of hair, dress, and their facial features. To go over a few of these descriptions, Herodotus describes the Budini of Scythia as red hair and gray-eyed, Hippocrates speaks of their ruddy skin, Erismapes of their fair hair, a 2nd century BC envoy from China named Zhang Quan speaks of their blue eyes, as does Pliny the Elder and the Greek philosopher Polemon. The 4th century historian Marcinellus speaks of the Alans, direct kin to the Scythians, as being tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. It seems much of the Mongoloid admixture probably happened over time, across every nation in which those tribes that didn't move west ended up putting down their roots, as not a single ancient description describes them with physical features that might be deemed Asiatic. Historian Tamara Rice states, quote, "In fact, until sometime in the 5th or 4th century BC, the predominant inhabitants of even western Siberia were a fair-haired people of European origin, and it was after that date that an influx of Mongoloids resulted in a very mixed type of population." And what became of those that moved west? I believe we know these as the Yamnaya people that moved into Europe in waves, starting around 2000 BC. That people most closely resembling the Scythian culture and way of life would undoubtedly be the Goths. Many historians prior to World War II had such trouble drawing dividing lines between the Germanic and Celtic and Scythian peoples that they considered distinctions to be arbitrary. And Sharon Turner, in the History of the Anglo-Saxons, states, "The Anglo-Saxons, Lowland Scotch, Normans, Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Germans, Dutch, Belgians, Lombards, and Franks have all sprung from that great fountain of the human race, which we have distinguished by the terms Scythian, German, or Gothic." Genetic research seems to bear this out clearly, with the boundaries of the R1A haplogroup matching the vast expanse of their movement over time. culture and custom seems to bear this out, with the Germanic peoples sharing so much of their historical character and traditions with the Scythians. The similarity in the burial mounds of the Swedish kings in Uppsala with those of the Scythian royalty is striking. And the specific type of R1A genetic signatures found in Norway and Sweden clearly resemble those existing throughout the trail of the Scythians, extending into the Altai region, where many Scyths settled down and left their lasting genetic mark. The human genetic data is even supported by a comparison of the genetics of the Norwegian fjord horse and the Mongolian horse, and the data suggests that the migrants to Scandinavia brought with them their prized horses, which became the root stock of the Norwegian equines of today. There is also a strong connection to the Polish royal houses, and it's theorized that the famed and feared Polish cavalry hussars were an outgrowth of the Scythian root. Scottish clans, such as the MacDougals, MacDonalds, and McAllisters, also share the same unique genetic markers. And in the Scottish document, the Declaration of Arbroath, the Scottish trace their roots clearly back to Scythia. I spoke earlier of the royal Scythians being known as the true or authentic Scythians. I found an interesting parallel here with the Germanic peoples, who in Latin were known as Germani, which is the plural of the adjective Germanus, which can mean seed, and was often used to mean authentic or genuine. To the Romans, they were known as the authentic Celts. And Nennius, in his account of the arrival of Hengist and Horsa in Thanet, states that messengers were sent to Scythia for reinforcements. The context shows that these in fact came from North Germany, so evidently the name of the genuine Scythians persisted long in Northern Europe. Burials found near Brandenburg dating to the 6th century BC are yet another clear testament to their presence. The skulls discovered in the royal Scythian tombs near Sevan, Armenia, which likely date back to between 900 and 500 BC, show a dolichocephalic type, best matching the modern Nordic type. And there seems to be a great number of parallels with the Scythians and Vikings in particular, across the board. Both had a long history of extracting wealth from neighbors, but rarely wishing to stay and rule, and seemed to prize simplicity, courage, honor, and considered combat to have something akin to a spiritual significance. Both were fiercely independent, often stubborn and prideful. Both equally shunned domesticated life and all of its trappings. It's noted in the Icelandic sagas that men from Asia became the aristocrats of Sweden and Norway, and this can only be a reference to the Scythians and related tribes, who were later to push back eastward as the Rus, leaving behind a ruling caste and the title of the nation we know as Russia today. In my research, multiple sources speak of material goods with a Scythian stamp appearing with a greater frequency as the Viking era approaches. So even having said all of this, we've just scratched the surface here, and I've only been able to provide some of the meat of the overall story. In a future video, we'll be covering the Goths and Germanic peoples specifically, and in another, I hope to deal with the history of these enigmatic people prior to approximately 1000 to 1500 BC. Many of you may know there's still an elephant in the room to be dealt with related to this topic, and I'm looking forward to dealing with it to the best of my ability. And selfishly, I wanted to close with some subjective editorializing. I've come to respect these people, their culture and worldview and manner of being, and I think we have much to learn from them. Time and time again, they had opportunities to conquer and settle in large urban centers, and embrace the ease of life and conveniences these provide. Situated as they were, centrally located between the east and the west, much like the Khazars would do in the same region later, they could have devoted themselves to becoming merchants, growing fat and happy from the process of buying and selling between empires, dealing both goods and human beings. They seem to very consciously and purposefully reject this path, and time again speak as if they recognize the threats of orienting their lives towards the materialistic marketplace, and the softness and dependence and domestication that inevitably follows. These are ideas that seem to remain in the Western bloodstream for many, many generations to come. An immune system that caused most populations to view real labor with pride, not shame, and caused the aristocracy to look with great suspicion on the merchants that began to rival their power, intermarry with their families, and slowly but surely change the face of their nations. Currently, we orient virtually all of our intellectual energy and efforts towards the marketplace, towards the creation and marketing and buying and selling of goods and services, the majority of which don't seem to be causing an increase in true happiness or fulfillment, and a key few of which seem to be definitively having the opposite effect on a mass scale. The Scythians managed to produce great minds, pioneering inventions, explorers the likes of which we'll probably never know the full exploits of, and might be hard-pressed to believe, even if we did, and a class of strong and robust and self-sufficient men, who seem to have been liked and feared and respected by all that they encountered. And they did so while embracing nature, both within and without. I often wonder what they'd think of our concrete jungles, our sequestering ourselves in cubicles for the lion's share of our days in service to a corporate entity in whom we have no stake, and CEOs and shareholders who we have no personal connection to, and our rush to toss everything that served us so well by the wayside, to adopt every form of newness and novelty without regard to its longer-term ramifications on mind, body, and soul. Though the modern world equates labor and hard work with strife, and equates the minimization of these things with happiness, I have to disagree. Work is psychologically gratifying insofar as we can clearly grasp its purpose and utility. And in this respect, it strikes me that few things could be as deeply gratifying as providing complete self-sufficiency for self and family and tribe, thereby bowing the head and bending the knee to no government, no nation, no foreign individual or corporate construct, least of all those seeking to live parasitically by directly or indirectly imposing servitude on others. We may no longer live in a world of frequent physical conflict, at least not at the moment, and certainly not with bows and arrows and swords and axes. But characteristics like courage are almost equally valuable across all eras, all environments and situational contexts, as are genuineness and trustworthiness, and the discipline to avoid covetousness and petty materialistic pursuits. I can't help but feel that relative to our ancestors, we've largely forgotten how to be men. The proxies of drinking beer and watching football have been substituted for our sense of personal responsibility, our highest responsibilities to family, extended family, to culture and nation, and to the Creator. We've been coaxed into trading true independence and self-sufficiency for a servile consumerism. Instead of our foremost goal being to deeply understand our world and all of its machinations, in order that we might meaningfully improve it and ourselves, we've been convinced to outsource this process of understanding to men who call themselves experts and intellectuals, while we devote the majority of our time and attention to seeking some purely financial edge over our fellow man. Worship of the dollar inevitably makes for small men, turns them into tools of powers they don't understand, and in many cases don't even care to understand. There are much higher and worthier things in this life. The goal of those who currently call the tune is to level every mountain, to cultivate fully dependent and controllable and domesticated men, units and cogs, not individuals. The Scythian would have been their worst nightmare, with an unconquerable spirit and a studiously developed worldview making him eternally immune to this siren song. Modern man, on the other hand, has been shaped into their dream come true. Perhaps it's time we stopped playing another tribe's game and started channeling our inner Scythian. Hellenic Greece represents a high point of human history, and specifically a high point in the Western tradition. Their sculpture and artwork seemed divinely inspired. Their poets and thinkers and writers are to this very day among the best the world has ever produced. Up until fairly recently, all of Europe felt a living connection to this past, that strongest of genetic and cultural bonds that causes such a profound feeling of resonance on viewing the masterful creations in stone and marble, or reading the profound and thoughtful works of Plato or Heraclitus, or those lofty words of Homer. The German philosopher Hegel went so far as to state, "At the name of Greece, the cultivated German finds himself at home. All that makes life satisfying and elevates and adorns it, we derive directly or indirectly from Greece." Voltaire once paid the highest compliment to the famous court of Frederick the Great by proclaiming it, quote, "was Sparta in the morning, Athens in the afternoon." And author Madison Grant compared the Sparta and Athens relationship of martial discipline and artistic mastery to Prussia and France, and considered this combination to be the ideal. Hellenic Greece was almost universally acknowledged as a breath of fresh air, a flowering of mind, body, and soul, an exceptional people who cultivated for themselves an exceptional existence, which inevitably produced exceptional art, heroes, and ideals. Ancient Troy, one of the most intriguing mysteries in the historical record, and one that captivated the hearts and minds of the Western world for centuries. The events that took place in this region over the span of just over 10 years shook the world and would leave a lasting imprint on the Western psyche, stretching up to this very day. They inspired one of the first transcendent works of heroic literature in Homer's Iliad, a creation that stands to this very day as one of the greatest works ever penned, as well as one of the most quintessentially Western, or Aryan. The very first book printed in English was another account of this pivotal event, firing the imaginations of entire generations, as it remained the most popular book throughout much of Europe for centuries. Many of the greatest works of art were directly inspired by the fall of Troy. The lineage of the royal houses of Europe traced back to the figures involved, and historical figures such as Alexander the Great, Xerxes, and the earliest emperors of Rome all paid personal homage to the site and its heroes. Both Rome and Britain were alleged to have been founded by aristocratic ancestral lines fleeing Troy after its complete decimation at the hands of their brother Greeks, who were another offshoot of this singular bloodline. This period of history, this region, and the events contained within both represent something akin to a very real Game of Thrones, one that needs no hype or exaggeration to be one of the most important stories ever told. And yet, within a few hundred years, our understanding of all things Troy changed completely. Homer's account of the events was called into question, and then the validity of Homer himself as a historical personality was challenged. The root historical sources he drew from, long believed to be passed down from men directly involved in the events, were suddenly labeled frauds. Our understanding of the conflict itself became muddied and confused, with some suddenly questioning if it occurred at all, and finally proclaiming that Troy itself probably didn't exist, but was rather some fanciful invention. Flash forward to the present day, and Troy is a mere footnote of history, poorly understood, if at all, by most modern students, and mentioned in passing, and often derisively or dismissively by modern professors. The last major production on the theme was the BBC and Netflix production Troy, Fall of a City, in which the most renowned warrior of them all, Achilles, universally described in historical accounts with blonde hair and fair skin, is played by a man whose ancestors hail from Ghana. An acceptable change, says the New Yorker, because they consider Achilles to be fake anyway, so, quote, imaginative license in casting seems perfectly acceptable, end quote. If you search Wikipedia to better understand who the Trojan people were, you'll find nothing. Literally no entry. Google Dorian invasion from most regions, and this will be your first result. It's incredible. Though we've lost all in-depth understanding of our own roots and origins, and subsequently our recognition of the importance of this understanding, it's been cleverly replaced with a substitution we can all experience vicariously, created by teams of writers out of thin air. We no longer have any grounding in who or what we are, or where we've come from, but we've managed to replace all of these pesky concerns with an invented fantasy reality, one which it's been deemed safe to discuss freely. I sincerely hope everyone listening to these words will give some thought to just how dangerous this is, how devastating the ramifications of tossing out such a wealth of valuable historical context, all of the great tales and myths and legends of our ancestors. These events and the stories that grew up around them are informative and shaping, meant to be guiding and teaching tools, and sources of inspiration and energy and life force. The generations who paved the way for us hoped that their sacrifices might be remembered, and that their lives and the manner in which they lived them might be recounted. Not for petty reasons of ego, but as examples of right thinking, right living, right being, and ideals to strive to equal. We now live in some Twilight Zone reality in which we allow a handful of men in Hollywood and New York to completely reinvent our past, to shape our present, and thereby orient our course for the future, severing our roots and replacing them with artificial concoctions, springing from minds that, for the most part, aren't exactly students or admirers of Western culture. I don't mean to pass judgment on those deeply invested in shows like Game of Thrones. They're technically well-made productions, and the massive interest so many feel for them comes from a good place. We're desperate for some real connection to and understanding of our past, and the archetypal essence behind it all. A starving individual isn't going to hold out for a healthy and natural, well-rounded meal. He's going to latch upon anything edible that's nearby and make the best of his lot. I'm simply arguing that an exceptional feast lies just out of reach, and we're contenting ourselves with some cheap soda and heavily processed cheese from a can, albeit attractively packaged. To anyone that might claim that events like the fall of Troy and so many others throughout the very real historical record aren't at least the equal of anything being churned out by the wizard behind the curtain of popular culture today, I'd argue that perhaps you haven't read them with open eyes. There's simply no comparison. These are objectively great tales, overflowing with pathos and energy and spirit and depth, whereas so much in our age has become a copy of a copy of a copy, exaggerated for effect and thereby simultaneously caricatured and cheapened. Slowly but surely we're awakening to the power of truths at the core of our history. And someday soon I hope these healthier and more powerful tales might be brought back to life and embraced once again. One other very important point before we begin. The historical record has become less interesting, less inspired, and infused with natural energy, in large part because in our age academics choose to view it through an artificial framework of their own subjective design. The ancients didn't see the world in terms of firm national boundaries drawn on a map. This was a world structured according to kinship and ancestral lines. Terms like Hellenic or Royal Scythian were as much racial designations as anything, and one couldn't become either of these merely by moving into the geographical area. It's no coincidence that so many ancient texts are filled with detailed accounts of lineage. It's recently become the fashion within modern academia, here as in so many other respects, to paint our ancestors as inveterate liars, creating detailed family trees solely for nefarious purposes of basking in undeserved glory. I feel these accusations of petty motives are a case of projection. I find it strange that we now mistrust and dismiss so many ancient historical accounts as a default academic position. If we didn't have so much documented footage in this age of technology, it'd be easy to imagine a future in which some bespectacled intellectual would pronounce in supremely confident tones that, of course, there was no former TV star as President of the United States, You see, people like to feel as if they live in exciting times, so they'll often make up stories. He'd speak this sagely, of course, as most viewers nodded in bovine agreement, and then he'd proceed to doubt whether a Donald Trump even existed as a person at all, with perhaps a condescending laugh directed at those who believed otherwise, and then go on to create several elaborate reasons as to why he probably didn't exist. And this is just one of the many reasons I encourage everyone to seek out root historical sources and beware the derivatives and speculation of academics, who merely create their own subjective interpretations of these root sources, and all too often do so according to modern prejudices and politically correct cultural whims. Once upon a time, there was a significant overlap between our heroes and our bards. The great Greek thinkers and poets were usually courageous men of well-rounded and multifaceted education, who more often than not fought in the battles of their age. Times have changed, unfortunately, in this age of self-professed experts. And for the record, I certainly don't claim the title of expert myself. I'm merely someone who's worked hard to build a context picture that makes sense. Someone that seeks only to make corrections to the prevailing narrative in those cases where the truth of the matter seems to have been egregiously violated or overstepped. So, to set the stage, I believe that of course Troy existed, and that we almost certainly know its location. I believe the battle Homer references, as well as the eventual fall of Troy, both came to pass. I've even come to believe, strongly, that the individuals mentioned in the tale, from Achilles to Menelaus, to Priam, to Agamemnon, also existed. And if their exploits have been exaggerated by some throughout the years, this is hardly grounds for their dismissal as living and breathing human beings. In short, it's my opinion that the only things up for serious debate are the details. Was there an actual Trojan horse? Was Helen forcibly kidnapped, or was there some willingness? Which individuals bear the blame for the hostilities, and so forth. Though I feel that these answers matter far less than the broader picture. I believe the Hellenic Greek element that waged such a brutal and prolonged war against Troy, one which likely took place around 1200 BC and over the span of 10 years and raged all along the western coast of Anatolia, with Troy as its central flashpoint, was a battle between men of very similar stock, language, and culture. While it's likely those at Troy spoke a dialect we now call Luwian, there's no evidence of any need for translators of any sort when those from Greece and Troy visited one another's courts. And there seems to have been several intermarriages and close familial relationships between the two, to the extent that many were torn throughout the course of the war as to which side to support. They also had several shared heroes, customs, and traditions. To cite what purports to be a first-hand account by Dictys of Crete, quote, "Trojan princes and Trojan allies, it is a sad thing for us to be at war with the Greeks. But an even sadder and more painful thing, that for the sake of a woman we have made enemies of the closest friends, of those who, being descendants of Pelops, are joined to us even by ties of marriage." End quote. However, we should stop for a moment here to clarify terms and descriptors. Greek is a lazy umbrella term here. In reality, there were several fairly distinct peoples mixing in this region. Kretschmer argues that there were three major waves of movements into Greece, beginning with the Proto-Ionian element in about 2000 BC, perhaps better referred to as Pelasgian, followed by a Proto-Achaean element around 1600 BC, and finally a Dorian element around 1200 BC. Herodotus seems to agree here, and saying, quote, "The chief peoples were the Lacedaemonians among those of Doric stock, and the Athenians among those of Ionic stock. These races, Ionian and Dorian, were the foremost in ancient time, the first a Pelasgian and the second a Hellenic people. The Pelasgian race has never yet left its home. The Hellenic race has wandered often and far." End quote. Much like I'd mentioned in earlier videos, these waves seem to be migrations of what was likely once a singular racial stock. Having said this, there do seem to be some noteworthy differences. The more indigenous Pelasgian and Ionian stock seem to have been a bit more quiet and peaceful, a bit more attached to the land, perhaps a bit shorter in stature, and more similar in physical appearance to those dark-haired Minoans and Mycenaeans pictured on so many walls and frescoes in the region. Of the Achaeans, historian J. Bagnall Bury states, quote, "It is uncertain at what time the Achaeans made their first appearance in the Greek peninsula. They were a people of blonde complexion, of Indo-European speech, who came down from the regions of the Danube and made conquests in Thessaly and the plain of Sperchios. In the course of time, some of their chieftains won lordship over the Peloponnesus, in Argolis and Laconia, probably by marriages with the daughters of the old Greek dynasties. It is not probable that the Achaean invaders came in great numbers. They formed a small ruling class who were soon assimilated in speech and manners to their Greek subjects. They did not work destruction. They won lordship and leadership, and their adventurous spirit guided Greece to great enterprises." End quote. There's an intriguing reference to an encounter on the battlefield of the champions Glaucus and Diomedes, who end up thrusting their spears into the ground, embracing one another as brothers, and exchanging armor, as they recall their ancestral ties. Both are mentioned as being amongst the greatest of the Achaean warriors, yet one seems to represent the Achaean continental Greek royal house, and the other the Achaean royal house in Asia Minor. This anecdote, like so many others, seems to illustrate two things. Firstly, the close ancestral connection between the rulership of Greece and Troy. Secondly, that an Achaean royal line dominated the region of the day. The final major wave that formed the composite we've come to know as Hellenic Greece, the Dorians, entered the scene more like rampaging lions. Historians and scholars have long remarked on their seemingly extreme focus on the martial and militaristic, and I tend to think there's a relatively clear-cut explanation for the extremity of this trait. There's an intriguing passage in Plato's Laws in which he speaks of the birth of the Dorians as a subset of the Achaeans. Quote, "Now, during this period of 10 years, while the siege lasted, the affairs of each of the besiegers at home suffered much, owing to the seditious conduct of the young men. For when the soldiers returned to their own cities and homes, these young people did not receive them fittingly and justly, but in such a way that there ensued a vast number of cases of death, slaughter, and exile. So they, being again driven out, migrated by sea. And because Dorius was the man who banded together the exiles, they got the new name of Dorians, instead of Achaeans. But as to all the events that follow this, you Lacedaemonians relate them all fully in your traditions." End quote. In other words, it seems the Dorians came to be a self-selected subset of those most courageous Greeks that sailed off to fight at Troy. So not only were they innately something of a military caste, but now we add to this their anger at being expelled from their own homes, and we have a recipe for the future martial mindset of the Spartans, who would reach the peak of their power and control some 600 or so years later. And with regards to the Dorians, we have another extremely intriguing citation from Herodotus, who was likely of Dorian descent himself. In tracing their lineage, he follows the ancestral line of descent up to Perseus, and then says, quote, "If we follow the line of Danae, daughter of Acrisius, and trace her progenitors, we shall find that the chiefs of the Dorians are really genuine Egyptians. In the genealogies here given, I have followed the common Greek accounts." End quote. And then he proceeds to add the mysterious, quote, "Enough, however, of this subject, how it came to pass that Egyptians obtained the kingdoms of the Dorians, and what they did to raise themselves to such a position. These are questions concerning which, as they have been well treated by others, I shall say nothing. I proceed to speak on points which no other writer has touched." End quote. This seems to indicate that other authors of his time, whose writings have somehow been lost to posterity, covered this topic in depth. When we recall the fact that so many of the most ancient pharaohs that we have yet to unearth have been found with fair hair intact, and that the genetic testing of Tutankhamun showed a direct connection to northwestern Europeans, yet virtually no connection to modern-day Egyptians, and when we further consider the wealth of finds in Sumeria and surrounding territories, depicting their leaders and gods with blue eyes, and Sargon the Great's comments about ruling over a black-headed people, the idea of an Indo-European element with fair features existing in the region is more than a possibility, but rather seems an obvious factual reality. The ancestral and cultural connections between the Persians, Scythians, Greeks, and others to places like ancient Sumer and Egypt seems far stronger than modern academics seem willing to credit, all the way back to the dawn of recorded history and beyond. And even Helen herself, after being taken by Priam prior to the Trojan War, seems to have spent her years in Egypt during the hostilities. And of course, we have a Thebes in Greece, which Homer seemed to consider of the greatest antiquity, and a Thebes in Egypt, something which many academics attempt to this day to pass off as pure coincidence. And with regard to the racial character of Hellenic Greece and Troy, thankfully we have several accounts, the best of which exist in the masterful artistic products of their own hands, including sculpture that remains to this day among the greatest ever produced. The 5th century poet Pindar, hailing from Greek Thebes, referred to the Greeks as the fair-haired Danoi, and fragments from a 150 BC travelogue describe the women of Thebes in particular as, quote, the tallest, prettiest, and most graceful in all of Hellas. Their yellow hair is tied up in a knot on the top of their head, end quote. The Spartan Alcman was one of the first ancient voices who praised the athletic Spartan females, specifically mentioning their golden hair and silver or light gray eyes. Even as late as the 4th century AD, Adamantius, an Alexandrian physician and scientist, wrote in his Physiognomonica that of all the nations the Greeks have the fairest eyes, adding that wherever the Hellenic and Ionic race has been kept pure, we see tall men of fairly broad and straight build, of fairly light skin and blonde, end quote. And of course, the list of gods and goddesses and heroes with similar features is far too large to cover here. But what I find even more interesting is the physical accounts written down in the first-hand account of the events of Troy, authored by one Dares of Phrygia, of those more mysterious citizens of Troy itself. I find his writing style fascinating, and that he chooses to give a brief physical and psychological description of nearly every major figure involved. A document now completely out of print, which should surprise no one, that I've linked below this video, along with the other purported first-hand account of Troy. Nearly all of the figures are described as having either fair skin, eyes, or hair, with a large percentage of these, too, being blonde, such as Agamemnon, who was described as, quote, blonde, large, and powerful. He was eloquent, wise, and noble, end quote. And to give one particularly amusing example, Polyxena was fair, tall, and beautiful. Her neck was slender, her eyes lovely, her hair blonde and long, her body well proportioned, her fingers tapering, her legs straight, and her feet the best. Surpassing all others in beauty, she remained a completely ingenuous and kind-hearted woman. The second account of Troy, which claims to be first-hand, is called the Dictys Cretensis, authored by Dictys of Crete. Like so many other ancient sources, both documents were accepted as pieces of the historical record up until fairly recent times, during which academics have led the charge to label both as frauds or inventions, a stance I can't help but be extremely skeptical of. It's thought both may have been used by Homer in crafting his account, along with other sources we no longer have access to. But what's additionally fascinating is that each represents an account from an opposite side of the battle, and in reading both, it's easy to see how each side might have blamed one another, and how an event that Herodotus claims was sparked by a misunderstanding might have snowballed into one of the most monumental and impactful wars in Western history, between two equally stubborn and prideful and powerful foes. It's unfortunate that Dares' account is so short. So little has come down to us about the nature of Troy and her people, and no doubt, much like the burning of Alexandria, the complete destruction of Troy likely meant that many written records, or the bards and storytellers that might write them, were lost forever. On this topic, there's a curious mystery that to this day remains unsolved, involving what we today call Troy towns, which usually manifest as turf-cut mazes, though are sometimes created with stones. A popular theory was that these were representations of the ancient labyrinth of Crete. Another, that they represent the layout of Troy, or the concentric circles of Atlantis, as Plato described it, or both. There were once thousands of these, scattered throughout Europe and Scandinavia, and hundreds still exist to this day, with the majority being found in Sweden. Yet, incredibly, they're even found in places like Egypt, India, and Peru. One of the more intriguing theories is that these symbols are tied to Archaim, the studiously ignored archaeological site on the Russian steppes with a layout so closely resembling that of Troy, deemed Swastika City due to the prevalence of swastikas discovered in the area. Also dubbed the Russian Stonehenge, and dating back at least 4,000 years, though recent evidence indicates 5,000 to 6,000 years may be a better estimate. And its construction indicates that the builders had advanced astronomical knowledge, and the site itself may have been something of an observatory, one which was mysteriously burned down and abandoned, essentially overnight. Because this site exists in that vast area representing the stomping grounds of those ancient Aryans who left almost no written records, our old friends the Scythians, it's important to speak about the likely connections here. It's well known that there were extensive contacts between the Scythians and Greeks, with royal Scythians intermarrying often with Greeks and Thracians, and often providing elite military squadrons and bodyguard contingents to protect leadership, similar to the Praetorian Guard, which would later make its appearance in Rome. The Achaeans and Dorians were said to have come from the regions of the Danube, as quoted by J. Bagnall-Beery earlier. The Scythians, occupying vast tracts of territory north of Greece, claimed Heracles, also known as Hercules, as the progenitor of their race. And the Dorians' push down into Greece has long been known as the return of the Heraclidae, and was seen as the reclaiming of land that was rightfully theirs, granted to them by their own progenitor, Heracles. Such was the strong connection between the Greeks and Scythians that the two peoples named the Calapidae and the Alazones, on the border between Greece and Scythian lands, were essentially a blend between the two. Achilles, widely hailed as the greatest of those Greeks who fought at Troy, may have been both Greek and Scythian himself. Byzantine historian Leo the Deacon, quoting the more ancient Greek historian Arrian of Nicomedia, outright says that Achilles was a Scythian, who had been banished to Thessaly due to his hot temper. Alcaeus, the Greek poet of the 6th century BC, referred to Achilles as the Lord of Scythia. During the war with the Trojans, there are multiple offhand references in the Dictys Cretensis to Greek and Scythian cooperation, especially between Achilles and the Scythian king. Arriving back with Achilles, after he'd engaged in multiple coastal raids on Troy outposts, the Scythian king, quote, having learned that our men had arrived, came and brought many gifts. Much of the gold artwork of these two peoples was so similar that many Scythian pieces were long thought to be Greek in origin, and it's thought that the Scythian curved bow was adopted by the Greeks. The Dorian and Scythian genealogies match astonishingly well, each hearkening back to 3 brothers, in which power was granted to the youngest, and speak of 3 social divisions akin to a producer class, a priest class, and a warrior class. The Scythians were everywhere referred to by Greek writers as warriors who held all things in common, aside from their sword and drinking cup, and the Spartiates were spoken of as having similar customs. So it's interesting to compare this to the line from Plato's Critias, who, in discussing Atlantis and the origins of the Hellenic people, speaks of, quote, a superior class of warriors who dwelt apart, and were educated and had all things in common, like our guardians. And then later he goes on to state, quote, and so they passed their lives as guardians of the citizens and leaders of the Hellenes. They were a just and famous race, celebrated for their beauty and virtue all over Europe and Asia. Now, before we go further here, it's important to make clear that I'm not claiming the Greeks were Scythians, any more than I'm claiming the Scythians were Greeks, but rather that these two labels conceal another labeling mechanism that was likely more widely used and more comfortable to those in the ancient world, the ancestral. The Hellenic and Scythian appear more like 2 branches from a single root, It gets even more interesting. Herodotus mentions 3 nations, or their royal houses, tracing back to Heracles, who, again, I can't help but believe was a very real person, even if many of the tales of his specific deeds might be inventions or exaggerations. These 3 nations are the Scythians, the Dorians, and the Lydians. Lydian was the name for those occupying the region of Troy. And so once again we find a direct genetic tie that binds the major powers of the day. And finally, to tie virtually the whole of the ancient world together, we've already mentioned that the Buddha was almost certainly of Aryan stock, of the Saka or Sakai people, but Ashoka as well, widely hailed as one of India's greatest rulers, a famed conqueror turned Buddhist peacemaker, responsible for the Ashoka Chakra, which became the basis for the Indian flag, and bears a striking resemblance to the royal symbol of Macedonia, was of Greek descent. The famous Ashoka pillars, which show a connection to both Greek and Persian architecture, were among the most prominent targets of Muslim iconoclasm, with only a few remaining intact in the present day. The Persian ruling elite, the Achaemenids, note the linguistic similarity here to the Achaean, marked their descent from Achaemenes, son of Perseus, half-brother of Heracles. Ancient Persia was the epitome of an Aryan empire, prior to their conquest of much of the known world, turning them into a stew of varied peoples, much like Rome would become later. Persia would develop close ties with Lydia, and thus consider the Trojan War an affront by the Greeks, and this was the catalyst for so much bad blood and future conflict between Greek and Persian. In fact, Herodotus opens his landmark work, Histories, recounting the Persian opinion of the war as the fault of the Greeks, and their claim that the incident with Helen was an overreaction, siding with the Trojan perspective that she'd not have gone back to Troy with Priam unless she wanted to. It's said that the Phoenicians set all of this in motion initially, a people the Greeks seem to view as closely related to the later Trojans, by carrying off the Greek royal Io, the daughter of the king of Argos, Inachus, to Egypt. The Greeks are said to have retaliated, courtesy of an incident in Tyre, where the Greeks were accused of stealing away the king's daughter Europa, and then in a second incident in which the Greeks, likely Jason himself, from the story of Jason and the Argonauts, carried off Medea, another king's daughter. Regardless of the spark that ignited the blaze, I believe the Battle of Troy really was all it was made out to be, a clash of lions, highly skilled warriors in their prime, fighting for honor and glory, to be sure, but also to decide, as the Dictus Cretensis states, who would rule the world. And indeed, Troy's fall made it possible for the Greeks to carve out an empire the likes of which few powers would ever equal. And depending on whether you believe ancient historians or modern academics, provided the root stock in both Rome and Britain of future empires that would one day do the same, as a large party of defeated Trojans was forced to relocate to these distant outposts after their loss. Virgil's Aeneid, among several other accounts, reports the royal Aeneas escaping the destruction of Troy and making his way to Italy, as his grandson Brutus is said to have journeyed to Britain, founding a city he called New Troy, later known as London. Though several BBC articles and assorted academics mock and deride this tale, I've yet to see any evidence overturning the scores of more ancient accounts which plainly saw this event as factual, and up until the last century it was universally accepted. To give one evidentiary example, the historian Geoffrey of Monmouth cites an intriguing letter from the British king, quote, Cassibelan, king of the Britons, to Caius Julius Caesar, we cannot but wonder, Caesar, at the avarice of the Roman people, since their insatiable thirst after money cannot let us alone, whom the dangers of the ocean have placed in a manner out of the world. But they must have the presumption to covet our substance, which we had hitherto enjoyed in quiet. Neither is this, indeed, sufficient. We must also prefer subjection and slavery to them, before the enjoyment of our native liberty. Your demand, therefore, Caesar, is scandalous, since the same vein of nobility flows from Aeneas in Britain and Romans, and one and the same chain of consanguinity shines in both, which ought to be a band of firm union and friendship. That was what you should have demanded of us, not slavery. We have learned to admit of the one, but never to bear the other. And so much we have been accustomed to liberty that we are perfectly ignorant what it is to submit to slavery. And even if the gods themselves should attempt to deprive us of our liberty, we would, to the utmost of our power, resist them in the defense of it. Know then, Caesar, that we are ready to fight for that and our kingdom if, as you threaten, you shall attempt to invade Britain. Unfortunately, it's not my aim in this video to recount the battles themselves. Homer's poetic account of the hostilities is without parallel here. But I did want to mention a few of the lesser-known elements. First, the Dictys account mentions Amazons coming to assist Troy, and Achilles himself striking their leader with his spear, before then seizing her by her hair to pull her off her horse, an event immortalized in several sculptures since. The hero and his fiery Greeks were in no mood to be as kind to the Amazons as the Scythians had been in their earlier encounters. Quote, "Finding Penthesilea still half alive, we marveled at her brazen boldness. Almost immediately, a meeting was held to determine her fate, and it was decided to throw her, while still alive enough to have feeling, either into the river to drown or for the dogs to tear apart, for she had transgressed the bounds of nature and her sex." End quote. Because the hostilities raged for 10 long years, the Greeks even farmed the land nearby Troy's walls to keep the army fed, and both sides reportedly took long breaks over winter. Trojan and Greek even mixed freely in the sacred grove during this time. There's also mention of games and sports in the long period between battles, including an archery contest in which a dove was suspended high in the air, hung by a string between two masts. Ulysses and Meriones were said to have been the only ones that hit the mark, only to be outdone by the winner, Philoctetes, who claimed, and then proceeded to prove, he could cut the string itself with his first arrow. Achilles, it's said, awarded him a double prize for this feat. The massive Ajax carried off all prizes for the boxing matches, and it's said that Diomedes won the foot race, which took place in full armor, a contest which would later go on to be one of the most popular Olympic events. Finally, this wasn't just a battle of sword and spear. Chariots and cavalry, those mainstays of the ruling caste of the ancient world, were used far more often than one might suspect, based on popular accounts, especially by the heroes and leaders themselves. One of the many reasons I've always looked back in humbled awe at the history of the Aryan peoples is their track record of flexible and adaptive problem-solving ability, the very definition of intelligence. It strikes me that the true test here, when faced with a vastly complex problem, with hidden variables and unknowns, and often no clear and simple historical precedent to draw from with regards to solving it, is this. Does one crumble under the weight, run or hide or engage in mental gymnastics to pretend the problem doesn't really exist? Or does one find the energy and strength of spirit to face the problem head on and work to create right order and healthy structure in the face of our natural inclination as human beings towards chaos and degeneration? This problem-solving ability is of the highest and broadest sort. It's not the silly bookish understanding of intelligence and education that modern schooling so drills into our heads, whereby children are rewarded for memorization and regurgitation of facts, but a multifaceted merit, capable of adapting and adjusting to anything thrown its way, capable of creative and independent thought, not the follower of rulebooks and guides, but capable of creating them when the need arises. I wanted to end this video dedicated to a prime example of this, and highlighting a people that represent a tall peak in the history of human achievement. The famed Spartans were a branch of the Dorians who, in turn, were a branch of the Achaeans. And they weren't always those Spartans we've come to know of today. Initially, when their world seemed pleasant and well-ordered, they were, by all accounts, a pleasure-loving folk, fond of dance, song, pioneers in music, known for beautiful pottery and the most delicate and intricate ivory carvings. with their subconscious shaped by the events following the Trojan War, in which their Dorian forefathers weren't allowed to return home, and subsequently observing a rise in degeneracy and mob revolts, a falling away of discipline and order, they put away these habits almost overnight. Under the guiding hand of a man named Lycurgus, they were to reshape themselves into a martial elite without equal, capable of governing over a servile class of helots that outnumbered them at times nearly 10 to 1. This was a people that sought to be masters of men not through deceit or trickery or manipulation, but by being harder on themselves than those around them, and thus crafting themselves into individuals not only worthy of dominance, but fully capable of acquiring and maintaining it.
The Spartans came up with their own take on colonization. They turned their eyes west and began to wonder what opportunities there were beyond the mountains. It was there that they would go to satisfy their land hunger. It was there that Shangri-La would reveal its darker side, because it was there that a slave nation would be created to serve the Spartan master race.
Seeing themselves as an aristocratic elite, they aimed to prove this by being this, clearly to all, and in doing so created a societal framework geared towards a single purpose, the cultivation of warriors. As a first step to prevent corruption, Lycurgus forbade any citizen to engage in commerce. Amusingly and creatively, he limited currency to the use of cumbersome iron spits, to the extent that even a moderate purchase might require enough to, quote, fill a good-sized wagon. Lycurgus was equally disdainful towards democracy, which most noble Greeks of the day viewed as mob rule, ultimately a system at the whim of those who were most willing and able to deceive, manipulate, and control the mob. Legend has it that when confronted by a supporter of democracy, he urged the man to, quote, start with your own family. Unlike Athens, who would eventually shift in this general direction prior to its decline, Sparta was to be shaped into a hierarchy of merit, self-discipline, hardness, and courage. At the age of 7, their boys were sent to live in a communal militaristic barracks, to undergo a well-rounded education with a militaristic focus, and were encouraged to make their own beds from reeds, to sleep outside, and even haze and spar with each other, in the constructive manner of brothers seeking to improve one another. Spartan girls at the same age were sent to learn dance and gymnastics, and were even taught to ridicule the boys to toughen their skin. In the infamous contest of endurance at the altar of Artemis, cheese was placed at the top, as the boys would compete to reach it, being flogged as they attempted to do so. The best of these children would graduate to the rite of passage of the Critia. According to Plutarch, every autumn the Spartan ephors would formally declare war on the Helots, allowing any Spartan to kill a Helot if he felt wholly justified in doing so. Young Spartans would then roam the Laconian countryside armed with knives, targeting the most rebellious among their subjects. But to add to the challenge, they were forced to do so in secret, for to be caught meant a severe flogging, teaching them to be not merely strong, but also stealthy, quick, and confident. Only those who showed success here were likely to attain positions of leadership, restricting the command of Spartan armies to the most tried and true. Even their music became martial, and their famed phalanx was known to advance at walking speed accompanied by rhythmic music and chants, a practice they studied intently. They laughed at the concept of walls as contrary to their nature, and the Spartan king Agesilaus, when touring neighboring cities, walls, and defenses, was said to have remarked, "fine quarters" for women. And when asked where his own walls were, he pointed to his troops, saying, "These are Sparta's walls." Though their prowess was universally recognized by their neighbors, they were far from bullies, and in fact were known to be notoriously cautious about committing to wars, often showing tremendous restraint. When allies would ask for their aid, the Spartans were known to send a single tactician or advisor rather than an army, similar to the Germans lending out their general or officer staff to their allies. Punishment for cowards was extremely severe, because it was engaged in naturally by the entire community, a bit like Amish shunning, but far more impactful. Peers were embarrassed to share a meal with them. They were left out of sporting events, had to give the right of way on the streets, had to turn over their seats at events to younger men. Women refused to marry them. They were often forced to wear embarrassing rags and sport half-shaven beards. In short, until they reversed their shame, they were second-class citizens, and they were made to feel this difference. Much like the Scythians, although the Spartan woman's place was at home and hearth, devoted to that most important of professions of shaping the next generation, they were shown great respect. Even the least of them were apparently highly prized and paid as nannies and caretakers by other Greeks. And there's a well-known story of an Attic Greek woman once asking, "How is it you Spartan women are the only ones who exercise some control over your men?" Only to receive the reply, "Because we are the only ones that give birth to men." In our age, weak and degenerate individuals largely call the tune and have worked to equate healthy masculinity with brutish stupidity, and many have no doubt come to view the Spartans themselves in this mold. Socrates corrects us here. Quote, "They conceal their wisdom and pretend to be blockheads, so that they may seem to be superior only because of their prowess in battle. This is how you may know that I am speaking the truth, and that the Spartans are the best educated in philosophy and speaking. If you talk to any ordinary Spartan, he seems to be stupid, but eventually, like an expert marksman, he shoots in some brief remark that proves you to be only a child." End quote. And though they spoke little, what few offerings they did provide reverberate down through the ages. The king of Macedonia and Alexander the Great's father, Philip II, far from a weak man himself, reportedly flew into a rage at the Spartans sending just one ambassador, as opposed to the usual retinue, to deal with him. "Aye," the ambassador replied, "one ambassador to one king." After invading Greece and attaining several victories, Philip sent a message saying, "If I invade Laconia, you'll be destroyed, never to rise again." The Spartans, confident they could stop him before he'd done so, replied with a single word, "If." Meeting the Persian governor of the seacoast of Asia, Hydarnes, they refused to fall before him and do obeisance as all other nations had, stating it wasn't their custom to worship men, and that they hadn't come to Persia for that purpose. Hydarnes is said to have promised them great rewards, stating, quote, "Men of Lacedaemon, why will you not consent to be friends with the king? Ye have but to look at me and my fortune to see that the king knows well how to honor merit. In like manner ye yourselves, were ye to make your submission to him, would receive at his hands, seeing that he deems you men of merit, some government in Greece." "Hydarnes," they answered, "thou art a one-sided counselor. Thou hast experience of half the matter, but the other half is beyond thy knowledge. A slave's life thou understandest, but never having tasted liberty, thou canst not tell whether it be sweet or no. Ah, hadst thou known what freedom is, thou wouldst have bidden us fight for it." End quote. And fight for it they did, heavily outnumbered at the famous last stand at the hot gates of Thermopylae. Facing an army anywhere from 10 to 100 times their size, depending on which account one chooses to trust, an army set to drink rivers dry and fire off enough arrows to blot out the sun, the Spartans quipped, "So much the better, we will fight in the shade." And after again being offered wealth and land and other enticements to put down their arms, they steadfastly refused, offering only that ever-relevant reply that echoes through the ages, "Come and take." In what was to go down in history as one of the most powerful displays of martial excellence, genuine courage, and masterful discipline, an army of over 100,000 men was held off and delayed for 7 days by this handful of lofty souls that chose to sacrifice all for everything they loved best, and by doing so, bought their armies enough time to potentially change the course of the entire war. This Spartan defense against Persia is analogous to our situation today. Spartans considered these late Empire Persians to be corrupt and degenerate powermongers, seeking to stamp out freedom and sovereignty. And let's be frank about our situation in the West. We stand at a very real precipice. facing dangers of a sort never before experienced by our predecessors, and must now answer that weightiest of questions, to be or not to be. We stand on the brink of collapse. We either find a means of cultivating and harnessing inspired leadership once again, in that Marcus Aurelius mold, those that see power not as a privilege or as a means of personal gain or as an end in and of itself, but as the greatest of responsibilities, as a burden thoughtfully borne by a fatherly nature at the head of a household towards a meaningful end. Or we cede our world and its future to the merely ambitious and the forces they ultimately serve, a rootless and clamoring merchant class, stamping out culture and race and exceptional uniqueness of any and every kind, and finally human spirit itself, in the service of profit margins couched in false ideals as their cover. Men who seek the destruction of everything natural, conceptions of family, hierarchy, masculinity and femininity, gender itself, and wage a war against everything lofty and exceptional and beautiful, because these ideas are so foreign to their small and cynical nature. They seek a world without depth or peaks, but rather that even keel of petty materialism, each generation a bit smaller and more tame and more easily controllable than the last. So which way, Western man? Will the future be controlled by the pioneering, adventurous, heroic, and courageous, those always seeking new shores and horizons, seeking to create, explore, expand, improve, instill order and structure and purpose? Or will this world become a marketplace, ruled by the dollar, and thus ruled by the masters of the dollar? This is our crossroads. After decades of shrinking, of being constrained and restrained, perhaps it's time to stand again, to break free of these fetters and once again become independent and fully formed human beings. If we're not capable of channeling that discipline, that back-to-basics clarity of mind, and that courage to face all obstacles and challenges, no matter how daunting they may seem, this world will become a very, very dark place. The Spartans made their choice to stand with unbended knee, loud enough to echo down through the generations. What will be our echo? The year was 9 AD, and Rome was at her peak. The Roman commander, Nero Claudius Drusus, had been tasked with handling the German peoples to the north, and as he picked off the disunited tribes one by one, he made the choice to treat them roughly and unjustly. The country was widely devastated, and immense multitudes were carried away from their homes and transplanted to the Gallic bank of the Rhine. Beatings, starvation, children stolen and sold into bondage, and all manner of Roman state-sponsored atrocities were reportedly carried out. Drusus knew that the Germanic warriors could be daunting opponents, but he also knew that they were divided into a great many factions, and that these factions were constantly butting heads with one another, especially with Rome's shrewd hidden hand at play behind the scenes. Fighting a people by all accounts devoid of such shrewdness and cunning themselves, Drusus, sitting at the helm of a military force belonging to the mightiest empire in the world, likely felt all but fearless, and perhaps figured his mistreatment would strike fear in the hearts of this simple people. This would prove to be a costly miscalculation. Resentment had long been building among the German nobles, resentment which had recently come to a fever pitch. Regardless, the Romans had a potent weapon on their side. A German of the Cherusci tribe, named Arminius, who, like so many Germans from noble families, had been taken as a hostage in the loosest sense of that term, to grow up in Rome, to learn Roman ways and culture and civilization, and learn to respect and love the empire, and take this attitude back to his own people, was employed in the Roman army to help put down revolts and better navigate the terrain. He'd risen to prominence quickly in Rome, and was well liked and respected by all, for his merit and the general disposition of his personality. They knew he was a skilled warrior, and saw flashes of brilliance as he rose through the ranks, but little did they know what caliber of man their efficient Roman military structure was serving to cultivate here. They would soon find out. In a master stroke of subterfuge, something the Romans wouldn't have expected from the Germans, and perhaps a learned trait that Arminius had picked up in Rome and now saw fit to employ out of necessity, Arminius began to play the long game with Drusus and Varus, and feign alliance and devotion while secretly inventing pretexts to meet with the most powerful German chieftains in the surrounding region. The tribes had been pushed well past their red line, with the brutal, insulting, ignoble treatment they'd endured, and now had decided to go all in, relishing the moment they'd be able to teach their Roman foe a lasting lesson. At an agreed-upon time, the 10 Roman cohorts spread across the Germanic territory, which Arminius had previously requested as a means of keeping the peace, each cohort containing approximately 500 Roman soldiers, were simultaneously pounced upon and slaughtered to the last man. Arminius then rode to Varus and claimed a revolt in the north required the attention of the Roman force. Having no reason as yet to believe Arminius was anything but a submissive vassal, Varus set off immediately with 3 legions in tow, exactly as Arminius predicted, taking the precise route he'd expected. The Germans were ready. The Roman soldiers had always been uncomfortable fighting in wholly foreign, often cold or swampy or foggy German forests, but time-tested leadership, tactics, organization, and strength in numbers had always proved enough. Stretched out in a long marching column, it's likely that at this point they still felt confident, if a bit uneasy. But this confidence was about to be shattered to an extent none of them could have predicted at the time. Without warning, and believing themselves to be in safe territory, Germanic warriors streamed out of the forests to simultaneously assail both sides of the all too thinly stretched column, and massacred many, while throwing the procession into confused chaos. Worse yet, the cavalry auxiliary units protecting Roman flanks as they marched were Germans as well, and very much in on the rebellion. The legions were now spread out, stretched thin, and surrounded. Beating a hasty fighting retreat, the Romans finally set up a fortified camp for the night, and after an attempt to break out of it later in the next day, they were set upon again as a torrential rain began to pour. Their wet bows became useless, their shields and weapons waterlogged, and the morale of the men must have begun plummeting to critical levels rarely experienced by a professional Roman army. Picture for a moment the Roman soldier in a hastily constructed night camp, having lost their German guides, entirely surrounded by German forests, filled with German warriors, and as the unrelenting downpour turns the foreign terrain to muck beneath his feet, he realizes just how far he is from home. Fighting men who are for the most part bigger, stronger, and unlike his peers, aren't mercenaries who fight for pay, but rather fight for the love of it. They fight as sport, as a test of courage, as ritual, as release. If they live, they go home a hero. If they die nobly and bravely, they ascend into the afterlife as a hero, making them essentially fearless. Not only are a multitude of various tribes now united as one in opposition, but after years of the grossest disrespect and violence and every form of debasing intrusion, they're now enraged, and led by Arminius, a man who knew Roman armies and tactics like few others, and was both highly motivated and competent. Picture these Romans attempting to sleep at night, as they can't help but hear the infamous German war chants echoing through the darkness of the pitch-black forests in a low, powerful hum. Quote, putting their shields to their mouths, as Tacitus states, so that it may swell to a fuller and deeper sound." End quote. Having watched so many of their legionary peers slaughtered, and likely having glimpsed traces of panic in the face of their leaders, despite best efforts, as they struggled to find a viable path forward, this was the ultimate test of their mettle. In a desperate attempt at escape, the Romans engaged in a night march in exactly the territory Arminius had expected, no doubt wondering with each successive step if it might be their last. Suddenly, showing a strategic mastery of tactics once again, a mass of Germans appeared as if from nowhere. The second in command of Varus threw off the famed Roman discipline and flat out turned tail to escape with his entire cavalry attachment. An attempt that would prove in vain, as he was soon overtaken by German cavalry, who then acted as the karmic force set to punish their cowardice by slaughtering them to the last man. As Varus tried desperately to keep some semblance of order, the Germans finally swarmed onto the frightened chaos of men, this time en masse. It was a slaughter, and amidst it all, Varus took his own life. Everything had gone precisely according to plan for Arminius. The defeat was so total, with estimates of 20,000 men dead, 3 entire legions, that the Emperor Augustus was said to have walked around in a daze for several weeks afterwards back in Rome, pounding his head and his fists against the floors and the walls of his palace, shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The Germans, their fury apparent, showed absolutely no mercy in this instance, and reports were that upon returning to the area 6 years later, Roman legions found grisly trophies of the defeat everywhere, purposefully left for Roman eyes, perhaps as a lesson, a reminder, including men nailed to trees and the remnants of many others burned in the sacred groves. Never again would Rome attempt to conquer all of the German lands. So who were these men? It's important to note, first and foremost, that if it weren't for Roman sources, we'd have known absolutely nothing of Arminius and his actions. The Germanic peoples, very broadly speaking, disprized writing, and instead preferred bards and the human voice in recounting their great tales. How many other heroes and exceptional stories of great courage, competence, daring have thus gone unsung in our age? We may never know the answer to this, but the following will be a clumsy attempt to bring together some of what we do know. Discussing the Goths and Germanic peoples is a daunting task, not only because it's a subject of such immense historical importance, but because there are few historical topics so rife with misinformation, misdirection, confusion, and muddied waters. I believe one of the main reasons for this is due to the post-World War II paralysis, as an entire people were pushed into a state of self-flagellation and the most extreme sort of shame and self-hatred. From the conclusion of this war forward, not only Germany, but across the Western world, our conception of history changed its face almost entirely, simultaneous with the changing face of academia. Any data that painted Germanic or Indo-Aryan peoples in too positive a light was viewed with extreme skepticism, and almost always dismissed out of hand, or buried or ignored. Whereas historical accounts that fit the reverse narrative were actively sought out, embraced, championed. And this happens naturally and unconsciously in an environment in which the cultural pendulum has swung so far in one direction. The expression of the victors writing the history books is more deeply true than most could even fathom. And though we sometimes think of this type of bias as a determinant of which individual facts might be included or tossed out, it goes far deeper than this. The underlying premise we set out with, the fundamental narratives and storylines, the frame of reference, determines how we create our fact picture of history. It acts as the root from which all branches spring. When the root is infected by serious bias, everything which springs from it will inevitably be a result of this built-in bias, in such a natural and organic fashion that it often goes unrecognized for what it is. When we approach history dishonestly, when we paint an inaccurate picture for future generations, we're committing one of the greatest sins it's possible to commit. It's a profound disservice to the dead, especially those who lived lives of self-sacrifice in service to something higher than themselves. But it's an equally powerful disservice to those young minds being molded and shaped, who need truth and an accurate picture of reality, in order to learn the lessons from the past that better help them develop in a healthy manner. I've long considered this to be one of the greatest tragedies of our age, and it's one of the many reasons I launched this series. I won't go too far down these paths for the moment, as I value my YouTube channel and reach, and fully recognize this isn't a platform on which one can expect to be honest on such topics and hope to go unpunished. But I do hope to bring to light the story of the ancient Gothic and Germanic peoples in what I believe is a more objective manner than most. As with the other videos, this is so far from comprehensive that a more honest title might have been The Tip of the Iceberg, a prelude to an introduction to a prelude of an introduction to the Germanic peoples. But also, as with the other videos, I expect these 2 videos will just be the first on the topic, with more to follow. So, here we go. Origins is a tricky word, and of course it's rarely used with technical accuracy with regards to human history. Definitively tracing the origins of a people to a specific area is virtually impossible. Short of hard and fast knowledge that they sprung from the soil, or were created by a higher power on a certain patch of ground at a given time, the word is largely a misnomer. And what we usually mean by it is that a people were highly concentrated in a given area at a given time, before spreading outwards. Tracing the origins of the Germanic peoples is especially difficult, perhaps more so than any other group. And the reason for this difficulty is a key point of this video. One of the biggest misconceptions is that these were largely settled tribes, who rarely moved or migrated, but rather milled around in European forests for millennia. The ancestors of Goethe, Beethoven, Heisenberg, and von Braun were supposedly exclusively contained on this small patch of land, contributing little to nothing to the larger storyline of empires, cultures, and peoples. I was taught this growing up, and in part due to the gravitas of modern academic consensus, I believed it myself to some degree for much of my life. Until I became completely engrossed in the subject of history and began to seek out the oldest first-hand historical accounts and the broader picture, at which point my perspective changed entirely. One of these accounts was written by a man of Gothic lineage himself around 500 AD, a summarization of a still more ancient source written by Cassiodorus, which unfortunately has been lost to us. This man was called Jordanus, and I highly recommend reading his story in full. I may even narrate it at some point if the interest is there, and I've linked it below in the video description. His account, which seems to agree with the others of his era and beyond, speaks to a people that were anything but domesticated and locked in place. Very much the opposite. And after all of my research, I can't help but believe the long migration of the Goths that he highlights was hardly unique in the history of the Indo-Aryan peoples, but rather a hallmark and defining element of their character. This urge to strike out, to explore, especially when success in any given region caused a population density that restricted their desire for individual plots of land to call their own. And another prominent reason for movements and migrations, one made especially difficult to discuss in today's atmosphere, seems to be something almost akin to what we today call white flight, a fleeing from environments that no longer felt comfortable, safe, or healthy for any reason, or that prevented them in any way from living the types of lives they sought to lead, or more importantly, restricted their freedoms in any way. The history of the Germanic peoples seems to be one of Volkswanderung, and the debate still rages as to what region they inhabited in ancient times, prior to major splits and migrations, with some certain it was in or near Scandinavia, others just as certain it started near the Caucasus, or Iran, or India, or even the Middle East. This is a profoundly intriguing topic, and one I'll be devoting future videos to.
But in an effort to prevent this video from being excessively long, I believe the best summary to be this. I think most of the confusion here is precisely due to that characteristic of the Aryans previously mentioned, namely that this larger genetic and cultural family spread exceedingly far and wide over the period from approximately 3 to 4000 BC to 3 or 400 AD. Keep in mind that individuals of fair eyes and hair and skin, tall in stature, of the I and R1a and R1b haplogroups have been found in large numbers as far afield as China, India, Iran, all throughout the Black Sea region, extending into North Africa, even the Americas, and of course Europe, and virtually everywhere in between. For example, ancient DNA testing has confirmed the presence of haplogroup marker R1a M417 in samples from the corded ware culture in Germany, dating to 2600 BC, from Tocharian mummies dating to about 2000 BC in northwest China, from Kurgan burials circa 1600 BC, from the Andronovo culture in southern Russia and southern Siberia, as well as from a variety of other Iron Age sites from Russia, Siberia, Mongolia, and Central Asia. And these weren't simply individual travelers, these were groups and settlements. Aside from the royal element, those rulers and leaders and chieftains who so often kept detailed records of genealogy for dynastic purposes, the broader populations could easily lose track of their relation to one another over time. This process is best thought of in the manner of a family tree visual, with a single root branching out into exponential complexity. And even though the branches might remain relatively free of racial and cultural admixture from the outside, they would, over time, develop their own unique manifestation of that larger culture, with their own heroes and tales and other unifying and distinctive elements. There's a real beauty in this, these manifestations of independent storylines all dancing around and reflecting the same core elements, each in their own unique way. But it also, of course, makes the history a bit trickier to properly sort and sift. So to simplify, we're going to pick up their tale around the point which Jordanus himself first speaks of a definitive large migration, a movement which may have been a retracing of a previous migration path, as the Danube and Rhine might well be thought of as something of a frequently traveled highway between northern Europe and the Black Sea region. Agreeing with Cassiodorus, the history from whom most of his work is derived, he dates this movement of his Gothic ancestors to approximately 1500 BC, arriving into the land of Scythia. Indicating just how easily Germanic peoples would expand and fragment into tribes, each with their own name and personal identity, he mentions one group, delayed to their slower ships, being called the Gepidai, a light-hearted Gothic insult of sorts meaning slow or stolid, and mentions later a large separation of the two major groups due to a bridge failing before the entire migration party had crossed. Intriguingly, he pins these mysterious words with regards to yet another separation of peoples in this long migration. Quote, Philomer, king of the Goths, found among his people certain witches, whom he called in his native tongue Halierne. Suspecting these women, he expelled them from the midst of his race, and compelled them to wander in solitary exile afar from his army. There, the unclean spirits who beheld them as they wandered through the wilderness bestowed their embraces upon them and begat this savage race, which dwelt at first in the swamps, a stunted, foul, and puny tribe, scarcely human and having no language, save one which bore but slight resemblance to human speech. Such was the descent of the Huns who came to the country of the Goths. End quote. This expulsion, if true, was to set the stage for later events that would completely change the scope of world history. Jordanus mentions the Goths eventually settling in the region around the Black Sea, which we spoke of in the part 2 of this series as the central hub of the Scythian peoples. And this shouldn't be surprising. The blanket racial designation of Scythian was virtually synonymous with the Gothic people for many ancient historians, and one might include Thracian, even Dacian, and the later term Germanic among these blanket terms, so often used by older sources to refer to a larger racial and cultural family of peoples. I very much agree with the Anglo-Saxon historian Sharon Turner when he says, quote, "The Anglo-Saxons, Lowland Scotch, Normans, Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Germans, Dutch, Belgians, Lombards, and Franks have all sprung from that great fountain of the human race, which we have distinguished by the term Scythian, German, or Gothic." End quote. And I believe this broader perspective provides a much more clear and helpful understanding of history. Jordanus speaks of his people's ancient battle with the Egyptians, recounting the legendary Scythian Gothic king Tanausis and his routing of Sesostris in approximately 1300 BC, chasing him all the way back to Egypt, and on the return journey subjugating much of Asia, making the lands subject to Soranus, king of the Medes, who was, quote, his dear friend, another illustration of the close connection and kinship between peoples presented in most modern historical accounts as wholly disconnected and unrelated to one another. It's interesting to note here that more than one source speaks of how a band of Trojans, 12,000 strong in most accounts, led by Priam and Antenor, sailed from Troy to the river Don in Russia and on to Pannonia on the river Danube, settling near the Sea of Azov, which, of course, is where we find our Goths and Scythians later mentioned, founding a city called Sicambria. Jordanus speaks of one king of the Getae, a Gothic people, as being Telephus, a son of Hercules, and the husband of the sister of Priam, of Trojan fame. Telephus, quote, was of towering stature and terrible strength. He matched his father's valor by virtues of his own, and also recalled the traits of Hercules by his likeness in appearance. Our ancestors called his kingdom Moesia. This province has on the east the mouths of the Danube, on the south Macedonia, on the west Histria, and on the north the Danube. End quote. Jordanus goes on to recount the personal battles of Telephus with Ajax, Ulysses, and Achilles, and eventually being mortally wounded in the fight. He also mentions Cyrus attacking the Getae, whose queen was Tomyris, the same Tomyris mentioned as queen of the Scythians in part 2 of our series, who went on to rout Cyrus and his Persians to avenge the death of her son. Darius, too, was to try his luck against the Scythian and Gothic people, only to meet the same fate, despite an army reputed to contain 700,000 men, likely due to those highly mobile guerrilla warfare and scorched earth tactics highlighted in the Scythian video. Following Darius's failure, quote, after his death, his son Xerxes planned to avenge his father's wrongs, and so proceeded to undertake a war against the Goths with 700,000 of his own men and 300,000 armed auxiliaries, 1,200 ships of war, and 3,000 transports. But he did not venture to try them in battle, being overawed by their unyielding courage. So he returned with his force just as he had come, and without fighting a single battle, end quote. And this illustrates an important and unique element of this people and their history. Almost universally, across any historical account you're likely to find, they were spoken of with respect, even by their enemies. As Edred Thorson states in his Mysteries of the Goths, quote, this prestige certainly had a metaphysical dimension as well. Gothic identity was not merely a random or arbitrary thing. It implied a degree of greatness, and bore a whole series of ideological traits as well. Freedom, independence, heroism, individualism within group solidarity, end quote. This was a people that cared deeply about upholding the honor of their name, seemingly both as tribute to their ancestors and a gift to their descendants, and would sooner die than be seen as cowardly, scheming, weak, ignoble, or otherwise unjust. This innate characteristic would follow them, and Tacitus speaks of their own internal governing and decision-making being dictated in a similar manner, stating the very prestige of a chief may settle a war, and mentioning how leadership was by example, not authority, gravitas and prestige and respect, as opposed to an arbitrary, superimposed social or political structure. I believe this allowed for the formation of a much more natural and healthy hierarchy, one which was capable of adjusting in real time, and required leaders to conduct themselves in a manner befitting their position. On this note, it's stunning to see how closely the accounts of Herodotus and Pompeius Tragus and others of the ancient Scythians mirror those of Tacitus's later accounts of the Germans. Another testament to this prestige is the story of Philip, father of Alexander the Great, who had made alliance with the Goths by taking to wife a daughter of a Gothic king. However, needing money, made the mistake of attacking Odessus, a city of Moesia, which was subject to the Goths. It's said that at the approach of the Macedonians, quote, those priests of the Goths, that are called the holy men, suddenly opened the gates of Odessus and came forth to meet them. They bore harps and were clad in snowy robes, and chanted in suppliant strains to the gods of their fathers, that they might be propitious and repel the Macedonians. When the Macedonians saw them coming with such confidence to meet them, they were astonished, and, so to speak, the armed were terrified by the unarmed. Straightway they broke the line they had formed for battle, and not only refrained from destroying the city, even gave back those whom they had captured outside by right of war. Then they made a truce and returned to their own country. End quote. Such accounts seem almost unbelievable until viewed in totality with the rest of the accounts of the reputation that followed these people, whom I believe may be those mysterious royal Scythians, whom Herodotus and others mention as the foremost among the related scattered tribes. On this note, before we follow the trail back into Europe, I'd be remiss not to mention a theory posited by Thor Heyerdahl and others, which suggests that the famed Aesir, the deified tribe of gods or leaders at the heart of Norse and Germanic ancestor worship, as well as Odin himself, were very real people. The term is etymologically connected to Ansis, meaning half-gods, which further stretches back to a Proto-Indo-European word, essentially meaning life force, and Avestan and Sanskrit terms meaning lord and godhood. It's widely believed this word stems from a still more ancient term meaning to create, produce. He makes the argument for an etymological connection of Asir to the Azeri of Azerbaijan, which Heyerdahl and others posit as being their ancient pre-migration homeland. The word Azir in Persian means fire, and in Turkic means high. The Icelandic sagas speak in a matter-of-fact manner about the Asir people, and their principal settlement being in a city wedged along the Caucasus Mountains. European royalty routinely traced their lineage back through Troy, the Scythians, and even Odin himself, until fairly recent times, in which these figures began to be framed as fictitious gods. And to their credit, these genealogies seem to make sense in the broader scope of written accounts. Thor Heyerdahl had been working on a deeply intriguing book he called The Hunt for Odin, which no doubt would have provided a great deal of more helpful context here, but sadly died before its completion. He not only claimed Odin was a flesh and blood figure, but also broke from others in that he didn't place him in the most remote antiquity, but rather as a respected chieftain who helped lead one of the mass migrations back to the west. To quote Snorri Sturluson, author of the Norse Eddas, "At that time when Odin lived, the Romans were conquering far and wide in the region. When Odin learned that they were coming towards the land of the Aesirs, he decided that it was best for him to take his priests, chiefs, and some of his people and move to the northern part of Europe." End quote. On the website osterholm.net, which I've linked below, and seems to contain a trove of useful information, albeit much of it not yet embraced by academia, mentions that the most prominent clan to travel with the Aesir were the Errol warriors, or the Erelar, meaning wild warriors. The Aesir sent the Erelar, or Irelar, north as seafaring warriors to secure land and establish trade. These warriors were called the Earls and Jarls in later Scandinavian society, and known as the Heruls and Heruli by the Romans. The clans enabled the Aesir clans, later called the Svi, Sviar, Svier, Svir, or Svioner by the Romans, to establish settlements throughout the region, but not without continuous battles with the Goths and other migrating Germanic tribes. The Eruls or Heruls eventually made peace with the Goths who ruled the region. The tribes of the Svir, Vanir, and Heruli soon formed their own clans and dominated the Baltic and Scandinavian region. The Gothic historian Jordanus, who was a notary of the Gothic kings, told about 551 AD that the Danir were from the same stock as the Sphere, both taller and fairer than any other people in the north. The Sphere population flourished, and with the Heruls and Goths formed a powerful military alliance of well-known seafarers. The Sphere and Heruls then gradually returned to their ancestral land, beginning in the 2nd century AD. Sometimes sailing with the Goths, they terrorized all the lands and peoples of the Black Sea and parts of the Mediterranean, even the Romans. They were the pre-Vikings." End quote. And indeed, we find several mentions of the Heruls in the works of Tacitus, Jordanus, and others, spoken of as especially famed and respected warriors. These topics are still hotly debated, as they should be, and some of this is subjective speculation, albeit educated speculation. But my advice would be to beware those who dismiss such accounts out of hand without hard evidence. The modern approach seems to be to start with the premise that nearly all historical accounts are false or flawed, whereas I tend to think that most of the histories were penned with genuine intent, i.e. for the purpose of retaining an account of actual happenings. And I believe there should be a burden of proof, but there should also be a burden to disprove, if this makes sense, especially in the cases in which we only have a single document or two to make use of, and when the information contained within fits cleanly into and fills in the blanks of a larger fact picture. The word debunk in our age seems to have somehow become all-powerful, and skeptics have a way of destroying and dragging through the mud any theory that strays from their chosen storyline. This strikes me as dangerous. So, as we slowly move west into Europe, pushed at times by Rome, at times by population growth, at times by incursions of both foreign and brother peoples from the east in a domino effect, the Scythians, using the broadest definition here, seem to almost seamlessly morph into the Goths, again using the broader definition. Interestingly, Strabo and Pliny the Elder separated the Scythians into two elements: the Sarmatai and the Germani, the latter term derived from the Latin Germanus, meaning genuine, of the same parents. Recall in Part 2 where we spoke of the royal Scythians often being referred to as the genuine Scythians. It may be that the Sarmatai were a Scythian element with some foreign admixture, whether racial or cultural or both. Interestingly, the Anglo-Saxons were also known as the Germani. Strabo further refers to a people known as the Celto-Scythai, or the Celtic Scythians. As one writer puts it, if we go back 500 years from the point of when the Teutonic languages began to differentiate, we discover that great swaths of northern, western, and eastern Europeans spoke similar dialects of a common Indo-European language. When scholars try to pin a label on a particular European barbarian tribe, as being Germanic, or Celtic, or Scythian, they often find themselves in a quandary. Distinctions are often unclear and can easily become arbitrary. End quote. It's vital to keep in mind that prior to the bulk of the Goths arriving back into Europe, their German brothers were already present on the land. With the Cimbrian War kicking off the conflict between Roman and Germanic peoples in earnest in approximately 110 BC, and others, too, giving Julius Caesar a taste of what was to come, as he mentions firsthand in his work The Commentaries on the Gallic War. Almost from the start, there was a relationship of mutual respect, at least with regards to martial capabilities. And the Romans, too, held to one of the longest traditions across all Indo-European societies in employing almost exclusively Scythian and Germanic peoples in the personal bodyguard of the leadership, in this case the Roman Emperor, a hand-picked elite cadre of men chosen for both fighting merit and an unshakable sense of loyalty and honor. The Praetorian, or Varangian, or Swiss Guard units are just a few examples of this long-standing custom. A custom which I personally believe originated with the royal Scythians, as a means to protect royal lineages. Tacitus gives us the best account of the ancient Germans in their natural state, and I highly recommend his works, especially Germania, for those seeking additional context. He's not merely a brilliant man, but seems to possess an especially healthy and well-oriented mind, coupled with judgment and foresight to see many things that those around him seemed to miss. I've linked his audiobook below for those interested, but to cover a few interesting excerpts, he speaks of the German name being a fairly recent invention and a misnomer, a Roman interpretation of the name of a single tribe, which they then lazily applied to all of the scattered tribes. He speaks of ancient songs and bards being the mechanism for passing down history and stories, and mirroring the Scythian legends, quote, "They say that Hercules too once visited them, and when going into battle they sing of him first of all heroes," and speaks of the infamous war chants they employed. Ulysses, too, was spoken of as having visited and founded an ancient town, and Tacitus speaks of a shrine of him containing Greek inscriptions still existing on the borders of Germany. Their kings were chosen by birth, their generals by merit. Neither had unlimited power, and they led by personal example. Quote, "The very prestige of a chief may settle a war," end quote. And it was considered a disgrace for a chief to be surpassed in valor, and infamy to have survived a battle in which one's chief had died, which I believe hints at one of the many reasons why the Germans were so highly sought in the Praetorian and Varangian and all similar royal bodyguard units. Their squadrons of fighting men weren't formed by chance, he says, no doubt contrasting Rome's mercenary structure, but composed of families and clans, meaning they'd always fight alongside brothers and kin, and be encouraged to have their wounds tended to by women who were wives or relatives, who, quote, "Tradition says that armies already wavering and giving way have been rallied by women who, with earnest entreaties and bosoms laid bare, have vividly represented the horrors of captivity, which the Germans fear with such extreme dread on behalf of their women." And, quote, "They even believe that the sex has a certain sanctity and prescience, and they do not despise their counsels or make light of their answers," end quote. Like so many other Indo-European peoples, they seem to place the highest value on maidens of noble birth. After all, a man is technically capable of passing his genetic lineage down to hundreds, even thousands of descendants, in the manner of a Genghis Khan, or perhaps even Heracles. So it's the woman who is the key component in this regard. He speaks of the style of dress as cloaks fastened with a clasp, or with skin-fitting clothing made from wild beasts, and speaks of the inner tribes as dressing better. Their diet was largely composed of wild fruit and fresh game and curdled milk. Similar to all other writers, he speaks very highly of their sense of, and customs with regards to, justice. Crimes were to be exposed and punished. Infamy was to be buried out of sight. Good habits, he says, were more effectual than good laws elsewhere. He speaks of them as a race with no natural cunning, and regarding their trade and barter, the vitally important line, "Of interest they know nothing," and says no nation is more hospitable, and it was their custom to give and receive freely, feeling no obligation from either action. Like the Spartans and Scythians and so many other related peoples, each individual, in a rite of passage, must earn their arms, and abandoning one's shield was considered the basest action, resulting in shunning. They considered it, quote, "tame and stupid to acquire by immense toil what they might win by courage, valor, or blood, and didn't well tolerate close quarters with regards to living spaces, but spread out freely to whatever areas attracted them." They often indulged in what he calls games of hazard, sparring and warlike contests, sometimes wagering their own freedom, and in exceptional cases even their lives, in the competitions. And with regards to slavery, the type practiced by those Tacitus observed was very different from that we are accustomed to. Each, quote, "slave was given a house of their own and acted as indentured servants, required to give a certain amount of produce periodically." Each tribe seems to have created its own niche culture within the larger framework. One of the more intriguing descriptions of a wilder tribe on the borderlands is as follows, quote, "The Hari, besides being superior in strength to the tribes just enumerated, savage as they are, make the most of their natural ferocity by the help of art and opportunity. Their shields are black, their bodies dyed. They choose dark nights for battle, and, by the dread and gloomy aspect of their death-like host, strike terror into the foe, who can never confront their strange and almost infernal appearance. For in all battles it is the eye which is first vanquished." End quote. In another description, he speaks of the Cimbri, likely descendants of the Cimmerians. Quote, "In the same remote corner of Germany, bordering on the ocean, dwell the Cimbri, a now insignificant tribe, but of great renown. Of their ancient glory, widespread traces yet remain. On both sides of the Rhine are encampments of vast extent, and by their circuit you may even now measure the warlike strength of the tribe, and find evidence of that mighty immigration. Rome was in her 640th year when we first heard of the Cimbrian invader, in the consulship of Caelius Metellus and Papirius Carbo, from which time to the second consulship of the Emperor Trajan we have to reckon about 210 years. So long have we been in conquering Germany. In the space of this long epoch, many losses have been sustained on both sides. Neither Samnite, nor Carthaginian, nor Spain, nor Gaul, not even the Parthians have given us more frequent warnings. German independence truly is fiercer than the despotism of an Narcissus. Germans, by routing or making prisoners of Carbo, Cassius, Scarus Aurelius, Servilius Capio, Marcus Manlius, deprived the Roman people of 5 consular armies, and they robbed even a Caesar of Varus and his 3 legions. They stormed the winter camp of our legions and even designed the conquest of Gaul. May the tribes, I pray, ever retain, if not the love for us, at least the hatred for each other." End quote. One of the many reasons Tacitus has not been given due credit in our times is due to a single statement that to this day drives the politically correct mindset into a frenzy. Quote, "For my own part, I agree with those who think that the tribes of Germany are free from all taint of intermarriages with foreign nations, and they appear as a distinct, unmixed race like none but themselves. Hence, too, the same physical peculiarities through so vast a population." End quote. Now, keep in mind he's referencing a large group of people here, not a nation, as Germany itself didn't exist as a nation until very recently. Also keep in mind as you witness modern academics trip over themselves to dismiss these words in any and every novel manner they can dream up. Here was one of the best minds of his age, sober and prudent, who had perhaps more experience with the varied races of humanity, and every possible mixture among them, due to his observing both Germania and the increasingly multicultural empire of Rome, than any of his peers, stating this opinion with definitive confidence. So, let's take a moment to speak to the Goths, specifically, as defined by those who saw them in their most narrow and specific form. First, the name. The Grimm brothers, noted as great historical minds in addition to being masterful authors, believe the term Goth to be closely connected to the German Gott, meaning God. Others have suggested the term meant nobly born, and there's an obvious connection to the root gut, meaning good. I tend to think that there's likely a grain of truth to most of these connections, directly or indirectly. Second, as to the physical description, the historian Henry Bradley sums up the almost universal description with, quote, "Goths are always described as tall and athletic men with fair complexions, blue eyes and yellow hair. Such people as in fact might be seen more frequently in Sweden than in any other land." End quote. And the Arab diplomat Ibn Fadlan would later describe the Viking Rus, likely the most direct outgrowth of the Gothic peoples as they came to be known under different names, by saying, quote, "Never before have I seen people of more perfect physique. They were tall like palm trees, blonde, with a few of them red. They do not wear any jackets or kaftanir, robes. The men instead wear a dress which covers one side of the body but leaves one hand free. Every one of them brings with him an axe, a sword, and a knife." End quote. Third, as to their general personality and manner of being, the historian Bradley continues, quote, "That the Gothic people had many noble qualities was frequently acknowledged, even by their enemies, and it is abundantly proved by many incidents in their history. They were brave, generous, patient under hardship and privation, and chaste and affectionate in their family relations." End quote. And then continues with an interesting aside that despite their history of achievement and successes, I too have come to agree with. Quote, "There is nothing in their history more remarkable than the humanity and justice which they exercised towards the nations whom they conquered." End quote. He goes on to state that this was recognized by their foes, who often went so far as to welcome their appearance on the scene as liberators. In a remarkably objective quip, a Roman named Salvian, an ecclesiastic of Marseille, stated, "There is one consenting prayer among the Roman population, that they might dwell under their barbarian government." Thus our brethren not only refuse to leave these nations for their own, but they fly from us to them. Can we then wonder that the Goths are not conquered by us, when the people would rather become Goths with them than Romans with us? End quote. Fourth, with regards to their belief structure, I've always loved this snippet by Tacitus, which I believe to be fundamental in importance. Quote, "The Germans, however, do not consider it consistent for the grandeur of celestial beings to confine the gods within walls, or to liken them to the form of any human countenance. They consecrate woods and groves, and they apply the names of deities to the abstraction which they see only in spiritual worship." End quote. To me, this meaning is clear. The capital G God, creator of all things, was something beyond direct human understanding or quantification, and certainly beyond the ability for fallible human minds or hands to create in the form of idols to then be worshipped. Nature, in the form of sacred groves, was the closest proxy. They certainly practiced a veneration of ancestors, bordering on a form of worship, and held in extremely high esteem both Hercules and the archetype of Tiwaz or Tyre, also known as Ares to the Greeks, Mars to the Romans, who they saw as the personification of war, law, and justice simultaneously. Odin as well, and Freya. There's a great deal more to be said on the subject, but I couldn't hope to do it justice here, so I'll leave it at this for now, after a few more words about the concept of ancestor veneration. Edred Thorson states that the Gothic families maintained secret traditions stretching back to the time of their origins. Quote, "It is these sources which account for their success and the immortality of their name. These traditions hinged on the continuing secret cult of divine ancestry, the hidden cult of the Anses. The formula of divine ancestry must be understood in both its parts. First, the idea is that there is a divine, immortal, perfect, and wise component or element or substance, which is not bound by time or place. This transcends the mundane world, stands above it. Second is the idea that this substance can be transmitted or transferred from person to person, or from generation to generation, through historical time and over natural space. We know that this ancestral portion could be transmitted genetically through the blood, or through symbolic initiations, blood brotherhood, adoption, reception into warrior bands, guilds, etc. Although these latter methods were well known to the pagans and well documented among them, it appears that under the influence of the Christian tradition of apostolic succession, these later methods grew to be more and more prestigious over the centuries. This increasingly became the method whereby the threatened esoteric of the Goths could be secretly transmitted, and thus protected from an ever more hostile world." End quote. And with regards to Christianity, the evidence seems to contradict the popular notion many still hold, that all Germanic peoples were dragged kicking and screaming into a new religious conception, or forced at the point of a sword. In fact, the very first book written in the Gothic language was a translation of the Bible, penned by a man the emperor dubbed our second Moses, a Gothic Cappadocian named Wulfila, literally transcribed as Little Wolf in the 3rd century AD. Now, of course, this wasn't modern Christianity, much of which seems to have been subverted into something of an extension of the very worldly social justice movement, but rather a much more strict and true-to-form conception. The bigger leap didn't seem to be to Christianity, whose central focus on a self-sacrificing figure bore some resemblance to Odin, who was hung on a tree and in some stories pierced by a spear. The more difficult leap was rather to Catholicism, as opposed to that Arian form of Christianity, which was more familiar and comfortable to them, and that didn't require they bend the knee to priests and churches of Rome. The Franks, the Germanic people largely responsible for the creation of France as we know it today, acting as Rome's first and strongest allies willing to adopt Catholicism, were in some sense tasked with its spread across all German lands, a difficult and bloody transition, in part planting the seeds of the Protestant and Catholic conflicts of later eras. It's also deeply interesting that the Goths and Norse were referred to as the Magi during the Visigothic period in Spain, with the non-Gothic elements making no distinction between them and the Magi of Zoroastrian Persian fame, a term you might recognize in part from the three wise men of the biblical tradition. Rome, especially the Eastern Roman Empire under Justinian, would begin to exploit this Catholic and Arian rift as a means of establishing greater control over the Goths, or attempting to destroy those he couldn't control. A hallmark trait of the Germanic people seems to be an unwillingness to bow to any form of centralized authority that doesn't spring from their own roots. A lesson foreign rulers would need to learn and relearn several times throughout history, often at the point of an extremely proficient sword. We'll discuss this and get to know the Gothic people through an examination of their dynamic with Rome, the Huns, the Jews, and the Saracens in the next installment in our series, which I hope to release within a week or two from now, and which may be followed by a third video shortly after, as it's simply impossible to condense this story into a single hour. We'll also be introduced to some of the most exceptional and impressive figures in human history, figures modern history books seem to give scant reference to, if any, yet who by any objective standard towered over their peers, and encapsulate the essence of the Gothic spirit, and who would proceed to lay the groundwork for Gothic dominance of the Roman Empire, all of Europe, stretching east to the Black Sea, even North Africa, and then planting the seed that would one day grow into modern Russia. So, until then. As we turn our focus on the dynamic between the Roman and Gothic peoples, the subversive nature of post-World War II history becomes most evident. The picture of an all-powerful, civilized Rome annoyed by Goths in the manner that one might be bothered by a mosquito they might swat at any moment is absurd. In fact, even Roman sources admit that were it not for the tactful diplomacy that kept Germanic peoples expending energy in their traditional war games with one another, Rome would have ceased to exist at any moment the united barbarian elements chose to make it so. And the truth is even more extreme. Even while warring among one another, the Goths were still able, on several occasions, to militarily dominate Rome, both on offense and defense. This isn't meant to diminish Roman achievements, skill, or discipline, a nation with justly admired armies, tactics, and leadership, but when viewed objectively, Rome, and especially late Rome, seems a bit more like a corporate construct running on pure ambition, seeking world domination by any means necessary, and gladly making use of any caliber of humanity in pursuit of this goal. Over time, they were to learn many lessons, incorporate this knowledge into their formations and equipment and tactics and strategy, and this counted for much. Coupled with a seemingly unlimited pool of manpower to draw from, one might wonder why they didn't conquer the entire world after all. The answer to this question is very simple and very clear: the Germanic peoples. The more one digs into the true relationship between these two major powers, although two is hardly technically correct here due to the permanently fractured nature of the Germanic peoples, the more it looks as if the Gothic mindset was something akin to, "That's a cute little human domestication experiment you have going on there. You're welcome to do as you wish. In fact, we'll even extend an olive branch to make common cause. Just don't cross us." But alas, the Romans did cross them, several times and in egregious ways. A perfect example of this treachery and its consequences, and one of the numerous stories of such important power that it's a wonder we haven't all heard it, involves the Gothic leader named Fritigern. Having brokered a deal with the Emperor of Rome in 376 AD to essentially ally the two peoples and move a large contingent of Goths into Roman borders, a mutually beneficial agreement which would give the Germans additional living space and a closer relationship with Rome, and provide Rome with a ready-made source of the highest quality soldiers and military officers, and provide both parties with an alliance against the encroachment of peoples from the east, he began to move his Goths westward, anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000, depending on the source one chooses to trust. The impressive terms the emperor had offered soon proved to be largely empty promises, and serious famine began to spread, becoming so bad that many Germans began dealing with the most shamelessly greedy of Roman traders, with stories of desperate families going so far as to sell one child into Roman servitude to provide just enough food for the other, or simply in order to save their lives. Starvation was rampant. Noticing the increasing anger, the emperor decided to relocate them in an area in which they could more easily be monitored and controlled. There are two prominent accounts of what happened next, both speaking highly of Fritigern's heroism, and in fact both may be true. The first mentions how he'd long sought to quell the tempers of his own Goths and preserve the peace, yet simultaneously had made preparations for the worst, ensuring, quote, the Goths would be ready to rise as one man should the occasion arise, end quote. And when invited to a feast by a Roman general, some of his near-starving Gothic troops became enraged at the sight of a fully stocked marketplace, in which they were prevented from buying goods, and got in a fight with and killed some Romans. The Roman general, roused from a drunken slumber, ordered the slaughter of all Fritigern's men. Fritigern, the historian Bradley states, quote, in a calm and collective stroke of genius, announced it was needful for him to show himself to his countrymen to put a stop to the tumult, end quote, and simply walked out with his men, as the Romans looked on, stunned, unsure of how to respond. In the second account, Jordanus states, and I quote, now it came to pass in that troublous time that Lupicmus, the Roman general, invited Fritigern, a chieftain of the Goths, to a feast, and, as the event revealed, devised a plot against him. But Fritigern, thinking no evil, came to the feast with a few followers. While he was dining in the praetorium, he heard the dying cries of his ill-fated men, for, by order of the general, the soldiers were slaying his companions, who were shut up in another part of the house. The loud cries of the dying fell upon ears already suspicious, and Fritigern at once perceived the treacherous trick. He drew his sword, and with great courage dashed quickly from the banqueting hall, rescued his men from their threatening doom, and incited them to slay the Romans. Thus these valiant men gained the chance they had longed for, to be free to die in battle rather than perish of hunger, and immediately took arms to kill the generals Lupicinus and Maximus. Thus that day put an end to the famine of the Goths and the safety of the Romans, for the Goths, no longer as strangers and pilgrims, but as citizens and lords, began to rule the inhabitants and to hold in their own right all of the northern colony as far as the Danube. When the Emperor Valens heard of this at Antioch, he made ready an army at once and set out for the country of Thrace. Here a grievous battle took place, and the Goths prevailed. The emperor himself was wounded and fled to a farm near Hadrianople. The Goths, not knowing that an emperor lay hidden in so poor a hut, set fire to it, as is customary in dealing with a cruel foe, and thus he was cremated in royal splendor. From this time, the Visigoths, in consequence of their glorious victory, possessed Thrace and Dacia Rapensis as if it were their native land, end quote. This type of famine, in this case caused by either Roman treachery or incompetence, was exceptional. And here we should quickly clear up another major misconception about the Germanic peoples. In most video documentaries on the ancient Germans, you'll see a disorderly gaggle of men who look like they've been cast to portray over-the-top caricatures of white trashy savages, often obese, disheveled, as if they've spent hours smearing their entire bodies in dirt, wearing equally dirty, tattered rags, waving weapons in the air like they've never held one in their lifetimes, with faces usually twisted in their best attempt at expressions of fierceness or rage, poor posture, looking generally unhealthy and mentally dull, and the impression we're given in videos and textbooks is that these men lived short, brutish, miserable lives. This is very much the opposite of what the fact picture seems to indicate. Keep in mind that, like the later Vikings, because these were unparalleled warriors that could demand tribute from virtually any empire at any time, and often did so, they were likely the wealthiest people in the world in a per capita context, with Rome itself paying them vast sums of treasure regularly. Not only has an astonishingly high level of Gothic medical technology recently been unearthed in places like Constantinople, but several accounts report men living to ripe old ages. Hermanric, described as the Gothic Alexander, who at one point, quote, ruled all the nations of Scythia and Germania as they were his own, lived to 110, and there are stories of leaders taking or holding their positions of power well into their 80s. But it's far more than lifespan. Consider how these men lived. It's recently been discovered that their teeth were far healthier than the picture that's always been painted, with the lack of processed foods and refined sugars not having a chance to take their toll. Their water wasn't laden with the chemical stew we face today. Their diet was as healthy and natural as it gets, and of course heavy on protein, and they spent their entire day, if not lounging or drinking by the fire, in the hunt, or in games of sport, or in warfare, or the training for warfare. Our modern epidemics of cancer, heart disease, diabetes, etc. didn't exist. Yes, many met their deaths on the battlefield in their prime, but I suspect the average man was far, far healthier than the average man today. They were also objectively larger and stronger than those around them, a trait that seems to have been passed down through the ages, as illustrated by a glance at the percentages of strongman competition winners hailing from Germanic nations, especially Scandinavia.
Now the champion, the man with a built-in megaphone, John Paul Sigmarsson.
Of Iceland!
Some very brave person in the crowd has actually called him an Eskimo. And he's heard that remark all right.
I'm not an Eskimo, I'm a Viking!
If he hadn't been engaged in something else, you might have put the record straight another way. But to the matter in hand, a small matter of 495 kilos. Or the definitive look of triumph.
And on this topic, there's another fascinating story about Maximin, a man of humble background who would eventually become emperor through accomplishment and merit alone. A Gothic Thracian, Jordanus tells us, quote, after his years spent in rustic life, he had come from his flocks to military service in the reign of Emperor Severus, and at the time when the latter was celebrating his son's birthday. It happened that the emperor was giving military games. When Maximin saw this, although he was a semi-barbarian youth, he besought the emperor in his native tongue to give him permission to wrestle with the trained soldiers for the prizes offered. Severus, marveling much at his great size, for his stature, it is said, was more than 8 feet, bade him contend in wrestling with the camp followers, in order that no injury might befall his soldiers at the hands of this wild fellow. Thereupon Maximin threw 16 attendants with so great ease that he conquered them one by one without taking any rest by pausing between the bouts. So then, when he had won the prizes, he was ordered into the army and served his first campaign with the cavalry. On the 3rd day after this, when the emperor went out to the field, he saw him coursing about in barbarian fashion and bade a tribune restrain him and teach him Roman discipline. But when he understood that the emperor was speaking about him, he came forward and began to run ahead of him as he rode. Then the emperor spurred on his horse to a slow trot and wheeled in many a circle hither and thither with various turns until he was weary. Then he said to him, "Are you willing to wrestle now after your running, my little Thracian?" "As much as you like, O Emperor," he answered. So Severus leapt off his horse and ordered the freshest soldiers to wrestle with him. But he threw to the ground 7 very powerful youths, even as before, taking no breathing space between the bouts. So he alone was given prizes of silver and a golden necklace by Caesar. Then he was bidden to serve in the bodyguard of the emperor. After this he was pronounced to officer, often increasing his fame by his deeds, and rose to many military grades, and finally to the centurionship as a reward for his active service. End quote. So many in positions of leadership in Rome, especially military, were of Germanic extraction. So strong was this trend that the last several centuries of Rome's existence might be seen as a gradual transformation into a Germanic empire, as opposed to the sudden and stark shift many have been led to believe came to pass. The Goths, who in their disunity were pushed ever further westward by the Huns, began to blend into Rome in a sense. Their attitude seemed to be a mixture of respect and wariness, though at times bordering on disgust. They admired many of Rome's achievements, the architecture, the aqueducts, the orderliness and structure, but contrary to the impression modern history paints, they weren't eager to destroy, conquer, or become Rome in any sense. Gothic leaders were to make it clear, time and time again, what they sought was to coexist, ideally in a friendly manner. Yet the Germanic peoples were to essentially sack Rome 4 times in a mere 150 years. At virtually any point in this period, they might have made the choice to become Romans, with their heated floors, their multitude of bread and circuses, their marketplace, but they very consciously chose not to do so. And the long series of hostages taken from German noble families, raised nearly from birth in Rome, yet time and time again choosing to return to their homeland and their people and fight for their causes, speaks to this. On several occasions, Germanic leaders speak openly about the dangers of excessive comforts. When the last emperor to rule both East and Western Rome, Theodosius, died, whom Jordanus called a friend to and lover of the Gothic race, Jordanus speaks of his sons beginning to, quote, ruin both empires by their luxurious living, and to deprive the Goths of their customary tributes. The contempt of the Goths for the Romans soon increased, and, quote, for fear their valor would be destroyed by long peace, they appointed Alaric king over them, end quote. And this is telling. It's not ambitiousness or desire for plunder that seems to drive the Germanic assaults on Rome, but rather reactions to outright treachery, or obvious degeneracy or a lack of health and order in the empire at large. Much like Tacitus, I believe they saw a swift decline of this once great empire, and seemed earnestly to want to salvage aspects of its greatness. Alaric is an impressive figure in Germanic history. In his early battles with Stilicho, a half-German who for a time was the most powerful man in the Western Roman Empire, Alaric broke through Stilicho's lines, marched 30 miles north, and crossed a gulf before Stilicho could even put his troops in order, to surprise him completely. A masterstroke that the historian Bradley states, quote, travelers who are acquainted with the ground say that this march of Alaric's is one of the most amazing feats in the historical record. By the mid-4th century, the Goths within Rome already exercised vast control over the empire via powerful figures like the kingmaker Ricimer, a capable general loved and respected by the troops. Goths outside Rome, meanwhile, had established a very real power base in Toulouse. During the fighting between these two forces, Rome paid a large bribe to Alaric to compel him to retreat. Amusingly, the Romans then celebrated a triumph, treating this as a great victory, and inscribed on an arch that the Gothic nation has been subdued, never to rise again. Words the Goths no doubt read with bemusement as they rode through the streets of the conquered capital a few years later. A revolt of sorts set this ball rolling. In a brief fit of anti-Gothic sentiment, certain Roman citizens, likely spurred on by nefarious actors in their midst, made the grievous error of turning on the Gothic civilians while the Gothic soldiers were stationed elsewhere, and slaughtered their wives and children and looted their property. Approximately 30,000 Gothic soldiers at once deserted the Roman army and joined Alaric, who immediately rode from city to city, effortlessly conquering all in his path. Finally, arriving at Rome, he decided to engage in a siege to starve the town out. The extremely stubborn Romans began to starve to death in great numbers, and yet had the audacity to send a threatening message to Alaric, demanding good terms or else they'd rise up against him in large numbers. It's said that Alaric literally laughed at this, saying, quote, the thicker the grass, the easier it is to mow, end quote. before presenting his terms, namely all of the gold and silver within the walls, and all of the slaves. "What should we have left then?" was said to be the stunned reply, to which Alaric simply stated, "Your lives." What makes this additionally amusing is that Alaric seems to have been merely humbling them. Not only did he end up taking far less after they finally capitulated, but it's reported he immediately saw to the end of the starvation. And although it proved impossible to completely restrain the Goths' long built-up anger, he further surprised the conquered population by punishing those that acted most unjustly towards the conquered Romans. Bradley states, quote, "Alaric remembered that he was a Christian and tried to use his victory mercifully. He told his soldiers that the plunder of the city was theirs, but that no man was to be killed that was not wearing arms. Even soldiers were to be spared if they took refuge in the holy places." End quote. He then departed to Tuscany, with his army even stronger now, due to a massive number of soldiers within Rome joining his ranks. Alaric could have conquered or destroyed the entire Western Roman Empire with ease at this stage, but he seems to have had no desire to. He wanted a kingdom of his own, alongside and allied to Rome. This was initially agreed to by all local officials, but amazingly, and again audaciously, a stubborn Roman emperor, Honorius, refused the idea, believing himself to be safe and out of harm's way, tucked away in Ravenna. Alaric was furious, and promptly marched his army straight away to Ravenna. And what follows is an almost comical series of losses for the Romans under Honorius, who seemed to grow more shamelessly arrogant and headstrong with each successive loss, until finally destroyed completely. No history of the Goths could be complete without a discussion of just how and why they became, out of necessity, so close with Rome, literally and figuratively, both as friend and foe, namely the Huns. It's important to remember that while we tend to see the Romans and Goths as two completely distinct races of peoples, both trace back to the same pivotal figures of legend. For example, their strong connection to the ancient ruling families of and refugees from Troy. The senators and aristocracy in Rome likely had significant overlap with the leading elements of the Gothic world. The intruder culture to their east, however, was something much more foreign. The Huns, likely born from a mixture of Scythian and Asiatic peoples, had exploded in number and had begun constantly harrying and harassing all Germanic peoples on their borders. Jordanus tells a tale, which may be fact or myth or somewhere in between, that speaks of a Scythian and Hun border near the Maeotic swamp, and a hunting party of the Huns chasing a mysterious doe, which they had reason to believe was something exceptional, who guided them into Scythian lands before disappearing. It's said that they were filled with admiration, which quickly gave way to ambition and greed, and after an initial raid in which they looted belongings, sacrificed many Scythians, and made the rest subject to themselves, they decided to make a habit of the behavior. Jordanus says, quote, "Like a whirlwind of nations, they swept across the great swamp, and at once swept upon the tribes on the borders of Scythia. The Alani, who were their equals in battle, but unlike them in civilization, manners, and appearance, they exhausted by their incessant attacks and subdued. For by the tear of their features they inspired great fear in those whom perhaps they did not really surpass in war. They made their foes flee in horror because their swarthy aspect was fearful, and they had, if I may call it so, a sort of shapeless lump, not a head, with pinholes rather than eyes. Their hardihood is evident in their wild appearance, and they are beings who are cruel to their children on the very day they are born, for they cut the cheeks of the males with a sword, so that before they receive the nourishment of milk, they must learn to endure wounds." End quote. Some of the Hunnish habits and tactics and customs were similar to those of the wildest border tribes of the Scythians, and in some sense might even be thought of as a racial or cultural midpoint between the Scythians and the later Mongols of Genghis Khan's era. Evidence seems to indicate that they were the descendants of the Zhongyu, a hybrid Eurasian people who show mixed European and Asiatic admixture at least as far back as 2,000 years ago. Germanic sources would often speak of the Huns in a manner that would be deemed extremely racist today. Yet they always respected courage and military prowess, and still more so, effective leadership. Attila appears on the scene like a rampaging lion, and lives his entire life in this manner, like a ball of immense, yet unchained and unchanneled, energy. The name actually has a German root, meaning little father, and Attila himself was almost certainly of mixed Scythian and Asiatic lineage. However, to the homogeneous Goths, the Huns and their leader would have been a shocking and exceptional sight. The historian J. Bagnall Beery says his features, according to a Gothic history, quote, bore the stamp of his origin, and the portrait of Attila exhibited the genuine deformity of a modern Kalmuck: a large head, a swarthy complexion, small deep-seated eyes, a flat nose, few hairs in the place of a beard, broad shoulders, and a short, square body of nervous strength, though of disproportioned form. The haughty step and demeanor of the king of the Huns expressed the consciousness of his superior station above the rest of mankind, and he had the custom of fiercely rolling his eyes as if he wished to enjoy the terror which he inspired. The historian Priscus recounts his experience visiting Attila's court, recounting the semi-formal rituals engaged in during a banquet, and the multitude of foods offered, while Attila, seated in the middle of his 2 rows of guests, ate only meat. The anecdotes in his account provide an intriguing picture of Attila and the Huns and the culture and era. Quote, when evening fell, torches were lit, and 2 barbarians coming forward in front of Attila sang songs they had composed, celebrating his victories and deeds of valor in war. And of the guests, as they looked at the singers, some were pleased with the verses, others, reminded of wars, were excited in their souls, while yet others, whose bodies were feeble with age and their spirits compelled to rest, shed tears. After the songs, a Scythian, whose mind was deranged, appeared, and by uttering outlandish and senseless words, forced the company to laugh. After him, Zircon, the Moorish dwarf, entered, and threw all except Attila into fits of unquenchable laughter, by his appearance, his dress, his voice, and his words, which were a confused jumble of Latin, Hunnic, and Gothic. Attila, however, remained immovable and of unchanging countenance, nor by word or act did he betray anything approaching a smile or merriment, except at the entry of Ernest, his youngest son, whom he pulled by the cheek and gazed on with a calm look of satisfaction." End quote. He was, by all accounts, a capable leader, extremely courageous, relentlessly energetic, and, although wild and lawless by Gothic standards, not without some virtues and personal code of conduct. Most importantly, he represented the most significant and powerful threat that the Romans and Goths had ever faced, not counting one another. There's a deeply intriguing back and forth that gives us a behind-the-scenes conception of just how deeply this threat was felt, and also serves to illustrate the little-known closeness and camaraderie often felt between the Roman rulership and aristocracy and the Gothic element, likely due at least in part to similar genetic and cultural roots, a similarity probably sensed all the more strongly in the face of these new foreign invaders. Of Illyrian stock himself, Emperor Valentinian sent an embassy to the Visigoths and their king Theodorid with this message. Quote, "Bravest of nations, it is the part of prudence for us to unite against the Lord of the earth who wishes to enslave the whole world, who requires no just cause for battle, but supposes whatever he does is right. He measures his ambition by his might. License satisfies his pride. Despising law and right, he shows himself an enemy to nature herself. And thus he, who clearly is the common foe of each, deserves the hatred of all. Pray remember, what you surely can't forget, that the Huns do not overthrow nations by means of war, where there is an equal chance, but assail them by treachery, which is a greater cause for anxiety. To say nothing of ourselves, can you suffer such insolence to go unpunished? Since you are mighty in arms, give heed to your own danger and join hands with us in common. Bear aid also to the empire, of which you hold a part. If you would learn how such an alliance should be sought and welcomed by us, look into the plans of the foe." By these and like arguments, the ambassadors of Valentinian prevailed upon King Theodorid. He answered them, saying, Romans, you have attained your desires. You have made Attila our foe also. We will pursue him wherever he summons us. And though he is puffed up by his victories over diverse races, yet the Goths know how to fight this haughty foe. I call no war dangerous, save one whose cause is weak, for he fears no ill on whom majesty has smiled. The nobles shouted assent to the reply, and the multitude gladly followed. The Romans knew full well how lucky they were to have not only an ally as a buffer between themselves and the Huns, but an ally who seemed to glory in such conflict, especially when united against an outside force. As the massive host of united Goths under Theodoric took to the field, it said Attila saw his army thrown into confusion and doubt. He sought to encourage them, to steel their nerves, and we have a record of his words that day. Quote, "Here you stand, after conquering mighty nations and subduing the world. I therefore think it foolish of me to goad you with words, as though you were men who had not been proved in action. Let a new leader or an untried army resort to that. It is not right for me to say anything common, nor ought you to listen. For what is war but your usual custom? Or what is sweeter for a brave man than to seek revenge with his own hand? It is the right of nature to girt the soul with vengeance. Let us then attack the foe eagerly, for they are ever the bolder who make the attack. Despise this union of discordant races. To defend oneself by alliance is proof of cowardice. See, even before our attack, they are smitten with terror. They seek the heights, they seek the hills, and, repenting too late, clamor for protection against battle in open fields. You know how slight a matter the Roman attack is. While they are still gathering in order and forming in one line with locked shields, they are checked, I will not say by the first wound, but even by the dust of battle. Then on to the fray with stout hearts, as is your wont. Despise their battle line. Attack the Alani, smite the Visigoths. Seek swift victory on that spot where the battle rages. For when the sinews are cut, the limbs soon relax, nor can a body stand when you have taken away the bones. Let your courage rise and your own fury burst forth. Now show your cunning, Huns, now your deeds of arms. Let the wounded exact in return of death his foe. Let the unwounded revel in the slaughter of the enemy. No spear shall harm those who are sure to live, and those who are sure to die, fate overtakes even in peace. And finally, why should fortune have made the Huns victorious over so many nations, unless it were to prepare them for the joy of this conflict? Who was it revealed to our sires the path through the Maeotian swamp, for so many ages a closed secret? Who, moreover, made men yield to you, when you were as yet unarmed? Even a mass of federated nations could not endure the sight of the Huns. I am not deceived in the issue. Here is the field so many victories have promised us. I shall hurl the first spear at the foe. If any can stand at rest while Attila fights, he is a dead man. Inflamed by these words, they all dashed into battle. And although the situation was itself fearful, yet the presence of their king dispelled anxiety and hesitation. Hand to hand they clashed in battle, and the fight grew fierce, confused, monstrous, unrelenting. A fight whose like no ancient time has ever recorded. There such deeds were done that a brave man who missed this marvelous spectacle could not hope to see anything so wonderful all his life long. For if we may believe our elders, a brook flowing between the low banks through the plain was greatly increased by the blood from the wounds of the slain. It was not flooded by showers, as brooks usually rise, but was swollen by a strange stream and turned into this torrent by the increase of blood. In their wretched plight, those whose wounds drove them to slake their parching thirst drank water mingled with gore, the blood they'd poured from their own wounds. At dawn on the following day, when the Romans saw the fields were piled high with bodies, and that the Huns did not venture forth, they thought the victory was theirs. But they knew that Attila would not flee from the battle unless overwhelmed by a great disaster. Yet he did nothing cowardly, like one that is overcome, but with a clash of arms sounded the trumpets and threatened an attack. He was like a lion pierced by hunting spears, who paces to and fro before the mouth of his den and dares not spring, but ceases not to terrify the neighborhood by his roaring. Even so, this warlike king at bay terrified his conquerors. Therefore, the Goths and Romans assembled and considered what to do with the vanquished Attila. They determined to wear him out by a siege, because he had no supply of provisions and was hindered from approaching by a shower of arrows from the bowmen placed within the confines of the Roman camp. But it was said that the king remained supremely brave even in this extremity, and had heaped up a funeral pyre of horse saddles, so that if the enemy should attack him, he was determined to cast himself into the flames, that none might have the joy of wounding him, and that the lord of so many races might not fall into the hands of his foes." End quote. Jordanus follows this up with the story of the battlefield burial and mourning of the dead Gothic king Theodorid, in his unique writing style I find so appealing. Theodorid's son, Thorismund, now took control, and despite the total Gothic victory, was eager to avenge his father's death. Attila was probably surprised when no follow-up attack occurred, but this wasn't to manifest. Later, having gathered his wits and his forces once more, Attila, quote, sought to blot out the fame of his destroyer, and in this way, to annul what he had suffered at the hands of the Visigoths, he met a second defeat and retreated ingloriously, end quote. The united Goths couldn't be stopped, and the Huns would never again seriously threaten Europe. Attila was to die, true to form, after a night of drunken debauchery. Thorismund was betrayed under mysterious circumstances. He'd fallen ill and was being tended to, when someone gave word to his foes that he was both ill and disarmed. He was killed, but this fascinating line proves he didn't go down easily. Despite having one arm fastened to the chair for treatment, quote, grasping a footstool in the one hand he had free, he became the avenger of his own blood by slaying several of those that were lying in wait for him, end quote. This repulse of the Huns was one of the most important events in European history. Thomas Hodgkin, author of the excellent work Theodoric the Goth, the Barbarian Champion of Civilization, puts it perhaps too bluntly for the modern ear, quote, "For the world, yes, even for us in the 19th century, and for the great undiscovered continents beyond the sea, the repulse of the squalid and unprogressive Turanian from the seats of the old historic civilization was essential to the preservation of whatever makes human life worth living. Had Attila conquered on the Catalonian plains, an endless succession of Genghis Khans and Tamerlanes would probably have swept over the desolated plains of Europe. Paris and Florence would have been even as Khiva and Bokhara, and the island of Britain would not yet have attained to the degree of civilization reached by the peninsula of Korea." End quote. Although it's important to mention here, a hallmark feature of the Huns is that they weren't any one thing, but rather a hodgepodge of peoples, even picking up Gothic elements along the way, those earliest tribes they conquered prior to Gothic unity, and forcing them into military service. We also have this from Procopius's History of the Wars, written in the mid-6th century. "The Hephthalites, quote, are the stock of the Huns in fact as well as in name. However, they do not mingle with any of the Huns known to us. They are the only ones among the Huns who have white bodies." End quote. So this was not merely a hybrid people, but also a heterogeneous mixture of homogeneous peoples. After Attila's death, several of his sons, mere shadows of their father at best, jockeyed for power, pretending to continue their rule over the lands and peoples, including Goths, as if an inheritance of fiefdoms. The Goths weren't having this, and made quick work of the Huns. Now, ironically, in the same fractured and disunited position that the Goths had been in when the Huns first burst on the scene. As Jordanus so eloquently puts it, they drove them so ingloriously from their own land that those who remained have been in dread of the arms of the Goths from that time down to the present day. Now that the Huns were definitively dealt with, and the Goths had been gifted some newfound unity in the process of carrying out the task, slowly but surely they would go on to become the undisputed masters of all of Europe. And not just Europe, but significant regions of North Africa, and eventually Russia as well, as the Rus, from which it derives its name. This small family of peoples at one point subjugated and provided the ruling caste, if you will, for virtually all of the Western world. France as the Franks, Spain as the Visigoths, Italy and North Africa as the Lombards and Vandals, Britain as the Anglo-Saxons, and of course Germany and Austria, Scandinavia, Poland and Ukraine. It's a well-known but little talked about fact that all of European royalty spread from the seed line of these Germanic peoples. And yet, as was always the case with this group, there was no singular unified empire to speak of, but rather a variety of friendly yet independent branches. Rome itself had become a chaos with regards to its titular rulership. Due to the restriction that Roman emperors be citizens born within her borders, the Goths instead ruled as patricians, and the title of emperor became that of a figurehead. Hodgkins tells us of the 9 emperors who wore the purple in Italy after the death of Valentinian, only 2 ended their reigns in the course of nature, 4 were deposed, and 3 met their deaths by violence. Only 1 reigned for more than 5 years. Several could only measure the duration of their royalty by months. Even the short period from 455 to 476 AD, which these 9 reigns occupy, is not entirely filled by them, for there were frequent interregna, one lasting for a year and 8 months. And the men were as feeble as their kingly life was short and precarious. With the single exception of Majorian, 457 to 461, a brave and strong man, and one who, if fair play had been given him, would have assuredly done something to stay the ruin of the empire. All of these 9 men, with whose names there is no need to burden the reader's memory, are fitly named by a German historian the Shadow Emperors. 476 is traditionally known as the date Rome fell, although as I've just described, this is quite the misnomer. And from this point forward, the battles were largely between Goths inside the empire versus Goths outside the empire. It was in this year that Gothic mercenaries, which included the famed Heruli, formerly demanded 1/3 of the lands of Italy for themselves. After being refused by the Roman Orestes, a man named Odovacar said to the mercenaries, "Make me king, and I will obtain for you your desire." They did so, and with a Gothic portion of Roman military forces joining his side, the campaign was, to quote Hodgkins, of the shortest and most perfunctory kind, as Orestes and his bands of Romans were destroyed. It's said, aptly, that during this period, while men like Odovacar weren't formally kings of Italy, they were certainly kings in Italy. One extremely intriguing figure, who by all accounts was also a great, just, and magnanimous ruler, was to unite Gothic realms under a single Roman banner. Theodoric, born 455 AD, and attaining power first over the Ostrogoths in 471, then the Ostrogothic Kingdom of Italy in 493, and then the Visigoths in 511 as patrician of the Roman Empire. Of direct Amali lineage, by many accounts the most prestigious ancestral line of the Goths, he fittingly seems to represent the heart and soul of his people, perhaps more than any other historical figure. Like so many Germanic children of noble lineage, he was taken hostage, again this term is used in the most friendly sense, to Constantinople in the Eastern Roman Empire, to be educated by the best teachers and generals. By all accounts, he was much loved and respected by all, the Emperor Leo the first among them. As he reached adulthood, he, quote, heard that his tribe, dwelling as we have said in Illyricum, was not altogether satisfied or content. So he chose rather to seek a living by his own exertions, after the manner customary to his race, rather than enjoy the advantages of the Roman Empire and luxurious ease while his tribe lived apart, end quote. Essentially, he sought to rejoin his kinsmen and conquer Western Rome and its half-Goth and at least half-treacherous Odovacar, also called Odoacer. Quote, after pondering these matters, he said to the emperor, "Though I lack nothing in serving your empire, yet if your piety deem it worthy, be pleased to hear the desire of my heart." And when, as usual, he had been granted permission to speak freely, he said, "The Western country, long ago governed by the rule of your ancestors and predecessors, and that city, which was the head and mistress of the world, wherefore is it now shaken by the tyranny of the Torsalingi and Rugi? Send me there with my race. Thus, if you but say the word, You may be freed from the burden of expense here. And if by the Lord's help I shall conquer, the fame of your piety shall be glorious there. For it is better that I, your servant and your son, should rule that kingdom, receiving it as a gift from you if I conquer, than that one whom you do not recognize should oppress your senate with his tyrannical yoke, and a part of the republic with slavery. For if I prevail, I shall retain it as your grant and gift. If I am conquered, your piety will lose nothing. Nay, as I have said, it will save the expense I now entail. Although the emperor was grieved that he should go, yet when he heard this he granted what Theodoric asked, for he was unwilling to cause him sorrow. He sent him forth, enriched by great gifts, and commended to his charge the Senate and the Roman people. Therefore Theodoric departed from the royal city and returned to his own people. In company with the whole tribe of the Goths, who gave him their unanimous consent, he set out for Hesperia." End quote. And immediately he set about restoring order across all Germanic lands and peoples, to masterful effect. He promoted and arranged marriages to those with the greatest amount of Amaline royal lineage, and united them under a single banner, as he made war with all in his path. In 488, in that oldest of the Indo-European traditions, he led a wagon train mass migration of his Gothic people towards a new future. Quote, "It will have been noticed that the Gothic army is not an army, but a nation, and that the campaign is also a migration. The mother and sister of Theodoric are accompanying him. There is evidently a long train of non-combatants, old men, women, and children, following the army in those 2,000 Gothic wagons. The character attributed to them by Horace, as he states, 'The wagon holds the Scythians wandering home,' still survives. The Goth, a terrible enemy to those outside the pale of his kinship, is a home lover at heart, and even in war will not separate himself from his wife and children. This makes his impact slow, his campaigns unscientific. It prepares for him frequent defeats, such as that of the Candavian Mountains, which a celibate army would have avoided, but it makes his conquests, when he does conquer, more enduring, while it explains those perpetual demands for land, for a settlement within the empire, almost on any terms, with which, as was before shown, the barbarian inroads so often close." End quote. And, quote, "The difficulty for finding food for so great a multitude, in the often desolated plains of Pannonia and Noricum, must have been enormous, and was no doubt the reason for the slowness of Theodoric's progress. Very probably he divided his army into several portions, moving on parallel lines. Foragers would scour the country far and wide. Stores of provisions would be accumulated in the great Gothic wagons, which would be laboriously driven over the rough mountain passes. Then all the divisions of the army which had scattered in search of food would have to concentrate again when they came into the neighborhood of an enemy, whether Odovacar or one of the barbarian kings who sought to bar their progress. All these operations consumed much time, and hence it was that though the Goths started their pilgrimage in 488, probably in the autumn of that year, they did not descend into the plains of Italy, even at its extreme northeastern corner, till July 489." End quote. Amazingly, along their way, as they formally requested permission to pass through the territory of the Gepidi, their leader Trautilla sent back an insulting reply, demanding that they fight if they wished to pass. But the Ostrogoths could not now retreat. Famine and pestilence lay behind them on their road. They must go forward, and with a reluctant heart, Theodoric gave the signal for battle. It seemed at first as if the battle would be lost, and if the name and fame of the Ostrogothic people would be swallowed up in the morasses of the reedy Hyulca. Already the van of the army, floundering in the soft mud, and with only their wicker shields to oppose the deadly shower of Gepid arrows, were like to fall back in confusion. Then Theodoric, having called for a cup of wine, and drunk to the fortunes of his people, in a few spirited words called his soldiers to follow his standard, the standard of a king who would carve the way to victory. Perchance he may have discerned some part of the plain where the road went over solid ground, and if that were beset by foes, at any rate the Gepid was less terrible than the morass. So it was that he charged triumphantly through the hostile ranks, and being followed by his eager warriors, achieved a signal victory. The Gepidi were soon wandering over the plain, a broken and dispirited force. Multitudes of them were slain before the descent of the night saved the remaining fugitives. and so large a number of the Gepid store wagons fell into the hands of the Ostrogoths that throughout the host one voice of rejoicing arose, that Traustila had been willing to fight. So had a little Gothic blood bought food more than they could ever have afforded money to purchase. Thus, through foes and famine, hardships of the winter and hardships of the summer, the nation army held on its way, and at length, as has been already said, in the month of August 489, the last of the wagons descended from the highlands, which are an outpost of the Julian Alps, and the Ostrogoths were encamped on the plains of Italy. Odovacar, who apparently had allowed them to accomplish the passage of the Alps unmolested, stood ready to meet them on the banks of the Isonzo. End quote. And so Theodoric's army met the Western Roman army of Odovacar at Verona. It's said he displayed an easy confidence, and as female relatives helped fasten his well-built yet overly ornate armor, he quipped that while he'd hoped his conduct on the battlefield would prove to all who he was, but if that failed, the armor would certainly do the trick. The former would be the case, as both sides recount his heroism rallying his men to handily win the day after a serious struggle. Odovacar fled to Ravenna, and Theodoric pitched his camp nearby. As Odovacar fell in Verona, groups of his men deserted to Theodoric. Among these was a certain individual named Tufa, whom Theodoric, short on generals, appointed to a leading role. He would pay dearly for this mistake, as Tufa subsequently gave up his entire army to Odovacar in the next engagement. Some of the men in his army were among the elite, the battle-tested chief members of Theodoric's inner circle who had been with him through all the trials from the start. Hodgkins tells us, quote, "These men were all basely murdered by Odovacar, a deed which Theodoric inwardly determined should never be forgiven," end quote. A promise that would certainly hold true. Odovacar began sending raiding parties out to harass his men regularly, and although defeat looked inevitable, Odovacar chose to fight on for 3 long years. Finally, with many of his men fleeing to Theodoric and famine taking its toll, Odovacar could hold out no longer. Terms were agreed to, but Theodoric wasn't done yet. After 3 years of constant raids and unnecessary death, he had a score to settle. At a feast, at which some say Odovacar had plotted to have his men kill Theodoric, after making a toast, it's said Theodoric then drew his sword and struck Odovacar in the collarbone, clefting him nearly in 2. Astonished at the power of his own blow, it's said he remarked, "The poor wretch must have had no bones." Hodgkins gives us an additional account, quote, "Theodoric raised his sword to strike. 'Where is God?' cried the defenseless but unterrified victim. 'Thus didst thou to my friends,' answered Theodoric, reminding him of the treacherous murder of his close friends given up by Tufa. Then, with a tremendous stroke of his broadsword, he clove his rival from the shoulder to the loin. The barbarian frenzy, which the Scandinavian minstrels called the fury of the berserk, was in his heart, and with a savage laugh at his own too impetuous blow, he shouted, as the corpse fell to the ground, 'I think the weakling never had a bone in his body.'" End quote. He then chose to bury him outside the city, in a piece of ground next to a Jewish synagogue, according to the historian Bradley, quote, "deemed to be polluted by infidel worship." End quote. Now that Odovacar had been dealt with, and Rome was essentially united with Theodoric at its helm as the most powerful figure of his day, his subjects must have wondered what the next chapter might bring, especially after witnessing his harsh initial actions in cleaning house of all those who had supported Odovacar. Any fears, whether Roman or Gothic, would soon be put to rest. Quote, "Once more we have to lament the truth of Milton's saying that victories of peace are less renowned than those of war. Far more interesting, if only it could be told, than the records of all the battles which Theodoric ever won, would be the story of the peaceful achievements which followed, by which means the Gothic usurper succeeded in giving order and prosperity to the land so long the prey of lawlessness and oppression. By what arts he so won the hearts of his subjects, both Romans and Goths, that when he died he was mourned as no ruler had been for centuries past, are questions which history gives us very imperfect answers." End quote. We do know he immediately re-established the grain dole to the citizenry, which the greed of previous rulers had stripped, immediately alleviating the threat of starvation for large swaths of the population. He wasn't the type of man eager to play despot or tyrant, in fact far from it, and he remains one of the clearest illustrations of just how much the Gothic people and culture were, contrary to their framing in our age, very much a net positive influence on Rome, and in fact seemed to salvage her in many senses from descending into chaos. Henry Bradley summarizes it thusly, quote, Theodoric's great anxiety, however, was to restore to Italy its long-lost material prosperity and plenty. Of course, when the country was firmly and justly ruled, and the people had protection against violence and fraud, there was very soon a revival of agriculture and trade. Theodoric was eager to help on this revival by active means. He encouraged the opening of iron mines in Dalmatia and gold mines in the south of Italy. He assisted in the development of shipbuilding and fishing industries. He promoted the draining of the marshes at Terracina and Spoleto. He granted the reclaimed land, free from taxes, to those who had borne the cost of the undertaking. He spent large sums yearly in the repair of the highways, and in the restoration of the old aqueducts and the building of new ones. The extortions of the custom house officers, which in the days of the empire, as Cassiodorus says, foreign merchants had dreaded more than shipwreck, were now firmly put down, and the import duties were assessed by a committee, among whose members were the bishop and several influential citizens of the seaport town. A uniform standard of weights and measures was introduced, the coinage which had been debased was restored to its proper value, and the issuing of false money was severely punished. End quote. To root out the immense financial corruption he found himself facing, he engaged in the emergency measure of temporary price fixing, and, quote, inflicted severe punishment on all tradesmen who ventured to charge higher rates. The exporting of corn from Italy was forbidden under heavy penalties, and if a corn merchant was found, quote, speculating for a rise, as it is called, that is to say, buying up a large quantity of grain when it was cheap in order to sell it at a great profit when it became dearer, the king compelled him to sell out his stock immediately at cost price. Theodoric strove to promote the welfare of his subjects, especially the poorer part of them, and on the whole, his philanthropic policy was wonderfully successful. In after times, people looked back to the reign of Theodoric as to a period of almost fabulous plenty and prosperity. Thomas Hodgkin states, quote, the miserable historians of the time tell us far too little about the 30 years of peace which Italy enjoyed under the wise rule of Theodoric. Still, we are told enough to enable us in some degree to understand both what he accomplished and how he accomplished it. And one thing that makes us accept the statements of these historians with unquestioning belief is that they have no motive for the praises which they so freely bestow on the great Ostrogoth. They are not his countrymen, nor his fellow religionists. Our chief authorities are Roman and Orthodox, and bitterly condemn Theodoric for his persecution of the Catholics, into which, as we shall see, he was provoked in the last 2 years of his reign. Still, over the grave of this dead barbarian and heretic, when they have nothing to gain by speaking well of him, they cannot forbear to praise the noble impartiality and anxious care for the welfare of his people, which, for the space of one whole generation, gave happiness to Italy. Theodoric even crafted a succinct law code of his own. No offenses, we can well believe, were so hateful to the Gothic king's justice-loving soul as the taking of bribes by judges and the bringing of false accusations of crime. The first of these, under Roman law, had been punished by transportation to an island and confiscation of property. Theodoric, who significantly makes it the subject of the very first paragraph of his edict, decreed that the penalty should be death. End quote. Hodgkins goes on to list many of the heartfelt accounts of the chief authorities of the day, speaking glowingly about Theodoric's just rule in his excellent work, Theodoric the Goth, which I've again linked in the video description below, and highly recommend. The Gothic people had now gained a settled homeland, yet had to sacrifice some of their ancient freedoms in so doing, as Theodoric attempted to strike the best balance between Roman and Gothic laws and customs. The Gothic people never sought to blend in with the Romans, and in fact, laws were passed against intermarriage to the extent that some historians speak of an apartheid-like system, aimed at, quote, preserving their integrity and cultural authenticity. However, it was at this stage that the Germans lost their ancient custom of periodic assembly meetings, to make laws or decide on the policy of the state. Considering the military was now entirely Gothic, and they'd maintained the custom of carrying arms, They could have rebelled easily at any moment, but it seems both Goth and Roman respected Theodoric far too much for this to be a significant threat. It's said that the Roman clergy disliked the Goths, yet even they couldn't help but admit the Goths obeyed the precepts of their religion better than their own countrymen. And overall, relations between the two peoples went smoothly. Theodoric did not, as has sometimes been thought, endeavor to unite the Goths and Romans into one nation. Perhaps he may have hoped that such a union would at some time be realized under his successors, but in his own day he was content that the two peoples should live together in mutual friendship and respect, each of them being charged with its own special function in the Commonwealth. The Goths were to undertake the defense of the country from attack, the maintenance of order, and the execution of the law. The Romans were to labor for the development of art and science, while in the cultivation of the soil both nations were to take part. So long as Theodoric lived, this ideal seems to have been in a great degree realized. It is no wonder that Theodoric became the subject of many fabulous stories, and that tradition represented his reign as being almost a kingdom of heaven upon earth. Even before the 6th century closed, men told in Italy nearly the same story that was told in England respecting the days of Alfred, how the great king had so made righteousness to prevail in his realm that gold pieces could be left exposed on the highway for a year and a day without being stolen. Many of his sayings were quoted as proverbs in the land, and anecdotes were related to show how, like Solomon in the matter of the 2 mothers and their infants, Theodoric had displayed in the judgment seat his wonderful insight into human nature. But it was not in Italy or amongst the Goths that his legendary fame reached its highest point. The whole Teutonic race regarded his glory as their own, and his imagined deeds were the theme of popular songs in all the German lands. A lover of peace and justice, he never takes the sword save unwillingly, and at the call of duty. But when he has once prevailed upon to fight, there is none more fearless and more terrible than he. The reign of Theodoric is perhaps the finest example in all of history of what is called a beneficent despotism. No freer system of government could, under the circumstances, have produced such wonderful results. Perhaps with a freer system, Theodoric could not have established or maintained his kingdom at all. But the efficiency of the government depended wholly on the wisdom and energy of one man, and it might easily have been foreseen that grave troubles would arise when the scepter passed into weaker hands." End quote. As Bradley states, quote, "The more Italy prospered under Theodoric's wise and kindly rule, the more she became a tempting prize to the ambition of foreign kings." End quote. And it should be recognized that then, just as well as today, foreign powers often use money and the treachery it can so often purchase as their foremost tool. And this concept fittingly sets the stage for the third and final part of our 3 videos on the Goths and Germans, in which we'll discuss the Jews and the Saracens, court intrigue and mysterious deaths, Justinian and Theodora, and the treacherous end of Gothic supremacy. Until then. Having efficiently decimated all armies in his path, ruling conquered territory justly and efficiently, and treating conquered subjects with magnanimous mercy, Theodoric may have marked the peak of Gothic and Germanic dominance of the region. Dominance which would face an unexpected surprise attack, enabled in large part, it would seem, by that very lack of cunning and guile so often mentioned in their descriptions. A trait that acts as a great strength in homogeneous environments, creating high-trust atmospheres in which justice and the nobler instincts can flourish, can act as an equally great disadvantage in instances in which peoples and cultures mix indiscriminately and begin to act in their own tribal interests, often covertly. The Goths were to commit the civilization-destroying blunder of the trusting assumption that others were wired similarly to themselves, or held to the same standards and possessed a similar worldview. And in some cases, they made the mistake of attempting to artificially impose this worldview, believing they might change the inner nature of foreign peoples by example or through compulsion.
It's an unfortunate historical reality that the unethical and amoral man is nowhere more powerful and efficient than within a virtuous and just society. While those around him restrain their vices and through strength and discipline keep their baser nature in subservient check, he has no such qualms. And thus his playbook is vastly larger, with virtually nothing being off limits. Meaning even the most mediocre of men might succeed wildly within an overtly noble state. The fall of the Goths was to prove this point with stark clarity. In the final period of Theodoric's life, he began to suspect treachery and treason from several parties closest to him, and in the period afterward, in his last 3 years, many accounts speak of such a sudden and marked decline of physical and mental health that some suspected foul play, with several voicing openly that he'd been slowly poisoned. Far more mysterious foul play was to follow, including the mysterious death of Theodoric's daughter, Amalasuntha, at the age of 40, paired with an inflaming of tensions between Catholic and Arian factions, and thus a turning inward of energies within the empire, as infighting began in earnest. There's a line in the historian Procopius's explosive work, The Secret History, that struck me. Speaking of the deeply corrupt Justinian and his abomination of a wife, Theodora, and how they'd begun to consciously employ a tactic to more efficiently control their Eastern Roman Empire and surrounding regions and peoples, namely the divide and conquer method of creating two warring camps. In their case, a blue and green faction. They each pretended to back a different faction and made a public show about caring for their success, which caused the people to believe that both sides were always represented, and allowed Justinian and Theodora to play manipulative games similar to those in our modern two-party system. This is one of the many fascinating narratives from the work, which I hope to give more attention to in a later video. But I mention this here to illustrate a new phenomenon of deceptive politics and artifice that began to dominate in this age. At this stage in history, we began to see the first battles between entirely Gothic and entirely non-Gothic armies. Conflicts that act as a lasting testament against the absurdity of the Roman supremacy mythos, at least as far as late Rome is concerned. A recurring theme one can't help but notice with regards to the Germanic people, from the age of the Scythians to the age of the Vikings, is that if you wanted to beat their armies, you had to use their own armies. In other words, to find some means of carefully playing them off against one another, or making use of rogue mercenaries. When united, they simply didn't lose, and this is hardly an overstatement or exaggeration. There are very few exceptions here throughout the historical record. To cite one of the countless examples of this, the historian Isidore of Seville tells us of a later ruler named Swinthilla, who, quote, launched an expedition against the Basques who had invaded the province of Tarraconensis. There the mountain peoples were struck with such terror at his coming that they immediately threw down their weapons and freed their hands for prayer, submitting their necks to him as suppliants and giving him hostages, as if aware of his rightful jurisdiction. They built the city of Oligaicus for the Goths with their own taxes and labor, promising to be obedient to Swinthilla's rule and dominion, and to carry out whatever they were ordered to do." End quote. But the foremost foe of the Goths, of course, were the now angry and embittered remnants of Rome. Justinian, mentioned a moment ago as a deeply suspect character, began to launch aggressive attempts to stamp out Gothic supremacy. He was met by a brick wall, a man named Totila, another truly exceptional figure, virtually unknown to history, perhaps in part because he's such a profound testament to the merit and noble nature of the Goths. Cowardice and blundering had caused an initial surprise attack to fail, so the Roman forces had to meet Totila's army in the open. As Bradley states, quote, although the Goths had only 5,000 men, while the Romans had 12,000, Totila was victorious. The imperial army was completely dispersed, with a great loss in both slain and in prisoners. Another battle in the valley of Musilla had a similar ending, and Totila led his army into the south, capturing one city after another, and making the farmers pay into his treasury both the rents due to their landlords and the taxes that were due to the emperor. In other respects, however, he treated the people with so much kindness that he won a great deal of goodwill from those who had suffered from the lawless behavior of the Roman armies. End quote.
Justinian then sent a considerable land and sea fleet, certain this would be enough to do the trick. Quote, "But its commanders were no match for the genius of Totila. Their fleet was defeated, and the most important leader of the expedition, Demetrius, was paraded in front of the walls with a halter around his neck, and made to harangue the garrison and its citizens in order to persuade them to surrender. The Gothic king himself also made a speech to the besieged, promising that if they would yield, neither soldier nor citizen should be any the worse for their submission. The temptation was strong, for the defenders were hard-pressed by famine and disease, but the garrison was unwilling to seem false to their sovereign, and begged that 30 days' truce might be allowed them. If no help came from the emperor within that time, they promised to surrender. Totila astonished the messengers by his reply. "By all means," he said, "I grant you 3 months' delay if you should choose to take it." And he undertook to make no attempt to storm the city during that time. He knew that the defenders would find it hard to struggle with the famine for even 1 month longer. Totila's calm confidence made them feel that the hope of succor was vain indeed, and a few days afterwards the gates were opened. As soon as Totila entered the city, he saw from the appearance of the inhabitants that they had suffered terribly from famine. He had had, like Procopius, the opportunity of observing the effects of hunger on the human frame, and he knew that if those who were enfeebled by long privation were at once freely supplied with food, they were likely to be killed by plenty. With a thoughtful kindness, which, as Procopius says, could neither have been expected from an enemy nor a barbarian, he ordered that every person in the city should receive a daily ration of food, at first very small, but gradually increased until the danger had ceased to exist. Then, and not before, he allowed the gates to be thrown open, and proclaimed that the inhabitants were free to go or to remain as they chose. The Roman commander, Cronin, and most of his soldiers were placed on board ships, and informed that they were at liberty to sail to any port they preferred. They were ashamed to go to Constantinople, and tried to make for Rome. The wind, however, was contrary, and they were obliged to remain at Naples. Naturally, they felt very uneasy, for they thought that after Totila had given them one fair chance of escape, he would now consider himself entitled to treat them as prisoners. But the barbarians' generosity again surpassed expectation. Sending for Conan, he assured him that he and his companions might consider themselves as among friends, that until it was possible for them to sail, the Gothic markets were open to them, and that he would do everything he could to ensure their comfort. As, however, the wind continued unfavorable, Totila at length recommended them to make the journey by land, and actually provided them with beasts of burden, money for traveling expenses, and a Gothic escort. He did all this, though he knew that Conan and his men were going to increase the garrison of the city which it was his intention shortly to lay siege. Certainly he had given his kingly word that the soldiers should be allowed to march away whither they pleased. But it is seldom that any conqueror has observed a capitulation in this splendid fashion, either before or since. Even more rigorously than Belisarius himself, Totila repressed all acts of outrage on the part of the army. No matter who was the offender, the penalty was death. One officer of high rank, and very popular among his comrades, had committed a crime of this kind and had been placed under arrest. The chiefs of the army employed Totila to spare the man's life. The king listened courteously and calmly to what they had to say, and then, in grave and earnest tones, he expressed his conviction that only so long as the Goths kept themselves pure from injustice could they expect the divine blessing to rest on their cause. He reminded them how brilliant had been the fortunes of the nation under the righteous rule of Theodoric. How, under Theodahad and his successors, the Goths, forsaking the policy of justice and humanity to which they owed their greatness, had brought themselves to the lowest point of humiliation. And how, since they had begun acting in a nobler spirit once again, their prosperity had returned. Would they, he asked, with his experience before them, insist on making the nation an accomplice in this man's guilt? The Gothic chiefs were unable to resist this reasoning, and the criminal underwent his doom. While Totila was behaving in this manner, the Roman generals and their soldiers were plundering the property of those who were subject to their sway, and indulging without restraint in every kind of insolence and excess. We are quoting Procopius, who points out with indignant eloquence the contrast between the, quote, civilized Romans and their, quote, barbarian foe. In Rome itself, the citizens were bitterly regretting their change of masters. Totila knew of the existence of this feeling and resolved to work upon it. First, he sent a letter to the Senate, charging them, if they repented of the crime and folly of their treason against the Goths, to earn their pardon by a voluntary surrender of the city. It is strange that the imperialist commander should have allowed such a letter to be delivered at all. However, he would not permit the Senate to return any answer. A few days passed, and one morning it was found that placards, signed with Totila's name, had been nailed up during the night at all the most frequented parts of the city. They announced that the Goths would shortly march to capture Rome, and contained a solemn declaration that no harm should be done to the citizens. The officers of the imperial army tried in vain to find out who had put up these placards, but it was suspected that it must have been done by the Arian clergy, who were therefore banished from the city. Soon afterwards, the Emperor Justinian received a letter, signed by all his generals in Italy, expressing their opinion that the imperial cause in that country was hopeless, and that the attempt to oppose the victorious progress of the Goths had better be abandoned. End quote. In coming battles, great numbers would desert to Totila, and an incredible series of total victories would follow, with yet another siege of Rome, more starvation due to Roman stubbornness in accepting Totila's terms, until on December 17th, 546 AD, the Goths once again marched through the gates, this time to the sight of the imperial army scattering in every direction. One of the first actions of the conquering Goths was to repair the Church of St. Peter, and slowly nurse the starving citizenry back to health. Quote, on the following day, Totila harangued his soldiers on his favorite theme, the importance of justice and mercy, as their only hope of obtaining the blessing of God on their cause. Soon afterwards, he sent Pelagius to Constantinople with other envoys to ask Justinian to agree to terms of peace. Justinian declined to answer, stating the decision of peace or war was in the hands of the general Belisarius, by far Rome's greatest general at this stage, and despite the recent crushing defeats to Totila, their last, best, and only hope. Quote, but we do not find that Totila attempted to open negotiations with Belisarius. Probably he knew too well the iron resolution of his great antagonist to entertain any hope of success. End quote. Justinian's stubbornness both exasperated and angered Totila, finally pushing past his red line. Quote, he determined to take his revenge on Rome, to burn down its magnificent buildings, and to, quote, turn the city into a sheep pasture. Perhaps he really would have disgraced his glorious career by this barbarous deed. But when Belisarius heard of this intention, he sent a letter to the Gothic king, asking him this pointed question: do you choose to appear in history branded as the destroyer of the noblest city in the world, or honored as its preserver? The messengers who bore the letter reported that Totila read it over many times, as if he was learning it by heart. After deep consideration, he returned to Belisarius the assurance that Rome should be spared. The incident is honorable alike to each of the two men. Now that the long siege was over, Totila was able to turn his attention to other parts of his kingdom, which had been suffering the ravages of the imperial armies. He came to the strange resolve of abandoning Rome altogether, destroying a large part of the walls so that it could no longer be available to the enemy as a fortress. He caused the senators to accompany him on his march, and sent the scanty remnants of the citizens, with their wives and children, away to Campania. Many strange things have happened in the history of Rome, but surely one of the strangest of all is that this vast city, with all its noble buildings still uninjured, could have remained for many weeks without any inhabitants. End quote. Amusingly, Belisarius was to slip right back into Rome and hastily rebuild its defenses. The Goths would be back to take it yet again shortly after. As they did so, quote, there was, however, one brave officer amongst the besieged, Paul of Cilicia, who with 400 men took refuge in the fortress tomb of Hadrian, and prepared it to hold against all attacks. But the Goths were wiser than to attempt an assault. They closely surrounded the fortress and remained quiet, waiting for hunger to do its work. At length, the brave 400 found that they could hold out no longer, and resolved to sally forth in one desperate charge against the foe. Feeling that they were about to rush upon certain destruction, they embraced each other and, quote, kissed each other with the kiss of those doomed to death. And then they issued from the gate of the castle, expecting to perish, but determined to sell their lives as dearly as they could. Before, however, they reached the Gothic lines, they were met by a flag of truce, bringing the unlooked-for offer from the Gothic king that he would either send them unhurt to Constantinople on condition of laying down their arms and giving promise never more to fight against the Goths, or, if they chose, he would accept them as soldiers in his own army, on an equal footing with his own countrymen. Brave men as they were, life was sweet, and they hailed with joy the sudden deliverance. At first they asked to be sent to Constantinople, but when they thought of the cold reception they would meet with there, and the dangers of the journey to unarmed men, they came to the conclusion that Totila was a better master to serve than Justinian, and so they agreed to be enrolled in the Gothic ranks. There were also 400 other soldiers who, instead of escaping from the city, had taken refuge in the churches, and these too joined themselves to Totila's army." End quote. Even still, due to the shrewd planning of Justinian, the massive wealth of the Eastern Roman Empire now devoted to the singular cause of Gothic destruction, the tide would now begin to turn. Having learned his lesson about testing his own armies against Gothic military prowess, Justinian now set out to lavishly bribe every stray Goth, and especially Herul, that he found willing. Now at Ravenna, Totila found himself staring down a vast army containing many mercenaries of his own kin, with the finest weaponry and armor money could buy. It's said that the Goths were terribly downcast at this sight, and all of Totila's eloquence was needed to keep them from despair. "Fellow soldiers," he said, "this is our last struggle. If we win this battle, Justinian's power is crushed and our freedom is secure. Show yourselves men this day, for tomorrow it will be too late. Spare neither your horses nor your arms, for whether victors or vanquished, you will never need them more. Remember that there is no safety for you but in victory. To flee is to seek destruction. Let not the multitude of the enemy dismay you. We are a nation fighting for our freedom, for our country, for all that makes life precious. They are a hireling band of Huns and Heruls, and people of all races and tongues, divided by ancient hatreds and bound together for no other common interest but their pay." End quote. It's said that, quote, "Totila rode in front of the Gothic lines, clothed in golden armor and purple robes, and displayed his skill in horsemanship, galloping round in circles, throwing up his spear and catching it as he rode, and other such feats." End quote. Though I suspect that even he knew that this was likely the end of the line, and merely sought to end the chapter with his characteristic courage and leadership. Being vastly outnumbered by the best men and equipment Rome could muster, their luck had finally run out. After the brutal fight was over, the king of the Goths was making his escape from the battlefield, accompanied by 2 or 3 of his faithful friends, when Aspad, the chief of the Gepids, rushed at him with his lance, not knowing in the darkness who he was. One of the Goths indignantly exclaimed, "Dog, would you kill your own master?" Aspad knew then whom he was attacking, and thrust at Totila with all his strength, but himself fell wounded immediately after. The Goths carried their master as far as Capri, a village 7 miles away, where he shortly afterwards breathed his last. After the disaster of Tadino, the remnant of the Gothic army retired into northern Italy, and there Teia was chosen king of the Goths. Having been betrayed, and now finding themselves starving, sending away their horses, they suddenly rushed on foot upon the astonished Romans. The battle that ensued was terrible. Not one of Homer's heroes, says Procopius, ever performed greater miracles of valor than did Teia on that day. After fighting for many hours in front of his army, he called to the armor-bearer to change his shield, which was heavy with the weight of 12 broken spears. Left for a moment unprotected, he was pierced in the breast by a spear. So fell the last Gothic king of Italy. The Romans cut off his head and displayed it on a pole to encourage their own soldiers and to dismay their enemies. But even the loss of their king was ineffectual to abate the desperate fury of the Goths. They fought on until the fall of night, and at daybreak they renewed the struggle, which continued till darkness again compelled them to pause. On the 3rd morning, worn out with fatigue and hunger, they felt that it was impossible for them to fight any longer. Their leaders sent ambassadors to Narses to treat for peace. But even then, they would not humble themselves to become the subjects of Justinian. All they would promise was that they would never again bear arms against the empire, and this only on condition of being allowed an unmolested passage out of Italy, and of receiving money for expenses for their journey. The Roman generals held a council to discuss this proposal. They had had such terrible experience of the desperate valor of the Goths that they decided to accept the conditions. Consider for a moment just how incredible this situation was. A greatly outnumbered, defeated, kingless, and war-weary people, short on supplies and with inferior equipment, still refusing to bend the knee to the Eastern Emperor, and in fact making demands that were subsequently agreed to. This was the power of Gothic prestige and reputation. The Roman generals knew full well that the Goths would fight to the last man if need be, and the resulting slaughter would be terrible. Regardless, with the help of the brilliant generalship of Belisarius, Justinian had won the day. The Ostrogoths were defeated. Thus we now move west to the Visigoths and Spain. Sisebut marks one of the last Gothic leaders worthy of the name, and one of the last to hold to the Gothic law that their leader be descended from pure Gothic blood. He was reputed to be a scholar, a brilliant general, magnanimous and just, and one who labored actively for the betterment of his people. Quote, Sisebut, who was chosen king in 612, was a man about whom we would be glad to know more. He was a successful general, and his victories compelled the Greeks to surrender nearly all of their possessions in Spain. Like the Gothic heroes of older days, Theodoric and Totila, he was distinguished for humanity towards the conquered. Many of the Greek prisoners had been sold into slavery by their Gothic captors, and the king purchased their freedom at his own cost. He was also a scholar, and a generous patron of such learning as existed in the Spain of his day. Unhappily, it has to be added that he was the first Gothic king who ever persecuted the Jews. End quote. There's a stray line in Isidore's historical account that hints Sisebut may have met a similar fate to so many other Gothic leaders and nobles during this time period. Quote, some claim that he died a natural death, others that he died as a result of an overdose of some medication. End quote. Men who formerly lived to very ripe old ages now began dying in the prime of their lives. And not just kings and leaders, but several of their sons and daughters of the royal line as well. It was in this era that the marketplace gained in prominence and importance, and with it, the practice of usury. Banned by all Christian peoples as the greatest of evils, but practiced with enthusiasm by others. This, inevitably, helped kickstart the amassing of great fortunes in short order. With regards to the Jewish population in their midst, Gothic leaders from Theodoric forward had attempted several seemingly desperate means and methods of integrating them, from mandatory conversions for those who wished to remain in Gothic lands, to passing laws against various, quote, heresies meant to encourage their exit. Unwilling to part with their prosperous conditions, these only had the effect of pushing Jewish religion and culture underground, and although many were to technically convert to Gothic Christianity, to retain their homes and positions and wealth, the naive Gothic aristocracy failed to comprehend that a people might be willing to do this in a purely utilitarian and surface-level manner, maintaining a public front for appearances, but as Bradley put it, continuing in the secrecy of their homes to practice Jewish ritual and to teach their children to curse the Goths. It was as if they couldn't fathom that a people might be lying in this highest and most important of all issues, and this was to be a cultural difference that would cost them dearly. Amidst all of the scheming and court intrigue, something mysterious occurs, something not fully understood or explained to this very day. In October of 680, the Gothic king Wamba, likely the very last king of pure Gothic descent, and a man so unwilling to take the crown that he had to be forced at sword point by his dukes, was found unconscious in the palace. Strangely, steps were taken to immediately dress him in monk's robes. which thereby legally disqualified him from holding the kingship any longer, based on a recently written obscure rule. Perhaps to the dismay of those around him, Vamba recovered, and in fact many believe he'd been poisoned. But any protests on his part would have been in vain. A disreputable scoundrel, the first of many, was lifted up in his place by a Julian of Toledo, whom many believe to be the new king's handler of sorts. A man by the name of Ervig, this new leader was Gothic only on his mother's side by adoption, a flagrant disregard of ancient Gothic law. And thus, as Ervig immediately set about reversing all of the thoughtful improvements instituted by Vamba, everything now began to unravel in earnest. Beset on all sides by Roman Catholic, Jewish, and Saracen interests beginning to jockey for land, power, and wealth, the Goths' battles would now largely be fought on unfamiliar and uncomfortable terrain, namely the halls and recesses of palaces and courts and city streets, via that more modern sort of manipulation and political maneuvering that's become so popular in our own day. The tension with the Jews, especially, began to spiral out of control. The historian Henry Bradley states, quote, "In the year 694, the government was thrown into the wildest panic by the discovery of another plot, in which nearly all of the Jews of the kingdom were supposed to have been concerned." End quote. A plot seemingly aimed at overthrowing Gothic leadership by any means necessary. At the council in Toledo of that year, it's recorded that, quote, "The Jews had opposed Christian rulers in various parts of the world, killing some and setting up Jewish rulers who acted against Christians." End quote. Exposing the plot was hardly a victory, as little changed afterwards. Several Jews fled to North Africa, but most remained, and the mutual animosity had only grown, if anything. Ervig was succeeded by his son Egica, another violation of Gothic traditions, and even more disreputable than his father, and finally Egica was followed by his son, Witiza, who was to epitomize the corruption and degeneracy of his age, and act as possibly the most destructive single figure in Gothic history. Immediately upon taking power, he had nearly all of his enemies killed, blinded, or imprisoned, and, quote, "At last feeling safe, the king gave reins to his licentious passions, and soon, by his tyranny and sensuality, acquired the appellation of Witiza the Wicked." Hailed by many historians as a great friend to the Jews, it seems the peers of his day would have agreed, but wouldn't have voiced this in a complimentary way. Several accounts go so far as to speak of Witiza as essentially serving the Jewish powers in his realm, in the manner of a submissive vassal, such as the Chronicle of Lucas of Tuy. But I've had to rely on excerpts and surviving second-hand accounts of this work, as I've been unable to find any surviving English translation, something I find strange considering it was widely quoted throughout the 18 and 1900s. Witiza encouraged the clergy to marry, breaking ancient tradition, and he himself kept numerous wives and mistresses, and it's even reported that he encouraged his people to do the same. He lived a dissolute life, and the stories range from his aggressively depleting the treasury to going so far as to destroy several fortifications across the land, for spurious reasons. He seems to have nearly inverted the power structure, freeing from prison and forgiving the debts of those who were formerly considered the worst, and heaping brutal punishments on many formerly without blemish to their name. Manuel Perez Villamil, member of the Royal Academy of History, tells us in volume 54 of The Catholic World, quote, "In these times, so fraught with peril, Witiza ascended the throne. Not content, as a chronicle expresses it, with provoking the ire of God by his vices, he placed himself in the hands of the Jews, who in a very short time reached a preponderance in Spain greater than ever before. It will suffice to say that the new monarch ordered the canons and laws directed against the Jews during preceding reigns to be repealed, and raised to high positions many descendants of that prescribed race. The Jews, having in short time acquired a really dangerous preponderance, improved to their advantage every opportunity favorable to their purpose which came in their way, and doubtless laying new plans for revenge, prepared themselves secretly to retaliate for the wrongs undergone by them under the Visigothic rule. Chroniclers as truthful and reliable as the great prince Don Alfonso III, John of Baclara, the monk of Silos, and others besides, relate that Witiza leveled to the ground all of the strongholds of the realm, with the exception of 3 only, and ordered all of the weapons of warfare to be burned. Were these measures taken in compliance with malevolent suggestions from his own new counselors? Everything seems to indicate this." End quote. Though I'm not sure I agree with their framing, Wikipedia attempts to paint him as an oblivious bumbler. Quote, "Using secret orders, he demolished castles that he feared could be used by future internal enemies, oblivious to the possibility that he was weakening the kingdom's defenses against foreign invaders. And at court, inspired by the custom of Muslim rulers, he, quote, indulged in a plurality of wives and concubines, encouraging his subjects to do the same." End quote. We still know very little about this man, his origins and his family and his reign. What we do know is that these were the years the Saracen invasions began in earnest, aided greatly, according to nearly every historical account, by the Jewish population in Visigothic Spain, who essentially opened the gates for them, in some cases literally, and provided both strategic intelligence and support. What follows is a series of suspiciously well-timed attacks against Visigothic Spain, and as each town fell, the Muslim invaders would transfer the city to the local Jewish element, which allowed the army to march onward with their entire force to repeat the process, as opposed to garrisoning their own troops. Volume 54 of The Catholic World goes on to state, quote, "That the Jews took part in these events may have been inferred from our narrative so far, but we will add that during the short time the rebellion lasted, Gothic Gaul was overrun by Jews who, casting aside their dissimulation, declared themselves openly in favor of the rebels, going to the length of joining them in taking up arms, which shows that they founded hopes on the success of the conspiracy." End quote. In fact, even the Arab chroniclers attest that strong fortresses and important cities, in which the Jewish race was prominent by numbers and wealth, and which undoubtedly would have cost Tarik's forces a great expenditure of blood to get possession of, were surrendered to him by the Jews, to whom they were afterwards given in charge to guard, and who fraternized with the African invaders. But the clearest evidence of perfidy and conspiracy appears in the capture of Toledo, which Vamba had fortified with towers, and which from its strong position was impregnable. Let us look up the records of the renowned chronicler Queen Berenguela, Bishop Don Lucas of Tuy. He relates that in the year 715, the Visigothic capital, Toledo, having been invested by the Arab commander Tariq bin Zayad, the Christian inhabitants of the city went out on Palm Sunday to the near-at-hand Basilica of Saint Leocadia to celebrate therein the Passion of our Lord. The Jews, taking advantage of their absence, delivered over the seat of government of Leovigildo and Ricaredo to the besiegers, the Christians having been massacred partly in the plain and partly in the basilica itself. All the historians of Toledo, inclusive of the venerable Archbishop Don Rodrigo Jimenez de Rada, in his Latin and Spanish chronicles, agree in this statement of facts. In view of these facts, writes Amador de los Rios, there can be no doubt that there existed between these two peoples, the Arab and the Jewish, a certain kind of combination and concerted action, which seems to proceed from secret sympathies and understandings, if not from former pacts and alliances. We allow ourselves, relying on what the old chroniclers tell, having gone more deeply into the study of this historical question, to affirm that the Jews, and they only, attracted the Arab hosts to Spain." End quote. And in fact, Harold Livermore, in The Twilight of the Goths, seems to indicate that Muhammad himself was essentially seen as Jewish by many in the West at the time, with theologians not knowing what to make of Islam in these earliest stages. Finally, the Jewish Encyclopedia also states, quote, "It remains a fact that the Jews, either directly or through their co-religionists in Africa, encouraged the Mohammedans to conquer Spain, and that they greeted them as their deliverers. After the Battle of Jerez, in which African Jews fought bravely under Kala al-Yahidi, and in which the last Gothic king, Rodrigo, and his nobles were slain, the conquerors Musa and Tariq were everywhere victorious. The conquered cities Cordova, Malaga, Granada, Seville, and Toledo were placed in the charge of the Jewish inhabitants, who had been armed by the Arabs." End quote. Although modern historians are currently working overtime to portray this period as a rebirth, and the so-called Andalusian Empire as a bastion of tolerance and learning and enlightenment, those who lived through the period, especially the transition, seem to tell a polar opposite story. A great example of this being the compelling work by Dario Fernandez Morora called The Myth of Andalusian Paradise. The stories of this carnage and atrocity are almost unbelievable, and the majority of such tales have certainly been lost forever. Dario Fernandez tells us, quote, "Shortly after the Islamic forces landed, the flesh of some of the Christians killed in battle was boiled in large cauldrons under the sight of terrified Christian prisoners, who became convinced that the Muslims were cannibals. And then, quote, in a furious assault, the remaining Christian defenders retreated to a church to continue fighting. According to al-Makari, the Muslims put the building to the torch, and the Christians inside died without surrendering, and those that did surrender were beheaded." End quote. For Roman, Greek, and Goth, the holy places were sites of refuge, respected even in times of brutal war. Such actions would have been jarring. Having recently burned the Library of Alexandria in 642, and even made an attempt to destroy the pyramids, the Muslim armies that rampaged through Europe seemed especially eager to destroy churches, loot all valuable treasures, and kidnap massive numbers of females for sexual slavery, renaming towns and monuments and roads as they went. They promptly destroyed a Gothic bridge, one of the finest in all of Europe, and tore down a gigantic bronze statue in Cadiz, thinking it was made of gold. And it was in this same period that the famed Colossus was procured by a Jewish Syrian trader and promptly melted down for scrap metal. The historical work, the Chronicle of 754, speaks powerfully of the fall of Spain. Quote, "Who can relate such perils? Who can enumerate such grievous disasters? Even if every limb were transformed into a tongue, it would be beyond human capability to express the ruin of Spain and its many and great evils." End quote. The fleeing Visigothic nobles, unable to travel quickly with their immense treasures of accrued generational wealth, lost virtually everything, and had to hastily bury much of the rest. Quote, "We have magnificent Visigothic religious treasures found buried along the routes leading from southern Spain to the north," Dario Fernandez's book tells us. And Arabs were to come across stashes of emeralds and rubies, quote, "in such abundance as no man had seen before, and were stunned." The Jews also saw a swift rise in their economic state, being now able to revitalize and monopolize their trade in silk and slaves, and no doubt receiving their share of the treasures of their former rulers and neighbors. The sons of Witiza, who are otherwise unknown, are made out by the Chronicle of Alfonso III to be traitors who helped deliver Hispania to the Moors, a fact which seems to remove any lingering historical doubt as to whether Witiza himself was an honest actor. The last bastion of Gothic power had been subverted and destroyed. It was as if all the world had conspired against them in a cruel twist of fate, most of the facts of which had gone unspoken to this very day, being stripped of their defenses and weaponry by their own corrupt ruler, subsequently stripped of scepter, throne, and treasure, and now stripped of their lands. A man named Pelagius, and many nobles, held out in a series of heroic battles in the mountains of the Asturias, a movement that would plant the seeds that would later grow into the famed Reconquista, as Christians fought to regain their homeland. Henry Bradley tells us, quote, "The Christians of the Asturias maintained their independence under a succession of Gothic chiefs, to whom the later kings of Spain were proud to trace their ancestry. In all the uprisings of the Christians against the Moors, and in the last great struggle, which ended in the overthrow of the infidel rule, men with Gothic names appear as leaders and champions. But for the Gothic element in the Spanish people, the chivalry of Castile would never have been, and Spain might even yet have remained under Mohammedan rule. To this day, the noble families of Spain boast, if not always with reason, of the purity of their Gothic blood." End quote. In fact, the surnames Gomez, Fernandez, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, and several others all harken back directly to the Gothic root. And of course, though their royal lines were fractured and their name and empire destroyed, the Goths themselves lived on, leaving a significant genetic and cultural imprint all throughout the West, including in Italy, France, and Spain. Yet, in another strange twist of fate, a far-flung, isolated, and forgotten remnant of Gothic culture may have remained largely untouched up until very recently. Henry Bradley continues, quote, "For the last traces of the Goths as a separate people, speaking their own language, we must, however, look not to Spain, but far away to the east of Europe. At the end of the 4th century, when the empire of Ermanaric fell under the yoke of the Huns, a small remnant of the Ostrogoths found shelter from the savage invaders in the Crimea, and in this remote corner of Europe they preserved their existence as a nation for more than 1,000 years. Early in the 5th century, they were converted to Catholic Christianity, and their bishops long continued to take part in the general councils of the Church. In the year 1562, a traveler from Belgium named Busbeck met with 2 ambassadors sent by this little nation to Constantinople, and wrote down a long list of words belonging to their language. Of course, many of these words were greatly corrupted, and some of them are not Gothic at all, but borrowed from the languages of surrounding nations. But still, the list makes it quite clear that the language spoken by this Crimean people must originally have been the same with that used by Wulfila in his translation of the Bible. Nearly 200 years later, about 1750, a charitable Jesuit of Vienna, named Mondorf, ransomed a prisoner from the Turkish galleys and learned from him that he came from the Crimea, and that his native language bore some resemblance to German. It is possible that Mondorf was not mistaken, and, strange as it seems to think of it, that the language of Wulfila was actually surviving in some corrupted shape, only a century and a half ago. Mondorf's ransomed captive knew nothing about Christianity, but said that his countrymen worshipped an ancient tree. Until the 18th century, the Crimea was still called Gothia. End quote. Towards the end of the era of Gothic dominance, though besieged on all sides by varied, though likely conspiring, foes, they still displayed a courage and magnanimous nature which remains exceptional throughout history. One of the last Gothic leaders was Sigebet's son, Recared. Isidore tells us of his crushing victory scored against an invading army of Franks, 60,000 strong, and how the Goths pursued the fleeing army back to and then into their own kingdom, calling it one of the greatest Visigothic victories in history. And then tells us this, which I believe well summarizes the ancient Germanic conception of warfare. Quote, "Recared often pitted his strength against the excesses of the Romans and the attacks of the Basques. In these cases, he seemed not so much to be waging wars as to be exercising his people to keep them fit, as one would do in the sport of wrestling." End quote. He goes on to speak of Recared's personal character. Quote, "The provinces which his father conquered in war, Recared preserved in peace, administered with equity, and ruled with moderation. He was kind and mild, of remarkable goodness. He had such a graceful demeanor and so benevolent a heart, that, influencing the minds of everyone, he led even bad men to desire his love. He restored misappropriated wealth, reduced the tribute required by his people, and enriched and elevated many with gifts and honors, and was famous for the innate quality of his virtue." End quote. And it's this same Isidore of Seville I'd like to cite as a historical postscript before my own subjective postscript. Speaking of the Goths, he tells us, quote, "The meaning of their name in our language is tectum, by which is meant strength, and rightly so, for there was never a people on earth that succeeded in exhausting the Roman Empire to such an extent. These were the ones that Alexander himself declared should be avoided, the ones that Pyrrhus feared, the ones that made Caesar shudder. They have been proved to have a common origin with the Scythians. That is why they are not much different in name. With one letter changed and one removed, Getae becomes Scythae. They were inhabitants of the icy peaks of the west, and they lived on the mountain slopes with other peoples. Driven from their territory by the attacks of the Huns, they crossed the Danube and surrendered themselves to the Romans. But when they could no longer tolerate their unjust treatment, they took up arms in their wrath, invaded Thrace, devastated Italy, besieged and captured Rome, entered Gaul, and bursting through the Pyrenees, reached Spain, where they established their homeland and dominion. The Goths are agile by nature and quick to understand. They have a strong sense of duty. Robust in bodily strength and lofty in stature, they are impressive in their carriage and demeanor. Skillful with their hands, they are also impervious to wounds. Just as the poet says about them, the Getae despised death while praising the wound. They waged such great wars and had such a reputation for glorious victory that Rome itself, the conqueror of all peoples, submitted to the yoke of captivity and yielded to the Gothic triumphs. The mistress of all nations served them like a handmaid. All of the peoples of Europe feared them. The barriers of the Alps gave way before them. The Vandals, widely known for their own barbarity, were not so much terrified by the presence of the Goths as put to flight by their renown. The Alans were extinguished by the strength of the Goths. The Suevi, too, forced into inaccessible corners of Spain, have now experienced the threat of extermination at the hands of the Goths. The kingdom which they had held in idle lethargy, they now have lost at a shameful cost. It seems quite amazing how they managed to retain up to the present day that which they have now given up without any show of resistance. But who could express the great strength of the Getic people? Since the right to rule is rarely granted to peoples who choose to rely on entreaties and gifts, the Goths opted to secure their liberty in battle rather than through negotiations. For whenever the need to fight presents itself, the Goths always prefer to go to battle than to resort to treaties. In the arts of war, they are quite spectacular, fighting on horseback not only with spears but with javelins. Though they enter the battle on horseback as well as on foot, they trust more in the swift running of their horses. As the poet says, where the Getan goes, he goes with his horse. They love to exercise themselves with weapons and compete in battle. They hold contests in sport every day. Until recently, they lacked experience in only one aspect of fighting. They had no desire to wage naval battles. But ever since King Sisebut took up the royal scepter, they have made such great and successful progress that they now go forth with their forces on sea as well as land. Subjected, the Roman soldier now serves the Goths, whom he sees as being served by many peoples and by Spain itself." End quote. And this Gothic prestige was to continue long after their fall. There's an anecdote regarding the Roman Catholic Ecclesiastical Conference in Basel in 1434, where representatives from several nations, including Sweden and Spain, argued for more influence due to their ancestral connections to the Gothic race. The Swedish representative, Nicholas Ragvaldi, argued that Sweden was the original homeland of the Goths, while the Spanish representative countered that the Spanish Goths more perfectly demonstrated the adventurous Gothic spirit of courage by migrating away from their homeland. To give a brief summary of what many historical accounts seem to suggest, it seems that the Romans, Franks, and Goths all sprung from the same root. Though the Goths may have well been the royal Scythians, residing north of the Black Sea, an element that remained aloof in most of the more minor military squabbles, and taking up arms only when the natural order was seriously threatened, the Chronicle of Fredegar and the Liber Historiae Francorum, and the several works both of these documents cite, suggest that both the Romans and Franks were descended from the same group of survivors from Troy. The Chronicle describes Priam as a Frankish king whose people migrated to Macedonia after the fall of Troy. In Macedonia, the Franks then divided. The European Franks reached Francia under King Franccio, just as Romulus went to Rome. Fredegar stated that Theudemir, named king of the Franks by Gregory, was descended from Priam, Frigga, and Franccio. Another work, the Gesta, described how 12,000 Trojans, led by Priam and Antenor, sailed from Troy to the river Don in Russia and on to Pannonia, which is on the river Danube, settling near the Sea of Azov, where they founded a city called Sicambria. This Frankish-Roman connection might well explain how late Rome was able to bribe, threaten, or cajole so many Frankish leaders into turning their energy against the incoming Gothic element. And this is speculative, but it seems as if the Heruli, later to become our Jarls and Earls in Europe, may have been equivalent to aristocratic adventurers and mercenaries, often used as the tip of the spear to clear the way for larger migrations. It's easy to imagine how these may have morphed into the Vikings of later eras. Extremely proficient warriors, keen on finding adventure and battle wherever the opportunity might arise, even, in exceptional occasions, for Rome against their kin. We know they were in high demand in Rome, and in several other nations over a long stretch of time, to be used as the royal bodyguard, or elite military units, and made up the legendary Varangian Guard, which famously caused the general Phocas to fall dead of a stroke in full view of both armies at the mere sight of their approach. It's incredible how little attention this element receives from modern academics. As Dr. Lasquino from the University of Aberdeen puts it, in expressing her surprise at how little is known at this portion of history, quote, "There are written accounts of Viking raids in northern Spain, but archaeologically, absolutely nothing has been done on an academic scale," end quote. A subject academics seem much happier to focus on, and much more keen to paint in a positive light relative to the surviving first-hand accounts, is Justinian. Justinian was described after his death, by many who knew him best, in an extremely negative light. Cruel, duplicitous, unjust, fickle, and Procopius goes so far as to label him outright satanic in nature. He raised taxes to unbearable levels, and seemed to care little, if at all, for the suffering of his people, as he indulged in vast building projects they neither wanted nor had the money or manpower to justify. It's said he was irresistibly attracted to every form of newness and novelty, which calls to mind modern political and ideological forces that use progress as a cover for the destruction of everything traditional and time-tested. Nowhere is the contrast between degenerating Rome and the Goths more on display than in the difference in the character between this man and Theodoric, who once stated, quote, "Reverently to preserve the old is even better than building afresh." The Gothic leaders seemed to recognize some internal element that made Rome great, and sought earnestly to preserve this. Justinian, assuming he cared at all, seems to have believed that Rome was great due to her external trappings, building projects, and public displays. One of the great strengths of the Gothic tradition was their calm, settled, and set-in-stone manner of doing things, not subject to temporary cultural whims. Even as they picked up and moved west in their vast wagon trains, reminiscent of the later spread westward by pioneers throughout North America, they all the while preserved themselves as a very distinct and unchanging nation. It's my belief that the Goths, whether consciously or unconsciously, recognized something of immense importance. A nation, at its best, is essentially an extension of the family unit. They weren't to be built around a marketplace, or have their worth or health measured by ridiculous economic metrics. Nor was it the buildings, roads, and aqueducts, or even the arts or various aspects of culture that acted as the foundation. The core of any lasting nation was to be something within, not without, and something infinitely more valuable. The Gothic and Germanic conception of justice, of nobility, of dignity and worth, and a conception of life that had meaning and substance. This was the flame with the power of lighting countless future fires. With this as the bedrock, healthy societies might be created at any time as they moved and migrated and conquered, naturally and easily, as if second nature. It's this combination of energy and will, coupled with the orderliness of magnanimous justice and nobility of spirit, that cultivates and prepares the fertile ground from which greatness can spring. It also gave them unshakable confidence on and off the battlefield, caused opposing armies to defect to their ranks, and produced a sterling reputation across friends and foes alike. When a nation is thought of as an extended family, and each member seeks to give his best to all others, and in return receive their best, this is a perfect example of harnessed and channeled energy, a building energy, as opposed to the wildly wasteful dissipation of energies we experience today, as we feel so atomized and disconnected, and as we watch our physical and mental and spiritual energy being directed towards individuals or corporate entities or ideas with which we feel no connection or resonance. This isn't just a dissipation of energy, it's a lessening of energies, both felt and expressed, across the board. But there's more. Because the body and mind adapt to all that one thinks and does throughout the day, imagine the heightened senses and health of an ancient Goth or Scythian or Spartan or Viking. It's often been said, what worries you masters you, or what you fear masters you. These men made a sport out of so much our modern age has decided to fear, banished the morbid nature of death with a Valhalla-esque religious ethos, came to know and master their land and environment, ate the best and freshest foods, worked out and sported all day. The psychological effects, the most important of all. Fearless, strong, up to facing any obstacle and knowing this to be the case, and welcoming any challenge, actively seeking out tests of strength. The noble culture they sought to create had no place for bitterness, envy, or smallness. Immersed in nature and God's creation, and using this as their template and guide. I believe all of this caused their mind, body, and soul to be wired differently from modern man's, from their first moments onward. More than once, they picked up everything and moved, as an entire nation, into the unknown, and met with every challenge along the way. There was no horizon they feared. They knew how to hunt, fish, grow food, raise and breed cattle and horses, set up temporary or permanent housing virtually anywhere at any time, or even live in their wagons for stretches when the situation demanded it. It's difficult to imagine a scenario they wouldn't have felt equal to. And yet, a genuine modesty pervades their words and their history of actions. If alive today and offered an urban existence and every creature comfort known to man, in exchange for being severed from a life amongst kin and familiar culture, divorced from the multitude of skill sets and broad knowledge base on how to live comfortably in virtually any location or situation in the natural world, knowing they'd be made softer and weaker and more dependent by the day, and atop it all, having to perform work duties for which they'd likely feel no passion or deep gratification. Does anyone expect they would take this trade? I remind everyone once again that the Gothic forces were masters of an intact Rome on several occasions, complete with all of its bread and circuses and conveniences, and consciously chose to maintain their way of life, time and time again, seemingly without a second thought. And when finally settling for a period in and around Rome, maintained their own system of justice, their own culture and traditions, passed laws preventing intermarriage, and eagerly sought out the sporting exercise of justified war or adventure. It seems that from their perspective, Rome, towards its end, having been stripped of its natural energy and everything that had once made her great, was more of a stagnant swamp than that conception modern historians increasingly push of an all-powerful multicultural marketplace from which everything civilized sprung. The Germanic element, epitomized by the Goths, weren't ignorant and disheveled barbaric savages, bent on rape and plunder and destruction, but rather the polar opposite. They seemed to seek a restoration of the old order, and based on every first-hand account, Theodoric really did manage to usher in something of a paradise on earth, before corruption and intrigue and chaos managed to claw its way back and win the day. I can't help but think these Goths knew the cost of allowing themselves to become ensnared and dependent on the slew of artificial constructs we've come to know as the state, that slowly but surely comes to dominate mankind the moment he ceases to be vigilant. When you forget how to fight, broadly speaking, you come to forget what courage is and why it's important. When you forget how to feed, clothe, and house your family, you forget what personal responsibility and self-sufficiency means. And when you rely on all things to be granted to you from outside sources, you finally forget what it means to be a man. Our age has been divested of this health, and I've come to believe this is largely by design. A capable and self-sufficient man who's worked to master his fears is truly sovereign, truly free. Make demands of him, and they'll likely fall on deaf ears. You can't offer him much, nor can you take much. His opposite type, however, is thrown into chaos at the slightest hiccup in his dependent and domesticated existence. I've been accused once or twice of glorifying the past, and to this I'd respond that yes, that's precisely what I'm doing. According to the most real and meaningful metrics, I can't help but believe we've taken 2 steps backwards to every 1 step forward, in countless ways. I'm reminded of the J.G. Farrell quote, "We look on past ages with condescension as a mere preparation for us. But what if we are a mere afterglow of them?" End quote. And this might well be paired with the maxim, "An age in which nothing is worth dying for is an age in which nothing is worth living for." Existence is being stripped of depth and meaning, and a tawdry cheapness and pettiness is everywhere offered up in its place. In place of beautiful and ornate architecture, we now build clunky, modernist monstrosities. Instead of goods made by local master craftsmen, each unique and brimming with character and life, we have cheaply made plastic toys from China. The romantic courtship process largely replaced with pornography and Tinder. The governance of leaders that care for their people replaced with the worst form of mob rule, in which an indoctrinated public can be driven to enthusiastically support their own demise because a corrupt press is their only informational source, and our sense of community utterly destroyed and replaced with the most toxic and unhealthy virtual environments, in which only the most arrogant and ignorant and shameless voices are magnified. In 1941, as the Nazis occupied France, after 1,200 long years, the Visigothic treasure was finally restored by Heinrich Himmler to General Franco in Spain, and to this day it remains in the Archaeological Museum and the Royal Palace in Madrid, all except the famed Squintilla crown, which had been stolen in 1921, and the whereabouts of which remain a mystery. And there's been another deeply intriguing recent development, which I think so well illustrates the broader storyline of this entire series, that I'd like to close our focus on the Goths with its mention. Justinian and Theodora, with their divide and conquer political games, their conspiracies and corruption, their secret underground dungeons in which they covertly disposed of their foes, not only sought to blot out the royal line of the Goths and remove them from power by any means necessary, but just as eagerly sought to erase them from history, a pattern we seem to see carried on up to the present day. But, as if by divine providence, despite their best efforts, some traces still remain.
But the biggest secret of these early Dark Ages lies with a people who didn't destroy a city and who weren't nomadic warriors, a people who conquered and then settled. They lived just like the Romans and left behind a glorious legacy, one which remained deliberately hidden for nearly 1,500 years. Here in Ravenna, the Goths took over the last capital of the Western Roman Empire. For 33 years under their king, Theodoric, it was the equal of any Roman capital. Theodoric renovated and reformed its institutions, improved and enhanced its splendor, and in a few short years created one of the wonders of the age. This would have been like walking through heaven's gates. If this had been an age of darkness, then here, without doubt, was a cathedral of light. This is Sant'Apollinare Nuovo, built by Theodoric nearly 1,500 years ago, one of the brightest jewels of the Dark Ages.
I'd like you to look at the mosaics from this position. You can see that the background is shining, is reflecting the light from the windows because it was made of glass cubes and gold cubes, and the robes of the saints are dull, are opaque, because they were made using marble cubes, so as to give the impression of wool, of textiles.
These works were commissioned by Theodoric, the Gothic king. Yet most visitors today think they are Roman or Byzantine mosaics. Why should that be? Is it because we have all been conditioned to assume that work of this quality must be Roman? Perhaps there are other reasons. As I looked more closely, I began to wonder, why are there so many mosaic curtains in a scene of such splendor? And what do these hands, unattached to any bodies, signify? In Santa Polinare, I wanted to see whether the mystery of the curtains was any clearer. I realize now that they reflect so much work that they must have had a very deliberate purpose. What were they supposed to represent?
This part of the mosaic that shows you the royal palace, all this mosaic was made and commissioned by Theodoric. This mosaic has been changed, altered. We could say that it has been vandalized by the Byzantines because some images have been destroyed. Those images that had portrayed Theodoric, members of his court, members of his clergy, and that stood between the columns, now they have been replaced with curtains. But you can still see the hands here. There is one hand here, another one here, another one here, and another hand here, and another hand here. And you can still see the halos here of the heads that have disappeared. All these elements tell us that previous images have been destroyed. It was an act of censorship, we could say.
Echoes from the past, reminders of what once was, and perhaps hints of a more exceptional state of being that might one day be revived. To a Justinian, the modern world may appear as the crowning glory of the human journey. To a Theodoric, a man who prized quality over quantity, who moved slowly but surely, who knew the importance of reverence for everything of immense value at our root, it may seem as if we've lost the plot and are in danger of losing everything. Speaking personally, I very much agree with this. The type of justice and order and nobility so well represented by the best of the Gothic element marked a high point in our history, to such an extent that a true understanding might just help provide us a roadmap to those very same peaks. Ideally, not to settle and rest on our laurels, but to strive ever higher, not from a petty pride or any desire for ego gratification, but from a natural, intuitive inclination, and for a purpose higher than ourselves.
Aki, my son, you must preserve these books with body and soul. They contain the history of our whole folk, as well as our ancestors. These are the opening lines of the Oralinda book, one of the most intriguing and potentially explosive and significant documents brought to light in modern times. This work we're about to discuss is controversial, and its legitimacy is still very much a raging debate. It's aggressively rejected by most academics, and though this rejection seems largely driven by all the wrong motives and is often so strange and frenzied in character as to be a bit suspect, I don't want this video to be viewed as a definitive embrace of the work's historical authenticity.
To me, this is still an open question, and a leading reason I've created this video. My hope is to help launch several independent research journeys, to help us more swiftly come to some reliable, well-reasoned, hard and fast conclusions. I will say this much: ever since my first read of the translated manuscript, it's stuck with me in an unprecedented way. The essence of the work brought to mind other most ancient works in the Aryan tradition, such as the Avesta, the Vedas, and the Nordic sagas. Its content seems to draw from a well of depth and timeless wisdom in a manner difficult to describe, other than to say this: much of my own life has been spent considering various manners of thinking and living, both as individuals or communities, that might lead to lasting health, harmony, vitality, that might allow peoples or nations a robust framework on which to build, ensuring they're always reaching greater heights, as opposed to falling backward, according to the most meaningful metrics. This philosophy and worldview this book speaks to echoes my thoughts on these fronts practically as mirror image at times. What's more, it seems to hit upon what I've long considered to be the healthy, ideal archetype of Western mankind. Speaks to those core traits and characteristics that seem to make them unique. Every people has these: strengths, weaknesses, differentiating attributes or manners of viewing the world. And this work seems to more eloquently touch upon our own, at least what I believe them to be, based on all I've been able to gather, to a degree equal to anything else I've ever read. It's written in a style and script nearly as intriguing as its contents, so much so that an entire video might easily be created on this subject alone. And some have claimed this script might be one of the most ancient, root-written languages in the Indo-European family, acting as influence and inspiration to many other languages. It makes use of a six-spoked wheel to formulate each written character, characters which are for the most part familiar and readable by many speakers of Indo-European languages even today. One of the many reasons this document is so explosive, if legitimate, is that it speaks to events stretching back to 2000 BC, providing the history of a race, tribe, or nation periodically and sporadically across several millennia. According to OLB chronology, the first part of the book was largely compiled by copying short history fragments preserved in writing on the walls of burgs and citadels, circa 600 BC or so, and was then added to, periodically, over time, as the document was passed down through a family line. The people group it speaks to, and those it's claimed are responsible for its authoring, are called the Fryan people, after their progenitor, Freya. It speaks to a culture that prizes virtue, character, honesty and justice, and especially self-discipline, vastly higher than material gain. Their belief system is simple and straightforwardly monotheistic, in the manner similar to that of the royal Scythians as described by Herodotus, or of the ancient Germans as described by Tacitus. And speaking personally for a moment, in their description of God and their spiritual beliefs, I can't help but hear echoes of Jesus' words, echoes of the Buddha, of the Bhagavad Gita and Rig Veda, and the Avestas, and a very, very strong aversion to corruption of this core message, to priests who might seek to use spiritual practice as a control mechanism to corrupt ends. Quote, "It comes from the east, out of the bosom of the priests. It will breed so much mischief that Eartha will not be able to drink the blood of her slain children. It will spread darkness over the minds of men, like storm clouds over the sunlight. Everywhere craft and deception shall contend with freedom and justice. For our beloved ancestors' sake, and for the sake of our precious freedom, 1,000 times I beg you, dearest, to never let the eyes of a monk go over these writings. They speak sweet words, but unnoticed they meddle with all that concerns us friars. They collaborate with foreign kings who pay them well. They know that we are their greatest enemies because we dare speak about freedom, justice, and royal obligations. Therefore they want to obliterate all traces of our ancestral heritage and what is left of our morals. My dear ones, I have visited their palace. If Ralda allows it, and if we do not strengthen ourselves, they will exterminate us all." End quote. Ralda is the title they use for the divine, the creator and singular force behind all things. They speak of him also as the All-Father, or All-Feeder, that from which everything springs or flows. To quote directly from the notes of the original translator of the OLB, Jan Atema, quote, "Valmer's Dictionary of Mythology, Allfather, the supreme god of Nordic antiquity, and proof that the peoples inhabiting Sweden, Norway, and half of Germany had recognized the purest worship of God as the basis of their religion. For in him we find back all noble qualities which the Mosaic tradition attached to the unspeakable, and the Christian religion to the only God, without any of the features distorting the sublime image of God, such as human passions, anger, vengeance, zeal, and jealousy. He is the creator, commander, and navigator of the universe. His breath blows through all times. His greatness and his power are unexplainable, and no one can imagine him. For he has never shown himself to a mortal, and when his spirit, his breath, dwells on earth, it is in the shadows of mysterious groves, in quiet, sacred forests dedicated to him." End quote. And to quote the Oralind text directly, quote, "Ralda is the most ancient or primordial, over oldest, for he created all things. Ralda is all in all, for he is eternal and everlasting. Ralda is omnipresent, yet invisible. Therefore the being is called Spirit. All that we can see of him are the created beings that come and go again through his life, because from Ralda all things proceed, and to him they return. Out of Ralda both the beginning and the end come. All things merge into him. Ralda is the only almighty being, because all other power is borrowed from him and returns to him. From Ralda all forces are derived, and all forces return to him again. Therefore he alone is the creative being, and nothing is created outside of him." End quote. Ralda established eternal principles, or Aiwa, in all that was created, and regulations can only be good if they are founded upon these principles. Although all is part of Ralda, the malice of the people is not of him. Malice comes from laziness, carelessness, and stupidity. Therefore it can harm the people, but never Ralda. With the wheel turning, all creation alters and changes, but only God is unalterable. Since Ralda is God, he cannot change, and since he endures, only he is being, and everything else emergence. Whereas his life is continually progressing, however, nothing can remain stationary. Therefore all creatures change their position and their shape, as well as their minds. Therefore can neither earth itself nor any creature ever say "I am," but rather "I was." Likewise no man can ever say "I think," but merely "I thought." Aiwa refers to the rules that are imprinted equally in the hearts of all people, in order that they may know what is right and what is wrong, and by which they are able to judge their own deeds and those of others. That is, insofar as they have been brought up well and are not corrupted. There is also yet another meaning attached. Aiwa also relates to Ai-like, that is, water-like, even and smooth, like water that is not disturbed by windstorm or anything else. If water is disturbed, it becomes uneven, unright, but it always has a tendency to become even again. That is its nature, just as the inclination towards justice and freedom exists in Freya's children. We derive this disposition from our feeder, Ralda's spirit, which speaks strongly in Freya's children, and will eternally remain so. End quote. And this work doesn't merely echo the spiritual or philosophical wisdom of the ages, but mentions and provides context regarding a great many major events and influential historical figures, to such an extent, in fact, that detractors have called it too good to be true, or a bit too perfect and comprehensive. Jesus seems to be mentioned, as is Woden and Alexander the Great, An entire section pertaining to laws and regulations is authored by the famed Minos, who Thucydides claimed was the most ancient man known to build a navy, and whose constitution formed the basis for that of Lycurgus in Sparta. Athena and Minerva are mentioned, along with a few pivotal events in India and Greece, and a strong connection to Hellenic Greece is inferred. Even the split between the Celtic element and the rest of the Germanic peoples seems alluded to. In short, if the work someday proves a reliable record, it will fundamentally reshape our understanding of our past. Other writers and content creators have touched upon this work previously, and I don't believe they've done it justice. I certainly won't do it justice either, and it's only due to making this clear at the outset that I feel free to even attempt to tackle this topic. Up until now, in the Subverted History series, we've covered fairly tame ground, and that I've not taken many speculative leaps or engaged in a great deal of educated guesswork. But in this video, and in the next, I'll be tossing a couple of hand grenades, figuratively speaking, as a means of igniting debate and discussion, and hopefully encouraging some diligent and careful research to help bring us closer to embracing or rejecting some leading theories. So prepare yourselves, it'll definitely get interesting. My hope is that you'll be open-minded, yet discerning, and skeptical in the most genuine and healthy sense of that word. Any worthwhile truth should undergo a trial by fire, because whatever makes it out the other side is the stronger for it. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the text in the OLB hasn't been handed down through countless generations, as is claimed, you'll be exposed to a work of timeless wisdom and profound life lessons, acting as a springboard for me to engage in some in-depth discussion on the larger history of Western mankind. In the best-case scenario, you're about to be exposed to one of the most important, least-known historical works in the world, with the potential to help rewrite some of the most key portions of human history as we know it. Enough preface, let's begin. The Oerlinda came to light in 1867 when a man named Cornelis over de Linden handed it over to a librarian in Friesland, Netherlands. He stated it'd come into his possession through his grandfather, who in turn had received it from an aunt, and it had been passed down through the family line for many generations. It was first passed to one Elko Federvesh, a scholar who subsequently studied the document and confirmed its authenticity. Somewhat strangely, he later withdrew this conclusion, some say to save his career. The document then enters the hands of Jan Attema, a prominent member of the Frisian Society for History and Culture, and the man who was to become the first translator and publisher of the Oerlinda Book in 1872. To help give some idea of the importance of this work, Attema stated, quote, "We may thus accept that we possess in this manuscript, of which the first part was composed in the 6th century before our era, the oldest production, after Homer and Hesiod, of European literature. And here we find in our fatherland a very ancient people in possession of development, civilization, industry, navigation, commerce, literature, and pure elevated ideas of religion, whose existence we had never even conjectured." End quote. The work created an immediate firestorm of controversy and debate, and equally passionate defenders and detractors, in an age in which Europe was seeking to better understand its roots and clarify its own historical journey. In 1922, the Dutch-German historian and scholar of ancient religions and symbols, Herman Wirth, published Die Oerlinda Chronik in German. In fact, a discussion of the work was said to be a leading impetus for the creation of the German Ahnenerbe in 1935, intended to function as a, quote, society for the study of the history of primeval ideas, essentially an elite research institution, a gathering together of some of the best scholars of the day from a wide range of academic fields, focused on piecing together the historical picture, with special focus, of course, on the role played by the Germanic peoples. The energetic debate on the authenticity of the work continued throughout the period of National Socialism in Germany, with Himmler himself eventually becoming one of its most spirited defenders. And this, no doubt, is a leading reason the work has received such unjust and one-sided treatment post-World War II. The original manuscript uses what are now called phonetic characters. These phonetic characters are selected from a circle, the sun sign, with a vertical I and X crossing it, giving, surprisingly, a character set or context in which most letters of the alphabet and numbers are easily recognized by modern Europeans and Americans. They were recorded by Hido, surnamed Overdie-Linde, in the year 1256 AD. He copied his originals onto the new Arabic paper, very desirable in Europe at the time, which was made from basic Egyptian cotton without watermark. He called it foreign paper and used a carbon ink without iron. This was fortunate because the more popular iron-based inks were used at a later date and are easily recognizable by their discoloration, giving us one more piece of evidence to support the book's authenticity. And finally, before we go into the work itself, I'd like to go over the reasons why I've long felt a work like this could possibly, or even should possibly, exist, and thus why this work so profoundly struck me, even beyond the wisdom and deeper lessons conveyed. Looking back through the broad sweep of history, using the full context picture provided by those oldest histories that still survive to this day, I'm always struck by the interconnectedness of key populations and cultures in remote antiquity. Beginning somewhere around 2,000 to 3,000 BC especially, signs of deeply interconnected peoples begin to spring up everywhere. From the Tarim Basin to India and Persia, to Sumer, Egypt and Crete, to the Caucasus and the steppes, with traces found as far away as North and South America, China, Japan, and the Koreas. The written description of these people, as well as the artistic depictions and statues and the most ancient remains recently exhumed, illustrate clearly that these were kin, closely related to one another. Not the entire populations of these regions, in many cases, but at least, in most cases, the ruling and governing caste. So, these don't seem to be the distinct and disconnected elements with little to no connection to one another, as many post-World War II historians have begun to argue, but very much the opposite. I've come to believe this might be best explained by envisioning a family tree, branching off into ever greater complexity. At each new branching, a quote, new people is born. Yet this newness and differentiation was often only culture deep. In a racial sense, these remained brother and cousin peoples, and this understanding was likely retained in most cases, at least for some number of generations past, and then slowly but surely, time and forgetfulness performed their inevitable functions. Previously, I've discussed a group I consider to be something of a seed or father people, which eventually broke off into countless branches, stretching across vast expanses, in the videos on the Scythian and Gothic history. This allowed us to cover the Black Sea region and steppe territory, largely landlocked, horse and wagon-related peoples, moving into Europe through Poland and Ukraine until they eventually blended in with brother peoples to help establish the Europe we know today. But who were these brother peoples, perhaps existing in Europe before Jordanus claims the Goths departed, and existing still when they returned? And what of them? There exists an immense amount of evidence of an impressively competent seafaring population that explored, mined, and even settled far and wide. If true, the book we'll be discussing in this video speaks well to this missing puzzle piece. One of the most difficult aspects of piecing together our true history, a problem encountered by every historian that's made the attempt over the past millennia, is that tendency of the Aryan or Germanic peoples to pass the bulk of their most important knowledge down via oral transmission, thereby allowing skilled bards to give the words life and spirit, depth and meaning, something one simply can't get from coldly clinical marks scrawled on a flat surface. History, to be worth anything, must be alive with spirit, and in fact its leading purpose as an art is to transfuse this spirit and energy across time and space. This modern conception of the memorization of lifeless facts and figures would have been a very foreign one to their mentality, and likely one they'd have been confused by and deemed deeply unhealthy.
Of course, this lack of written history creates a problem for us as their descendants, having long since lost our bards and even our very recognition of the invaluable service they provided. I've mentioned before, and I'd like to reiterate, I can't ascribe to that general narrative regarding the ancestors of modern-day Europeans always living on this same patch of land, and more effectively phrased, only living on this same patch of land. The number of historical accounts that contradict this idea is massive and still growing, as even today we occasionally uncover writings, carvings, or other related proofs. For decades, academics have made something of a sport of aggressively mocking Irish legends connected to Egypt, and subsequent red-headed Egyptian pharaohs discovered with a far stronger genetic connection to northwestern Europe than to present-day Egyptians, or Scottish accounts of their ties with the Scythians, or Spanish and German accounts of Gothic ancestry, and the numerous histories of Goths roaming back into Europe from the Black Sea region. The Franks have the Avesta Francorum, and the Brits have Geoffrey of Monmouth, and the Romans have Virgil, and their Brutus and Aeneas as progenitors and founding elements of their respective nations, directly alluding to ties to the Trojans, and referring to a displacement of peoples after the fall of Troy. Egypt, India, and Persia, extending all the way into the Tarim Basin and beyond, are replete with stories of different races of peoples, and very clearly speak of a group they describe as taller in stature, very often reported to have fair hair and eyes, and have left numerous visual examples behind to attest to this type. The Tarim Basin mummies still had preserved tartan pattern clothing, of the style very similar to that found in modern Scotland, and many of these fair-haired remains were as tall as 6.5 feet. When you approach any of these individual cases as a niche historical specialist, especially with a prejudicial mind, it's not impossible to craft a story as to why these accounts might somehow appear untruthful, and laugh and mock them out of the public eye. But anyone approaching the topic a bit more like a detective, that is to say, taking into account the full context picture, especially in an interdisciplinary manner, can't possibly continue to mock such ideas. And those that choose the route of such mockery do so from extremely shaky ground, from an equally shaky premise. The conventional academic historical perspective has proved absurdly inaccurate time and time again, a truth best exemplified by the need to rewrite human history each and every time a Göbekli Tepe is discovered, for example. And the root of this inaccuracy seems to be their unwillingness to see unity and commonality in peoples across space and time, or the potential for a civilization capable of traveling vast distances, and spreading or imparting knowledge, symbols, belief systems. So let's play this theory forward a bit. It's my opinion that much of our historical confusion seems to spring from the fact that as this family tree of peoples split off and spread throughout the world, they often became known by several different names, even a single branch sometimes being referred to by several names simultaneously. A bit like how a modern German might be called Deutsch, Allemagne, even Saksa or Saksama by the Finnish and Estonians, and modern Germanic peoples are known under a still larger number of different labels. And recall that the Scythians that moved into India were most often called the Sakai. Many historians have used the term Aryan and Scythian interchangeably, or Scythian and Goth, or Goth and Saxon, or Saxon and Frisian, or Frisian and Jute, or Jutes and Danes. One could go on and on here. In fact, in a historical account of Alfred the Great by Asser, he speaks of King Alfred's mother being descended from Goths and Jutes, and practically identifies them as being one race. It's also intriguing, and perhaps not entirely unrelated, that Herodotus speaks of Hyperborea in the same breath as Scythia. Might it be that similar overlap and conflation of peoples existed in more ancient times? I think the answer here is almost certainly yes, and likely to an even greater degree than today. Ashoka, the emperor of the Maurya dynasty in India around 250 BC, is a good example here. His grandmother a Greek princess, his pillars of Greek design, and he seems to have a very strong connection to Persia in a number of ways. Heracles is another, a figure claimed by several Indo-Europeans as their progenitor or heroic figure. Scholars that have studied both the Avesta and the Rig Veda, two of the oldest and most foundational documents in the Aryan tradition from India and Persia, have noted the immense overlap and correlation and similarity. Similar lowercase g gods, similar references to horses and chariots and horse sacrifice, or their caste systems, or soma. The term Aryan certainly seems to be a tie that binds, acting as some connective tissue across time and space. But scholars seem to be confused and conflicted, especially since World War II, about this word. Some adamantly claim that it refers to only peoples hailing from ancient Iran. Others, equally adamantly, claim it references only those from India. Some claim it meant noble, exalted, and other positive attributes, and was only a descriptor of cultivated traits and tendencies. Others claim it obviously referred to a people group. I tend to think it may well have been a reference to all of the above. An exceptional people and culture who formed the elite and ruling caste of the vast majority of the region, from which many great sages and leaders happened to spring, and who then proceeded to spread far and wide across significant stretches of time. And in a related point, scholars often like to speak of peoples like the Scythians or Kushans, or similarly sprawling and ill-defined peoples and cultures, including the Goths and Germanic elements later on, as if they exclusively picked up notions, technological developments, artistic styles, and customs and traditions from large numbers of neighboring nations. And this may well be true in some sense, but I'm curious as to why the possibility is never entertained that they instead put down such notions, artistic styles, technological developments, customs, and traditions. Many seem to take it as a given that they borrowed, as opposed to their being part of a singular widespread culture operating above and across what we today conceive as national boundaries, and being more racial and genetic in character than merely region or location bound. This is vital to bear in mind. As nearly every first-hand account makes so abundantly clear, historical peoples almost always saw themselves as a race, tribe, or extended family with kinship ties, whereas modern academics will attempt to use any other classification method they're able to dream up, be it burial customs, pottery, created or traded goods, language, and perform any amount of mental gymnastics necessary to avoid classifying and viewing these peoples as they seem to have classified and viewed themselves. To use an extreme example to illustrate the point, consider just how muddy the historical picture might become if in some future date, let's say after some massive natural disaster, historians and archaeologists sifting through the remains of South Africa noticed similar man-made goods, similar building styles and burial traditions, and thus took the initiative to place both Dutch Afrikaners and Black Africans under a single people group label. And this label was then used as the foundation for further classification around the world, causing future discoveries of both Dutch or African populations uncovered anywhere else to potentially be labeled as part of a South African nation or diaspora. This would set us back tremendously, as it wouldn't be reflective of the reality of the situation in the least. Black Africans don't consider themselves the same as Dutch Afrikaners, and vice versa, even if they may both drink the same sodas, or use similar dishes, or bury their loved ones in a similar fashion. In short, if we hope to piece together a reliable understanding of history, we have to understand and make use of the same lineage and ancestry-based framework and perspective through which they viewed their own world. And also recognize that not only are the populations living in these regions today in many cases poorly representative of those who lived and ruled there long ago, but that our modern border demarcations and names and labels for nations and cultures so often bear little to no resemblance whatsoever to those in common usage long ago. Cultivating a sensible historical picture is an art and needs to be treated as such. In the Oralinda, we have a work which speaks of a people for whom sea travel was second nature, to whom modern national boundaries were meaningless. Their progenitor, Freya, is mentioned in the Persian Avesta as the personification of love.
The OLB speaks to adventures and settlements in Greece and India, touches upon a genetic connection to an Egyptian leader, military operations with Alexander the Great and his Macedonians. I've long felt this propensity to travel and explore, coupled with what seems to be a custom of periodically sending off their most energetic elements of excess population, is likely why the genetic and historical picture is so difficult for modern academics to unravel and make sense of. It seems these people went nearly everywhere. As we now know, the languages spoken by these supposedly distinct peoples are deeply intertwined and interconnected. William Jones, exceptional scholar and philologist of the late 1700s, was so struck by the similarities between Greek, Sanskrit, and Latin that he stated, quote, "A stronger affinity than could possibly have been produced by accident. So strong, indeed, that no philologer could examine all three of them without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which perhaps no longer exists." End quote. And with these words, just 2 short centuries ago, the concept of a lost mother tongue laying at the foundation of all Indo-European languages was spoken into being. The linguistic dimension of the historical puzzle is hugely important. And it's interesting to note that languages like Lithuanian and the Dutch, Phrygian, Saxon, Germanic root tongue appears to be even more similar to Proto-Indo-European than Hebrew, Greek, or Latin. Some language experts now claim that Gothic and Old Prussian may even be the most similar of all. And it was less than 2 centuries ago that German linguist Friedrich Max Müller found what he believed to be evidence of an ancient invasion of India by the Arya. New Zealand polymath Edward Trieger further argued that an Aryan tidal wave had washed over India and continued to push south, through the islands of the East Indian archipelago, reaching the distant shores of New Zealand. Scholars such as John Batchelor, Armand de Quatrefages, and Daniel Brinton extended this invasion theory to the Philippines, Hawaii, and Japan, identifying indigenous peoples who they believed were the descendants of early Aryan conquerors. Recently, the Oseberg Buddha was discovered in Helgö, Sweden. The standard procedure in such cases is for academics to presume trade brought the figure to the area from far off. But in this case, the artifact has been proven to have been created nearby, possibly Ireland or England. We've discussed in the past how Gautama Buddha was always described as fair-skinned with blue eyes, indicating an Arya lineage. And this Gautama seems to be etymologically connected to the Gaut or Gautas of Gothic tradition, a figure still listed in many Anglo-Saxon royal genealogies, representing an ancestor or national god in their origin stories. This isn't to say that they were the same person, but rather that the name or title seems to spring from the same language and tradition. I mention these examples to partially outline just how little we know, and how much of this picture is still to be properly uncovered, communicated, and understood. And unfortunately, we've entered a sensitivity-obsessed era in which honest and effective research on these topics is essentially impossible. And again, I'd like to reiterate the point that I think we need to be very careful to remember that just because 2 different labels or names are used for 2 historical peoples, this certainly doesn't definitively prove that it's not essentially one singular people and culture being referenced. To properly determine this, one needs to analyze a full spectrum of attributes. The language spoken, if evidence is available, the cultural customs and traditions, the style of art or pottery or goods, the style of ship or military equipment used, among other factors. When we notice exceptional similarities between 2 peoples across several of these categories, chances are very good, in my experience, that there's an equally strong genetic connection, and that any myths or stories or historical accounts connecting the 2 peoples deserve to be taken more seriously. This makes perfect sense, of course, as shifts in a way of life can alter any one of these specific attributes fairly significantly, but almost never a complete shift across all or even most of these categories. In other words, large groups of homogeneous peoples don't change in fundamental ways from top to bottom in any short period of time. I can't help but see an immense overlap in the tone of the Orlando book and that of the Nordic sagas, or the accounts and stories of the ancient Scythians, or the Goths, or the Germanic peoples more generally.
to the extent that, if proven legitimate, this work may lie nearer to the center of a long-standing cultural tradition than virtually any other I'm aware of. There's even a chance that this is why the work is seen as such a threat by some, especially post-World War II, and with an academic environment dominated by individuals that seem keen on playing favorites in the spirit of the age, and aggressively rewriting history accordingly. Yet just because an absurdly dishonest and partisan academia so rejects the work with a uniquely passionate hostility certainly doesn't make it legitimate. And it's obvious why they would mount such frenzied attacks. Not only is it a bit jarring relative to conventional historical understanding, but the book speaks very frankly on matters of race, in a manner many might be horrified by in the current atmosphere, describing the three mothers of all mankind as something akin to racial archetypes, going on to list perceived strengths and weaknesses accordingly, and repeatedly stressing the need to avoid indiscriminate intermixture, resulting in destruction or dilution of these types. This is balanced with a magnanimous kindness and an extremely impressive sense of natural justice and fairness with regard to outsiders, especially those in need. Yet this kindness is always coupled with the conception of vigilance, wariness, and prudence, and the idea of a people eager to help, but at arm's length, to ensure their own sense of morals and ethics might always survive. This is a constant refrain. Retaining their proper orientation and healthy way of life is emphasized time and time again, and yet they believe themselves uniquely gifted in this one sense, as if this sense of justice and harmony sprang from the inside out. A tradition of, quote, Berg maidens is mentioned, specially chosen women similar to Vestal virgins, or even the oracle in Greek tradition. While the supreme being is referenced as male, the earthly mother is, of course, female, in the traditional sky father, earth mother conception that remains constant across most ancient beliefs and myths. This has caused some to speculate that this was a matriarchal society, but I'm not sure I agree with this. Especially in times of serene peace, in this homogeneous society that focused so heavily on peace, harmony, and true justice, this national mother figure seems to act as a manager of the household in service of Ralda, inward-looking, balancing, and peacekeeping, while the more proactive masculine element is the creative and manifesting force that strikes outward from this home base. Tacitus and other writers remark more than once on just how much both the ancient Germans and Scythians prized the counsel and intuitive judgment of their best-oriented women, specifically virgins set aside for this role, those isolated from the more petty and negative and draining events of daily life. And to interject some subjective speculation for a moment, this makes some sense to me. In times of peace and harmony, if peace and harmony is the goal, and if jackals aren't breaking down the gates as a constant subversive threat, perhaps the most innocent and untarnished mind and mindset provided for the calmest water, with regard to keeping the house in good order, maintaining high standards in this regard, and keeping friction to a minimum. The conception of virgin Berg maidens, some of whom chose to step down from their role in order to marry, also strikes me as a means for a people to be much more certain of the lineage of their leadership, all but eliminating the possibility of a promiscuous queen or princess becoming pregnant as a result of a secretive affair or courtly intrigue. However, when times become much more difficult or contentious, as is seen in the OLB itself with the rise of their first officially recorded king on European soil, Frizzo, when serious threats begin to appear and waters grow choppy and chaotic, it seems a shift in structure was seen as necessary, and the influence then shifted entirely to the masculine end of the spectrum, to begin to err on the side of hardness and strength. And speaking of water, I'd be remiss if we didn't speak to the oldest account recorded in the work, which claims to stretch all the way back to 2190 BC, and speaks of an immense flood throwing a once peaceful world into complete disarray. Many other histories, like those of Sumer, for example, stretch back to this period and beyond, and nearly all speak of floods. But academics have tended to treat them all as fictional, or allegory, or otherwise dismiss them, and few have been as clear and direct and detailed
as this account handed down in the OLB. Quote, How Aldland Sank, 2190 BCE, How the Bad Times Came. During the whole summer, sun had hidden behind the clouds, as if she did not want to see earth. Wind rested in his bags, causing smoke and steam to stand like pillars over the houses and pools. This made the air become dreary and dull, and neither joy nor pleasure were in the hearts of people. In the midst of this stillness, earth began to tremble, as if she was dying. Mountains split open to spew out fire and flames. Many others sank into her bowels, and where there had been plains before, mountains rose up. Aldland, or Atland, as the steersmen say, sank down, and the foaming waves tread over mountain and valley in such a way that everything was submerged. Many people were buried alive, and many who had escaped the fire later perished in the water. Not only in the lands of Finda did mountains spew fire, but also in Twiskland. As a result, forests burned one after the other, and when wind came from there, our lands were covered with ashes. Rivers changed their course, and at their mouths new islands were formed of sand and drowned animals. Earth suffered like this for 3 years, but when she recovered, one could see her wounds. Many lands were submerged, others had risen out of the sea, and half of the Twiskland had been deforested. Bands of Finda's folk came roaming across the empty spaces, and our dispersed people were exterminated or became their allies. This forced us to be twice as vigilant, and time taught us that unity is our strongest burg. End quote. This calls to mind Plato and his work Timaeus, in which Solon has a discussion with a priest residing in Egypt. Many modern editions of this work are replete with hour-long dogmatic introductions intended to debunk the ideas expressed. But it's important to remember that Plato himself said the following, quote, This tale about Atlantis, though strange, is certainly true, having been attested by Solon, who was the wisest of the 7 sages. End quote. A snippet of the tale is as follows. Quote, O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are but children. There is no old doctrine handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. And I will tell you the reason behind this. There have been and will be again many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes, the greatest having been brought about by earth fire and inundation. Whatever happened either in your country or ours, or in any other country of which we are informed, any action which is noble and great, or in any other way remarkable which has taken place, all that has been inscribed long ago in our temple records, whereas you and other nations did not keep imperishable records. And then, after a period of time, the usual inundation visits like a pestilence, and leaves only those of you who are destitute of letters and education. And thus you have to begin over again as children, and know nothing of what happened in ancient times, either among us or among yourselves. As for those genealogies of yours which you have related to us, they are no better than the tales of children. For in the first place you remember one deluge only, whereas there were a number of them. And in the next place there dwelt in your land, which you do not know, the fairest and noblest race of men that ever lived, of which you are but a seed or remnant. And this was not known to you, because for many generations the survivors of that destruction made no records. End quote. Atlantis itself is far too tricky and sprawling a topic to get into in this video, but I can state this with confidence. I do believe we know very little about our true history as yet, especially stretching back beyond the birth of Christ, and even more so beyond 2,000 or 3,000 BC. It seems a significant cause of this is likely some mixture of immense natural disasters, followed by lost or intentionally ignored truthful accounts, and perhaps even aggressively pushed untruthful, derivative and speculative accounts. I've seen enough to be relatively certain of this much. Shame and mockery and the resulting reputation considerations has chased more people away from a deep dive into these topics than definitive and provable truths or fact pictures have. And this certainly isn't how the sciences should function. And it's interesting to me just how much of what Plato says about these ancients, about his ideal form of living, seems to match so closely with the royal Scythian or Gothic or Phrygian culture,
and that of the Germans observed by Tacitus. Montaigne tells us, quote, Plato, in his Laws, considers no plague in the world more harmful to a city than this, to let the young change at will from one fashion to another, in dress, gestures, dances, exercises, and songs, shifting their judgment now to this position, now to that, running after novelties and honoring their inventors, whereby morals are corrupted and all ancient institutions come into disdain and contempt. In all things except those that are simply bad, change is to be feared. Change of seasons, winds, food, and humors. And no laws are held in their true honor except those to which God has given some ancient duration, so that no one knows their origin or that they were ever different. End quote. I think it's significant that the term plague is used here. The prescience and prophetic nature of the wisdom expressed by these ancient sages is remarkable, and this wisdom is seemingly made manifest by these more ancient cultures. The Friends of the OLB speak to these ravages caused by plagues, caused by lax trade and migration policy, and a reduced discipline and vigilance, allowing sickness to creep in undetected. But they seem even more on guard against spiritual or cultural plagues. Their first and foremost concern wasn't forcing others to adopt their viewpoints or way of life, but rather maintaining their own high standards in these regards, at all costs. The OLB tells a story of the Fraian people dealing with a hostile neighboring element with deceptive and subversive intent, to the extent that they'd taken to luring away, even kidnapping, Fraian children, the most attractive or charismatic of which then often return as walking advertisements for this foreign element, whose corrupt leaders are referred to as the Magus, essentially enslaved by them and with a mission to spread their doctrine. Then the OLB tells us, quote, When these slave people had learned our language, they convinced the military leaders and nobles to submit to the Magus, so their sons could succeed them without election by the folk. Those who had gained a front yard for their house for their good deeds were promised a backyard on behalf of the Magus. Whoever had earned a front and backyard already was promised a surrounding yard, and who had a surrounding yard, a whole estate. If the nobles were still loyal Friars, the slave people changed course and aimed at the more degenerate sons. Yesterday, some of you suggested that we mobilize to force the eastern states back to the old customs, but in my humble opinion, that would fail miserably. Imagine if our cattle had been plagued by a serious lung disease, which was still raging badly there. Would you then risk mixing your healthy animals with their sick ones? Surely not. As we all must agree and confirm that this would turn into a disaster, who then would be so reckless as to dare send his children into the midst of an utterly depraved folk? End quote. This is a constant refrain throughout. These were a people with high walls, metaphorically, who sought to lead or inspire by example, not force, very much contrary to the ambitious proponents of slavery in the broadest sense of that word, that seemed to be a constant threat and thorn in their sides. There's a specific back-and-forth dialogue between a Burg maiden, purported to be Helena, whose given name was actually Minerva, and a group of corrupt priests, reminiscent of the Pharisees, that well illustrates this. Quote, When nigh Helena, or Helena, whose own name was Minerva, was well established, and the Greeks loved her almost as much as her own folk, some princes and priests came to the Burg and asked her where her inherited states, or Urva, were. Helena answered, I carry Min, that is, my Urva, in my heart. What I inherited is love of wisdom, justice, and freedom. If I lost that, I would be like the lowest of your slaves. Now I give advice for free, but then I would sell it. The dignitaries left and shouted mockingly, We are your obedient servants, wise Helena. But they failed in their ridicule, for the folk that loved and followed her took this name as a name of honor. When the dignitaries realized they had missed their target, they started accusing her and said she had bewitched the folk. But our folk, and the good Greeks, asserted everywhere that it was slander. Once they came and asked, So if you are not a sorceress, then what is the purpose of the eggs you always have with you? Minerva answered, These eggs are the symbol of Phria's counsels, in which our future, and that of all humankind, lies concealed. Time must hatch them, and we must protect them from being damaged." The priests replied, "Well said, but what is that hound at your right-hand side for?" Helena answered, "Does not the shepherd have a sheepdog to keep his herd together? Just like the dog serves the shepherd, I am in Freya's service. I must watch over her flock." "That makes sense indeed," said the priest. "But tell us, what is the meaning of the night owl that is always sitting on your head? Might that light-shunning animal be the sign of your clairvoyance?" "No," Helena answered. "He helps me remember that a certain kind of people is wandering the earth, also living in temples and holes, gnawing in the dark, but not like him helping to rid us of mice and other plagues, but rather to invent tricks to rob other people of their knowledge, so they can more easily seize and enslave them and suck their blood like leeches." Once, when the plague had come to the land, they came with a crowd of people and said, "We are all making offerings to the gods, so that they might ward off the plague. Will you not help calm their wrath, or did you bring the plague over the land with your arts?" "No," Minerva said. "Since I do not know any gods that do evil, I cannot ask them to be nicer. I know only one God, that is Ralda's spirit, and because God means good, he also does no evil." "Where does evil come from, then?" the priests asked. "All evil comes from yourselves and from the stupidity of the people that walk into your trap. So if your supreme being is all that good, then why does he not avert evil?" the priests asked. Helena answered, "Freya has put us on the path, and the carrier, that is time, must do the rest. For all disasters, counsel and help can be found, but Ralda wants us to search ourselves, so we shall become strong and wise. If we refuse, he lets us squeeze out our own tumors, so we shall experience the results of wise and foolish deeds." A prince replied, "I would imagine it better to simply ward off disaster." "Of course," Helena answered, "because then people would remain like tame sheep. You and the priests want to protect, but also to shear and slaughter them. But that is not what our supreme being wants. He wants us to help each other, but also that all be free and become wise. Because we want that too, our folk elects our leaders, reeves, counselors, and all chieftains and masters from the wisest of the good people. So all will do their best to become wise and good. This way, we will know and teach the folks at the same time that only being wise and acting wisely leads to glory." "That is quite a statement," the priest said. "But if you imply that the plague is a result of our ignorance, then would Helena be so good as to live up to her proud name and enlighten us?" "Yes," Helena said. "Crows and other birds only feed on foul carrion, whereas the plague not only likes foul carrion, but also foul ethics, customs, and addictions. If you want the plague to leave for good, you must overcome the addictions, and all must become pure, inside and out." "We want to believe your counsel is good," said the priests, "but tell us, how are we supposed to improve all the people under our rule?" Then Helena rose from her seat and said, "The sparrows follow the sower, the folks their good leaders. Therefore you must begin by purifying yourselves, so that you may look within and without turning red from shame before your own conscience. Now, instead of purifying the people, you have invented foul feasts where they drink so excessively that they end up rooting in the mud like pigs, ready to satisfy your vile lusts." The people began to yell and scold, so that she did not dare to engage in any further debate. One might have expected that they would have mobilized people everywhere to expel us altogether from the land. No, instead of accusing her, they went everywhere, even to the near Greeklands, up to the Alps, declaring that it had pleased the most supreme being to send his wise daughter Minerva, nicknamed Helena, among the people, on a cloud from the sea, to give them good counsel, and that all who would hear her should become rich and happy, and eventually should rule the whole kingdom of the earth. They erected statues of her on their altars, or sold them to the simple people. They announced counsels everywhere that she had never given, and related miracles that she had never performed. They cunningly made themselves masters of our laws and customs, and they managed to explain and distort them all through misinterpretations. They also placed maidens under their care, pretending these were under the care of Vesta, our first honorable mother, to watch over the divine light. However, they had lit that light themselves, and instead of properly educating these maidens before sending them among the people to nurse the sick and teach the children, they kept them ignorant and dimmed their light, and did not allow them to come outside. They were also used as counselors, but that counsel only appeared to come from their own lips, as in reality their lips were nothing but the mouthpiece through which the priests promulgated their own desires." End quote. A defining characteristic of these people may be this anti-corruption and anti-parasitic instinct, which again seems to lie at the heart of the core of the Indo-European tradition. The Vedas, the Avesta, the laws of Manu, the Scythian or Germanic or Saxon law codes all stress these themes. In the fascinating general laws section of the Orlinda book, we hear, quote, "Those who come to the market are strictly forbidden to commit usury. If any who do should come, the maidens are obliged to make them known throughout the whole land, so that they will never be chosen for any office, for such folk have vulture-like hearts. To accumulate wealth, they would betray all, the folk, the mother, their relatives, and ultimately themselves." End quote. This seems to be the work of a people with extremely high standards with regard to justice and noble virtue, who appear to be shadowed across time and space by a fraudulent and corrupt priestly class and their subverted princes, representing a polar opposite culture, who seek gains in power and influence by any means necessary, and aggressively degrade nations and peoples to create fertile ground for these gains, one of the many parallels with our own age. And these extremely high standards are exactly what you would expect from a population acting as the central pillar at the head of a confederacy of kindred peoples. A constant vigilance and wariness, extreme discipline, and a hardline devotion to remaining pure and upright, and retaining the most important lessons of old at the forefront of their consciousness. A legitimate seed people, whose branches might stretch out in all directions over time, would need to be exactly this, a strong and sturdy trunk, acting as a powerful foundation. And speaking of seed people, these were certainly a Germanic people, but as to their connections with those hailing from the nation of Germany itself, there are a few curious passages that seem to indicate they called these people the Gerdmen, from the root gird or girt, and they're spoken of more than once as close kin, not merely in a familial and genetic context. Quote, "The Gerdmen I can readily pass by. I did not deal much with them, but as far as I have seen, they have retained our language and customs the most. I cannot say that of the others." End quote. This seems to indicate that other related peoples had begun to stray significantly, perhaps at the hands of those insatiable wolves in sheep's clothing mentioned a moment ago. The Gertman-German connection, especially in the context of India and Alexander the Great, is made all the more intriguing by a DNA study in 2014 by Hellenthal, which found that the swiftly disappearing Kalash people still living around modern Pakistan, who claimed to be descended from the soldiers of Alexander the Great, showed, quote, "input from modern-day Germany and Austria between 990 and 210 BC," end quote. Intriguing hints as to the potential genetic background of Alexander and his armies. A translated fragment of the Chronicles of the Saxons reads, quote, "I find written that the Saxons have come from the army of Alexander the Great. Some suggest that they descended from the Britannic people, others from the Danes. However all that may be, it has its value. I find in the history of Alexander the Great, though, that after his death, his army split and spread all over the world. So the Saxons may have wandered about for a long time, and fought sea battles against the Roman Emperor Valentino, until part of them arrived in Prussia, and another part here in this country which is now called Saxony, and thus rooted and multiplied." End quote. And on a related note, a strong connection has been noted between German folk tales and stories in the OLB. So before we conclude this video and move into part 2, a quick summary. History is not only written by the victors, but most often by empires. specifically those with a motive to create a certain framework of understanding to aid in their aims of control or influence. What if a large and sprawling confederacy of peoples existed that wasn't just averse to writing replacing oral transmission of ideas, but also very much anti-empire, philosophically and ideologically, for whom the prospect of bringing foreign peoples under their rule was an extreme net negative, and slavery, for the purpose of material gain, was viewed as a sin against nature and God? Might such a people see their history poorly told, if at all, and often only through the eyes of their cousins existing on their periphery, such as the Greeks or Romans or Byzantines? This seems to be the case for the Scythians, the Goths, and perhaps Phrygian peoples, who collectively do seem to have been a seed population, whose relatives and expatriates appear to play key roles in nearly every pivotal event in history. And we've only just begun to scratch the surface here. In the next video, or perhaps 2 videos, we'll discuss the genetic picture and these seed people's strong connection to what academics have labeled the Yamnaya population group, the connection to Ulysses and the Odyssey, J.R.R. Tolkien's profound interest in the Phrygians and the related book he was working on as of his death, the mystery landmass that is now underwater that is speculated to have once been the central hub of activity in Europe, and much more. Until then,